Nice.
Monster play.
Monster play.
That right there, monster plays of the week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series
Supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this.
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to reality, the truth of lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Hello, and welcome to the NSC British University Esports Championships. My name is Sam, and I'll be your host the entire weekend as we are here in the heart of Manchester at Depot Mayfield, a hometown gig for me, nice and local. We are part of the UNiDAYS Level Up event. There is a whole bunch going on here where people in the building can win prizes and get themselves some goodies as well. This overall event, we got 6 finals here over the weekend. We have 3 today, which is our Rocket League final today at 11 is what's coming up next. We have our Rainbow Six Siege at 12:30 and then League of Legends at 3 p.m. Then going on to our Sunday event, we have the non-binary finals for Valorant. We have the Valorant finals at 1:30 and then we got Overwatch 2 at 4 o'clock. You are here all weekend. You can stay watching us live on the Twitch as well as in the building. We are here in our spring finals as we get into our second legs on this one, but we couldn't do it without our wonderful sponsors, Scan, Monster Energy, Hot Noodle, Steel Series, Pringles, and of course, UNiDAYS. But that's me doing the spiel. This is me getting already sweaty, and it's already not even 11 o'clock yet. For the people in the building, can we make some noise and get ourselves ready? Perfect. Thank you. That's louder than I expected. I'll take that as well. And the people in the audience, get yourselves ready as we bring out our first finalists for Rocket League. So, first and foremost, from the University of Lincoln, it is Lincoln Park! Here and introducing their opponents for the final from the University of Roehampton. It's Roehampton Esports! Welcome. Both participants on here. So we have Bows on here for Lincoln Park. We have Aero here for Team. But we can come in. We can come in. It's friendly for now. It's friendly for now and stuff. Before we get started, how are we feeling in the final today?
Not the most confident I've been in my life, but I'm ready to play some ball and hope we win.
Okay, we'll go on that one. Aero, how are we feeling getting into the final for this is the 4th consecutive final you guys are in?
Oh no, it's too much to count, but a bit tired, a lot of traveling, but yeah, feeling confident.
Cool. And going forward, looking at the previous results and things, the only team to take games away from Roehampton was Lincoln Park. Does that play into your game plan going into the finals this time, or is it more a case of like, we can do better?
Yeah, I guess we can say we can do better because we didn't actually win the thing, but we won some games, so we'll just hope we win more, hopefully get some more demos, get in their heads and win the game.
And again, being undefeated, getting to this final things. But again, the only team that took games away from you guys, is there anything you guys are going to do differently this time around? I don't want to give too much away, obviously, playing against them, but anything you would do differently going into it?
I mean, listen, we're individually better, so if we just play our game, we win. Like, it's just like that.
Okay, on this one. I'm not going to take too much time for this one. Are we get a handshake? Are we going to get a fist bump before we get started? Is it going to be tense? Are we be friendly? I'm going to back up. It's not that deep. Okay, we can look at that. There you go. Friendship wins on the one. Okay, fair. Yeah, you're going to win. You're going to win. Best of luck to both teams. I'll let you guys go up to setups. Best of the teams. So yeah, we got Lincoln Park. We got Roehampton on this one. But again, I could sit here on stage and talk a little bit, or we could throw to our professional casters. So please go wild, go crazy for Orion Cast and Lecky Specs.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, a warm welcome to all of you in the venue and everyone watching on Twitch. Roehampton versus Lincoln. Now, this has been the story for quite a few seasons, hasn't it, Alec? These teams have met in the grand finals twice before, and twice before it's been Roehampton come out on top. But I do love a fairy tale ending, and this is Lincoln's last ever official NSE series together. Can they pull it out of the bag?
Yeah, what a way to go out with a bang if they can pull it out of the bag. But a very fierce team of Roehampton Esports stands in their way. Now, let's take a little look at these rosters, because these players, they've made names for themselves in the Rocket League community. Roehampton Esports, they have an insane lineup of Neoquan, Aero and Risen. That team, they have played in many tournaments and they have succeeded in just as many that they have played in. Lincoln Park with Misty, Isaac and Bows, the team, the challengers who want to challenge Roehampton Esports, and a team that could as well do so.
Yeah, and I mean, we can look at how these guys stack up in terms of their seasons. Roehampton have a 100% series win rate for this season, have not dropped a single series, played 21, won 21, and they have an 89% game win rate, played 74, and they've won 66, losing only 8 games in the process. If Lincoln want to be victorious today, they're going to have to win 5 games in a single series, and I do have quite the stat that the past 3 times that these guys have matched up in NSE, that is the total number of games that Lincoln have won. It's taken them 3 series for them to win those 5 games. They're going to have to win 5 in 1 today if they want to be victorious. They have matched up this season as well. Roehampton beat Lincoln 3-1 in week 2, knocked them out of that upper bracket final 4-2. And in previous seasons, winter final of this split, Roehampton 5, Lincoln 2. Obviously, Roehampton starting with a 1-game advantage. And in the spring final of 2024, Roehampton beat Lincoln 5-4. So a much closer series there. And obviously, Roehampton as well, we've got to talk about it. Going for the domestic quadruple. You have to go all the way back to this time 2 years ago, where it was Roehampton versus UEA Blue Jays, and they lost 5-4. They also lost that winter final to Salford Lions 5-4, but they have been in every grand final since NSE Winter 2022-2023. Like, this team has just been on a dominant streak, and Lincoln now essentially have one last chance to try and dethrone them.
Yeah, exactly that. It's such a hard streak for Lincoln to break, but if anyone's going to do it, it will be Lincoln Park. Now, I am just excited for this matchup. I've seen Roehampton play plenty of times. I've seen a little bit of Lincoln Park as well, but let's talk about predictions, because this could go either way. This could go to Roehampton, this could go to the challengers Lincoln Park. It's hard not to back a team like Roehampton with the stats that you've just mentioned, but what's your predictions for this?
Yeah, I mean, on paper, Roehampton always looked like favourite team, and you heard in the interviews there that Roehampton saying they're individually better. If they play their game, they win. I can't really disagree with that. Like, that it seems like quite a factual statement. Like, on paper, they're the better team, but I have seen Lincoln when it comes to clutching up. I've seen them play, I think they got to a European University Rocket League Grand Final against arguably the best collegiate team in the world. They came from the lower bracket and needed a bracket reset. Everyone doubted them. They were like, nope, the German team that they were playing against is going to absolutely wipe the floor with them. Lincoln forced that bracket reset and just beat everybody's expectations when the pressure was highest. They ultimately didn't go on to win the grand final, but basically the team that they were playing were untouchable. And it feels like a similar situation. Roehampton at the moment feel untouchable. They felt untouchable for the past 2 years now. So to give a prediction, I think, I'm torn between my head and my heart. My head is saying Roehampton, just based on the facts that I've got in front of me, the season that they've had. My heart is, I wouldn't say hoping because I don't want to be biased, but my heart is maybe saying that Lincoln can really, really put up a fight here, given that, the circumstances they're in. This is their last series playing together. They're on LAN as well, they're sat next to each other. These guys have been friends. They've been gaming for the past 2 years or so. We'll see. I think if I was to give you a score prediction, Roehampton win 5-3.
5-3. Yeah, you know what? It would be such an incredible storyline for Lincoln. And I don't want to show any bias, because Roehampton, like we mentioned, they are just such an incredible good team. But if you're going to take the side of Roehampton, I think I'll take the side of Lincoln. We've got to have someone rooting for the underdogs.
Fair enough.
You've got to have one on each side. Got to keep it level field for us on the desk. But what just an insane series that we are going to witness. I believe there's going to be so many. I hope there's so many overtimes, because both these teams are so level. Like, even though Roehampton, they have more of a pretty picture in terms of results, both these teams, they can perform at the same level. So I'm expecting some overtimes, but what I am expecting is a lot of nervousness, especially with the setting of a LAN. Whoever's going to settle into the LAN environment comfortably first, ultimately will have that, advantage. Who can take control of the LAN jitters, the first game jitters especially. So it could go either way. Roehampton maybe having more experience on that land stage might be able to comfortably settle into that bit easier than Linkin Park, but we don't know. We really can't put our fingers on it until we're in the game.
No, but I mean, one thing that we will see, you know, regardless of who wins, who loses, the level is absolutely insane these days. Like, obviously, as Rocket League has grown as an esport and the skill ceiling of player base has increased, we've seen Uni Rocket League really kind of, you know, take a step up as well. Like, if you cast your minds back to, I don't know, when NSE was kind of first born in, what was it, 2017, 18, I think, something like that. You know, the level was high back then.
Yeah, the level of gaming is just, it's completely, that Rocket League has skyrocketed within the upcoming years, like the 2018, like you had mentioned. Just having a look back, even the production level as well in esports has just skyrocketed, and it's beautiful. Big up the production and big up all the players that have made their way onto the stage today. But ultimately it is going to come down to the next 50 minutes or so who will be the NSE Grand Final champions. Will it be Roehampton Esports, or will we have the nice underdog story of Linkin Park? I don't want to put bias, I already said, but Linkin Park, I'm rooting for that underdog story. You can't not love it. Now, honestly, just looking at the stats there, like Orion had mentioned, the series played, Linkin Park, they have played 22, won 18, lost 4, so they have an 81% series win rate. Now that is an incredible win rate to have underneath your belt. Roehampton Esports, however, have a 100%. So, 100% series win rate compared to an 81 series win rate. You've got to back Roehampton, however, 81 is still such a high number. Can they finally bring Roehampton Esports down and take that away?
Yep, will remain to be seen. My point that I was making before I was cut off by my own internet there, sorry about that, was that, yeah, like, the level has just increased massively. Like, I myself played this season, and I would consider myself to be like, or the team that I played on to be low GC. We struggled to even get to nationals. Like, you know, if that's the top 32 teams in the country. So, and if you're GC or above in 3v3, that's top 1%. So, like, we're talking about the top 1% of the player base is being represented in the top 32 teams, and then if you go all the way up to the top to your Roehamptons and Lincolns, like, these guys are kind of almost knocking on the door of the semi-professional scene, you know, like, for example, making top 128, top 64 in RRCS, which I think Roehampton have done on a couple of occasions. They have played in those professional tournaments, like, as their university team, and have some decent success there. So yeah, the talent that's on display here, and being kind of obviously grown within the universities is absolutely insane. And I'm sure that that's true across all of the esports that NSE is showcasing this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. It's like both of these teams that have made it to the grand final are just that cut above. Like, you talk about like the GC statistic there, that's like the top like 10% of players or whatever. It's such a small margin of players, but then they break off into so many little categories. Like, you have your low GCs who, yes, they are some of the best players in Rocket League, but ideally they're not at the level that Roehampton and Linkin Park are, and that's why they are on this grand final stage today. That's why one of these teams will take home that grand final title, and I'm just really, really excited to get underway with this series.
Yep, it seems like we should be underway sooner or later. I mean, you talked about nerves as well. I think Lincoln have played on LAN before. I think the past couple of NSE Grand Finals have been on LAN. Lincoln have played in them, so by a process of deduction, probably these teams have faced up on LAN before. Roehampton obviously used to playing essentially on LAN, because they have their esports facility at their university, so every time that they're playing NSE together, they're sat next to each other in the facility, so this is normal for them. I feel like they'd be maybe even more uncomfortable if they were playing online, so possibly advantage for Roehampton, because they're just so used to being sat next to their teammates, and goal goes in, fist bumps, the vibes are good. Lincoln, maybe not so much, but yeah, they have been in this situation before, they have been in this scenario before. I don't think we're going to see much nerves. I think maybe the first couple of games will kind of set the tone for the series. I'm potentially expecting Roehampton to be the ones to take control of the series early on, and Lincoln potentially can mount a bit of a fight back here. But the thing with Roehampton is, once you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And, if you give them a couple of games, it might feel like the series is already slightly leaning towards them. If Roehampton win 2 games, which would put them 3-0 up in the series in this best of 9, then yeah, you're looking at a potential from there 5-2 Lincoln. It just feels like it could slowly slip from Lincoln's grasp. We don't know. We're speculating, right? Until we see the first game and how both teams are performing, we don't know. We could talk all we want. We've been introduced as the professional casters. I don't know if I would go quite that far myself, but we're trying our best to kind of set the scene and give everyone an idea of what they can expect, regardless of if Lincoln come out on top or Roehampton come out on top. I still think this is going to be a hugely entertaining series.
Oh yeah, 100%. Maybe not professional casters, but professional speculators. That's what
Yes.
we're trying to do. We have to just gonna go off the facts and just speculate on, what we think will happen. Roehampton, they have the results that you would expect them to win this, and like you mentioned, they have the experience of being on land, they have their esport facilities, so nervousness might not, come to them since they're so used to that environment. But Linkin Park, it might to them. So we honestly just have no idea. We could just sit here, speculate all day. It looks like it should be Roehampton on paper, but Linkin Park being the only team to take away games from Roehampton is promising. It holds a bit of hope for them.
Yeah, that is true. The only games that Roehampton have lost this season have been... I think they maybe lost a couple to Bath, I want to say. I don't have that in my stats, but I mean, 8 games over the course of a whole season, out of 74, and for Lincoln to be victorious here, they need to win 5 in one series, and Roehampton have played 21 so far. So yeah, 8 games lost in 21 series. Lincoln need to win 5. It just, every time I look back at my stat sheet, I'm like, yeah, Roehampton have got this. And then I think about Lincoln, and I cast my mind back to that European series, and like, I don't know, my mind is just, my head and my heart is having a real kind of tennis match at the moment. My head's like, Roehampton have the stats, Roehampton have the players, Roehampton have the accolades, Roehampton win. And then my heart goes, oh, it's Lincoln's last series, they've proved me wrong before, like, the storyline would be amazing, it would deny Roehampton the quadruple. I'm so torn. I don't think I've been this torn about a series in God knows how long.
Yeah, no, it's just going to be an absolute incredible series no matter the result. There's so much that we're expecting from this. Like we mentioned, overtimes, surely we get a couple of overtimes in there with how, even both of these teams are. Surely we see a lot of maybe, demos and bumps. Those are incredibly useful in Rocket League. I don't think many teams utilize that. However, teams at Roehampton and Lincoln's, their stature, their level of playing, surely they have to have the bumps and demos underneath their belt. They're so underutilized in Collegiate Rocket League that if Lincoln or Roehampton can just focus on maybe getting those demos and bumps where necessary, it's an easy advantage. You bring your game down from a 3 versus 3 to a 3 versus 2. It's literally, on paper, it's almost a free win every single time, free goal even. So just utilizing the demos and bumps, we'd love to see that. Talk about positioning. I can imagine both these teams, they have incredible positioning already. but who's going to have the better?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the demos. Also, you know, it's just the pace of the play at this level. Like, these players are able to read where the ball is going so quickly, and they're on the same wavelengths as their teammates. Like, you know, it's very rare at this level you'll just see someone boom the ball downfield and give possession away. It's all about just kind of maintaining possession, maintaining your control of the game. Whether that's, you know, just kind of sitting behind the ball on an air dribble, taking a 50-50 in the midfield, just so your teammates can recuperate behind you, or passing across defense to a teammate so that they can...
Yeah, talking about positioning, like you were mentioning, Orion, you know, you have to have that down to a T. Your positioning has to be absolutely perfect. At this stage of Rocket League, both of these teams, they have almost perfect positioning. So if you catch yourself over-rotating, if you play boost over ball or ball over boost when you shouldn't be, if you're that third man back and you're in a really bad spot, you are going to cause so many mistakes for your team, and the opposing team, being at the level they are, they will capitalize on that. They will be able to take advantage, and it just needs to be perfect. Everything needs to be straight, like down to the T, perfect for both of these teams. Yeah, I feel like both of these teams, they just have so many opportunities to not only make great plays, but they have so many opportunities with the nervousness of the land to make mistakes. There might be double commits, even triple commits. We've seen it before in high-level Rocket League. It happens to the best of us, and it might just happen here on this LAN stage. So it's all just going to be about who can control the team better, who can control the nerves, who's going to live in the moment, who's going to enjoy the nervousness, who's going to enjoy the experience of the LAN, the grand title, you know, just being ever so close. You're so close to being the winners of the grand final. You need to just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, and Lincoln have never won an NSC grand final despite making it there on 2 previous occasions. So this would be the final of all finals for them, and I mean it is. This will be the last final they participate in as their current roster, so do or die for them here.
Yep, do or die, but now we are into the game. Roehampton versus Lincoln Park. Who will be the first team to score a goal? Will it be that Roehampton? Neoquan looks to put that onto net. Doesn't quite work its way into the back of that orange net, but they still have a lot of possession into the orange half. Misty has to make a touch here, and yes, he does, but Risen is on the back of that ball. The aggression from Roehampton Esports, they're starting off strong.
Arrow, flip reset, drops it down, blocked by Misty. Risen in the corner, pops it over one. Just carrying it forward with that boost. Can he get a second touch on it? Bows, opts to go out of net. Neoquan gonna drop it down, looks for the bump on Isaac, gets the demo on Isaac. Misty there to bail his teammate out. Risen now on the backboard trying to wreak havoc. Another bump coming through. You spoke about this in the pre-game, and already I've seen about 4 or 5 bumps. 2 or 3 of them resulting in demos from Roehampton. They're just taking out the defense of Lincoln and trying to punch a hole to get that opening goal.
Yep, we are still scoreless as we hit the 3-minute 30 mark of Roehampton. They have had plenty of opportunities, but Lincoln, they're like just an absolute wall. At the minute, they're playing masterclass defense. Can they start an attack of their own? Doesn't look like it, as Arrow is up onto the wall, onto the ceiling now, looking for the touch over to one of his teammates, but it's met by Misty, and now Lincoln, they might have a shot, but no. Neoquan quick to send that ball flying into the orange half, followed by Risen. Pinches off of the wall. Misty can't quite make the touch, and this could be an opportunity for Roehampton, but Isaac will be the last man to get a touch on that ball and keep Lincoln Park alive for the time being. Neoquan up over into that corner there, and Roehampton as much as they're having a lot of possession and a lot of attacks, they're not able to capitalize quite yet.
No, but you're seeing the Roehampton players flex their mechanical muscles. They're so fast at every ball being challenged, getting a 50-50 on it, especially in the midfield. We haven't really seen Lincoln on offense yet. Every time they get something going, it just seems like they run out of steam, run out of boost. There's nobody in the midfield there. Roehampton are able to take control of that and transition onto offense.
Yep, Lincoln now having a little bit of an attack of their own, but Neoquan is going to be the man to send that flying into the midfield over to Risen, who takes that ball high, gets a 50 off of Bows, and Aero tries to quickly go up to the ball. He can do it, falls right in front of the orange net, but again, Roehampton can't quite capitalize on their attack. Lincoln, they have a chance of their own to do something. The demo comes out, but ultimately it's not going to result in much.
Even scoreline so far, but you have to say it's Roehampton that have had the better opportunities, and that was one there, but two players in the net forcing the block. Blocked in midfield now by Aero over to the right-hand side. Aero on it again, misses that. It's a fake for Risen though. Two players committing, nobody there on the follow-up for Roehampton. 1 minute 30 left on the clock now. We've played 3 minutes 30 at a stalemate. Aero, what can he do? Tries to go underneath with the fake. Risen with the shot now. It's a barrage, an onslaught from Roehampton, but still unable to get past this iron defense of Lincoln.
Yeah, it's a defensive masterclass, you can say, from Lincoln right now. They've not had many attacks of their own, but they have been able to keep out plenty of Roehamptons, but surely that wall has got to crumble at some point as Risen looks to put this on target. But it falls into the hands of Isaac, who will bring this into the midfield. Over to Aero. Misty doesn't get the touch that he wants, and instead we have to opt for a 50 in the midfield. Risen over now, trying to put on a little bit of another attack for Roehampton, but it's not going to result in much. You know, Neoquan, he's up, tries to find the pass, tries to find the goal, but instead the save of a lifetime from Bows keeps Lincoln Park alive for the time being.
This could be a masterclass of a game from Lincoln if they're able to take it here. 30 seconds left, still goalless, but saved off the inside of the post by Lincoln. Or is this going to go all the way downfield? There's been a demo. Can he get the block? Not quite. No follow-up shot either. Here comes Misty. He's got it over the top of one. Can he steer it into the net? Gets the flip reset. Nobody for the follow-up shot. Lincoln trying their best now. They're slowly moving on to offense. Roehampton don't look nervous, but Lincoln are definitely asking the questions.
Yeah, could we have a game number one overtime? No, Isaac, he is going to make a vital save to keep Lincoln Park's dreams alive for the time being. Now, will this ball touch the floor, or do Roehampton want to score to stop overtime from happening? No, instead the ball is going to be sent straight into that floor, and game number one, we have overtime.
Unreal game one, and I talked previously before the game about setting the tone. If that sets the tone for the series, where both teams are so evenly matched, I hope this trend continues. I mean, Roehampton have been piling on the pressure, Lincoln absorbing it like a sponge. How long can they go on for? Can they find an opportunity for themselves? This one's going to drop dangerously in front of net. Aero doesn't make the touch. Risen, though, on the backboard, sends it back into the midfield. Isaac back into the mixer. Aero takes over, doesn't have a whole lot of boost to carry it upfield, but he's gotten it over Bows into the corner now. Looking for a teammate. Bows tries to get that disruptive touch, and the midfield battles continue.
Yeah, this overtime honestly could go forever given how the first 5 minutes had went. But Lincoln, they seem to have a lot more possession in this overtime than they did in the main start of the game. But it doesn't matter because Roehampton are still keeping up that aggression that we saw. Over to Misty, looks to put it on the backboard, but it will be blocked. Down to Bows, looks for a pass. Isaac's not quite where he should be, but now he's able to capitalize, get that 50, try to push the ball further up into this blue half. Over to Misty, puts it on shot, but Aero is able to comfortably make a save.
Oh, Aero into the air. Should be able to get the block here. Can't get it underneath Isaac, though, with a beautiful ground pinch. Misty with the flip reset. Isaac jumping for it. 50 in the midfield. Aero once again takes control into the skies. And it's Risen into the corner. Met by Isaac. Dropping down Misty in a very awkward spot there. You could see Neoquan going for the bump. Trying to punch the hole through the defense. Shot in the midfield. Straight up and straight down. Risen, what can he do with this one? Just a low block. Doesn't really bear any fruit in terms of the offense.
Yeah, a minute 50 into this overtime, and still both of these teams are putting up just as equal work as the other. Roehampton look to play a bit of a defensive masterclass here as Isaac opts to not use that flip reset. Makes the pass down to Misty, but can't do anything as Neoquan gets a pinch off of that sidewall, sends it further into the orange half. Could Roehampton capitalise on this now as the ball works its way in front of the net, but Bows makes a touch over into the sidewall to clear it for the time being, and we're still scoreless. 2 minutes have went by.
Yeah, it was a good period of sustained pressure there for Roehampton. They looked like scoring, as they have done all game, but still unable to find what would still be an opening goal, but it would be a goal that would be good enough to take this game. So important here, I think, for Lincoln to take this overtime. They've got a golden opportunity. They're already 1-0 down in this best of 9, so they'd essentially tie things up and play a best of 7 from here. Aero sends this one long, gives away possession. Bows has to deal with it in the corner, should get back to it with the double, but Neoquan reads it, beats him to it, hit long from Isaac. But Lincoln maybe getting a little bit more desperate now. They're just hitting it back to Roehampton. The shot comes through. Aero puts it up high. Bows just with a little drop down. Doesn't really have any venom behind it. Doesn't test the defense as much as he would have liked. But now a bit of sustained pressure for Lincoln here in the pass towards Isaac. Into the air, Neoquan with the block. Bows, can he get it on target? Risen there to meet it. Every action here has an equal and opposite reaction. Crazy Rocket League so far.
Yeah, it was a bit like Newton's third law, you know, everything. It's like ping pong right now, you know, just this is an absolute tennis match where the ball is going everywhere on this field, apart from in the back of the net. But it could be an opportunity for Lincoln as they set up for an attack. Instead, it will be a counter-attack for Neoquan, who looks past to Risen, can't quite find the touch, however. Ball hits off of the ceiling over into Risen, over to Neoquan. But it isn't going to be on target. Plenty of boost for Aero to work with. He can get past one, get past two. It's a shot on target. But Isaac, he's able to save. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Neoquan, he's there to secure the first goal of this grand final.
9 minutes and 5 seconds of Rocket League to score one goal. One goal was all it took. But it is Roehampton. And they do move 2-0 up in the series, but genuinely for, you know, Lincoln coming into this series as the underdogs, to deny Roehampton for as long as they did, given how good the opportunities that Roehampton created were, I think they've got to be really proud of that. And, you know, going forwards in the series, that is about as close a game of Rocket League as you could get. Lincoln could have quite easily won that with any of the opportunities they created, as it was just that one goal game. So yeah, Lincoln, I believe, are firmly in this grand final. Both teams look like they're operating at pretty much 100% straight out of the starting blocks. I wouldn't expect to see one team really take control. It might be that we get close games and Roehampton win, and the series scoreline doesn't really tell the full story. But what a series we're in for. What a game one.
Yeah, we did say it was going to be close. We expected some overtimes, and we got it straight from the bat. One goal, that golden goal territory. What a way to kick off the series, like you mentioned. And both these teams, they look to be firmly in place. They look ready to go. No first game jitters for either of these teams. Just pure excitement as we head into game number 2. Can Lincoln finally take one from Roehampton?
Yeah, game 2, but essentially game 3 in this best of 9. Roehampton now 2-0 up. They only need 3 more, and it took us 9 minutes to score previously. It almost took us 9 seconds there for Lincoln to get their first goal in this game, and indeed the series. Isaac with a flip reset, opts not to use it, just toying with Neoquan there. What am I going to do? How are you going to be able to read this? Does eventually make the block. But we'll see if this game has a different dynamic. If we get a few more goals a bit earlier on. Arrow onto the crossbar. Misty carries it away.
Yep, hopefully we can get a different dynamic. Maybe a couple of early goals. But only time is going to tell. Risen on that side wall. Doesn't have much boost to work with. But we'll try to pass this down to a teammate nonetheless. Isaac with the pass over into that corner. But it doesn't matter. It's right in the hands of Arrow, who puts it on target. Not quite going to be in the back of the net. However, in Lincoln, they can start an attack of their own. Arrow with the save. can take it over two of the Lincoln players, but it's just still back in the Roehampton corner. There's not much that Roehampton can do apart from play defense and now opt for this counter-attack.
Bowles in the corner. It's already had a bit of time there, but in came Neo Kwan on that offensive rotation. Gets it into the midfield. Arrow surely makes the shot, but beautiful rotation there from Bowles coming through from the midfield to bail his teammates out on defense after they got beaten. Here's Neo Kwan looking for the flip reset. Risen into the air himself. Might try and get a flip reset and pinch into the midfield. Isaac just staying behind the ball. Misty with the boost takes control. Bowles now drops it over towards Misty again. Gets that touch, but Lincoln, they are linking up, but they're just not able to make any headway down the field at the moment. Roehampton meeting them consistently at the halfway line and then just putting the pressure on.
Yeah, this game is just such a stalemate. Can Neo Kwan be the first to send it, however? He gets a pass over onto the backboard, down to Aero, who's able to slot it in to that orange net. Misty wasn't able to make the touch, and neither was the other Linkin Park player sitting in the net. And ultimately now, we have the scoreline of our last game, and there's still 3 minutes left on the clock. Can Lincoln do anything here?
There was a nice kickoff there from Lincoln, going for the immediate demo to try and get the kickoff goal. Oh, it's almost worked out for them. Neo Kwan, can he sneak it in? Risen, yes he can. 2-0 to Roehampton now. Kickoff not working out for Lincoln despite the high IQ play. Roehampton straight down the other end. All of Lincoln starved on boost. The most was Bowell with 32, and Roehampton just able to smother it across the goal line there and extend their lead in Game 3.
Yeah, you know, Neo Kwan just slightly missing that goal there. That should have been it for Roehampton's attack, but Risen, he was still where he needed to be and he was able to slot it in. Can Lincoln slot one of their own, however? Misty tries to, but will not be successful this time. Over to Aero. Tries to get the pass down to Neo Kwan, but he has to rotate back. Boost has not spawned for him just yet either. There's not much he can do apart from rotate out. Over to Isaac, the ball makes its way into that left-hand side corner, and Misty can start an attack of his own. Down over to Bowes, will be met by Aero in the air, however, and Lincoln, they have another shot as Isaac's back. Over to Misty, who will get that 50 in the midfield, but nothing will come from it for the side of Lincoln.
Yeah, one stat that I'm starting to get a little bit worried about. We've now played almost 15 minutes of Rocket League, and here comes my caster's curse for the day. Lincoln haven't scored yet. Oh no. No! No! Why? What is it? You even called it, man!
The caster curse of the day. Oh.
That's fantastic. Okay, Lincoln have now scored. They've shut me down. They've shut me up. Completely erased that point. That never happened. But they're still 2-1 down. That is the caveat. They have now scored. They haven't been completely shut out in back-to-back games. But they're going to need to do a little bit more than that if they want to beat Roehampton.
Now hopefully they have that first goal, however, that could just be what, you know, kicks them into the swing of this series. You have your first goal, you've got that momentum that you needed, you know you can score against this Roehampton team. Now, can they bring this 1-goal deficit down to an equal game? They only have, you know, limited time, just over 60 seconds to work with. They need to put on more attacks than what we are seeing, and this could be the start of one, but Neo Kwan will be quick to touch that ball over into the sidewall. Not much that he can do there. We'll have to opt for Risen to get that 50. Aero up onto the sidewall. Can't quite get the second touch, but Misty can't get one of his own either. That's going to slot in the back of the orange net by Aero. And any hopes that Linkin Park were going to equalise this game, they've quickly faded.
Yeah, Roehampton are putting on an absolute masterclass in the midfield at the moment. Like, you'll just always see one player, like, patrolling that halfway line, and it doesn't matter where, left, right, centre the ball goes. There just always seems to be a Roehampton player there able to either make a 50-50 or just control the ball, take it into the air, get a 50 in that midfield and just maintain possession, maintain the pressure on Lincoln, just pen them in their own half, steal their boost, demo them. It's utterly
yeah, there is so much just on the side of Roehampton, and Lincoln, they haven't quite been able to match up to that as of yet. 20 seconds left. We need a miracle from Lincoln. They need to slot one in the back of that net now, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Risen keeps the hopes alive for Roehampton to get their constellation goal as there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Can Risen do it? He can! There's the consolation goal for Roehampton. He further sinks the dreams of Lincoln Park taking this grand final. And what an absolute way to do it. We had that first game where it was 1 goal overtime, golden goal territory, and now Roehampton, they are just absolutely, sweeping Lincoln Park right now.
Yeah, 4-1 scoreline. They've taken what they built in game 1 and they've just built upon it. 4-1 is a statement. They're now 3-0 up. Lincoln from this point, if they want to win the series, they're going to have to go 5-2 with Roehampton. It seems like it's running away from them. I don't think that they are completely down and out in the series. I am expecting to see them win at least 1 game, if not 2, just based on the performance so far. They have only scored 1 goal so far, though, compared to Roehampton's 5. They seem happy. They seem calm. If looking at their cameras there, they don't seem, dejected and downbeat just yet. They're having fun, They've got to play on LAN, which is always a fun experience, but they're competitors at the end of the day. They want to win. I can see them locking in, potentially taking a game or 2 off Roehampton, as maybe Roehampton start to relax a little bit. Go, yep, we're 3-0 up, 2 more games, let's have some fun. We will see what happens, but we go into game number 4 now. Roehampton 3-0 up in the series, 2 games away from quadruple NSC split titles.
Quadruple, what a statistic it will be, but Lincoln Park, they're not out of it just yet. As we head into game number 4, can Lincoln do something? It doesn't look like they can, as Neil Kwan will be the first to sink a goal this game, and what a quick goal that was. It's over rotation from Lincoln. Are the nerves of Roehampton setting into Lincoln? Are Lincoln Park finally starting to feel the nervousness that we talked about?
Yeah, you mentioned the over-rotation there. It was definitely a mistake on the defense, just too eager to push forwards and try and get that transition onto offense, and it does cost them as the 50 goes back into a dangerous area and is converted. So Roehampton not taking long to score, but Lincoln trying to get a response on the board just as quickly. Here's Aero. How much boost does he have? Does get the touch. Risen can't get to it. Neoquant pops it up onto the backboard. Nobody there. It's going to be awkward for Misty. Put over to the side. Risen finds Aero beautifully. Can he get back to this? The fake from Risen almost comes through there. That would have been quite the way to just annihilate the defense. But everywhere you look, everywhere that ball is going, a Roehampton player is there. And it seems like they're orchestrating it themselves. They're passing to each other beautifully. They just have such a deep knowledge of where they are on the field. But it's not going to matter for now, as Isaac does pop one over the top for Lincoln's second goal of this series. And evens things up here. Tie game and all.
Yeah, beautifully done by Isaac there. We talked about the team play from Roehampton, but Lincoln able to show that they've got a bit of fire behind them with that solo play from Isaac, and that is something that we need to kind of speak about, the solo play potential from these players, as Neil Kwan almost put one into the back of that Lincoln net. But both these teams, they need to also not be able to orchestrate together. They need to have the solo plays that we saw from Isaac, and that keeps Lincoln Park's dreams alive for the time being as they put on a bit of an attack of their own. Aero looks to pop that over Isaac, and yes, he does, over into the orange half of the field. Will be met by Misty. Over one, meets Neil Kwan into the midfield, but ultimately Roehampton can't do much here apart from try and break down this fiery Lincoln Park defense.
Yeah, Lincoln at the moment, I'm just kind of looking at their offense, and they're very much going one at a time, just kind of hitting the ball into an open space, being picked up by a Roehampton defender and then challenging. I feel like if they can find each other a bit more like that, that was much better from Isaac to Misty there. and Bowles with the shot now. If they can start playing a bit more like a cohesive unit, which is what Roehampton have been so good at so far, then I feel like they maybe could get more success. Because if you're just giving the ball away to Roehampton, then I don't feel that that is going to be the best way forward. Roehampton are so exceptional at controlling the ball, and they get possession back and just transitioning onto offense, that I think Lincoln need to be a little bit less hit and hope and a bit more try and find each other as a shot comes through. Neoquan with the squishy save off the inside of the crossbar. That's one for the highlight reel for sure. But things still at a stalemate here, as it was for most of game one.
Yeah, both of these teams just showing absolute mechanical skill, the top level Rocket League. We are seeing it all here as demos are coming out left, right and centre. And like we talked about, the demos allow an easy opportunity at the goal. And Linkin Park, they capitalise on that. They demo 1, they demo 2, and Bowes has a free net. All he had to do was hit the ball in the back, scored the open net, which by the way we're all prone to missing, especially with the nervousness of a LAN stage, but it doesn't matter for him, as Lincoln, they're able to finally for the first time take lead of a series, but it might not be for long, as Risen is able to equalise almost immediately, and Linkin Park, what they thought was their first lead, is now being just absolutely demolished by Risen and Roehampton, and it's an equal game again.
Yeah, Neoquan there in the 2v1, got that flip reset, and you know, they're recognising that Roehampton are going for these flip resets a lot of the time, and the problem with that is, when you have that flip reset, you have to give the players a bit of respect, you have to give them a bit of space, because, you know, you don't know when they're going to use that, you have to kind of anticipate a little bit. Neoquan used it to perfection there, got the flip reset, and realised that he had the space in front of him, went down to the ground, and then was just able to beat the two players, getting a beautiful flick over the top, and then of course it was Risen to convert the opportunity. So Lincoln looked like they'd taken control of this game, 2-1 up and in the lead for the first time in a game this series. But yeah, Roehampton straight down the other end, beautiful bit of skill there from Neoquan, makes it an even game once again.
Ball finds its way into the hand of Misty, who looks to take the lead once again of the series, but will be met by Risen. Not a lot of boost to ultimately work with, as the ball's going to find itself over to Bowes, maybe over into the hands of Aero. Tries to put something on target, but will be quickly saved by Misty. 40 seconds remain. We could be in for another overtime unless one of these teams are able to capitalise. Down to Neoquan. Gets the pinch, will be able to get another touch on that ball as well. Beautifully sets up Risen to send this further down the field. Over to Neoquan, over to Risen, who can't quite do anything, as there's another save from Misty, who's just been an absolute defensive masterclass.
Yeah, I feel like this game now is must win for Lincoln. Like, if Roehampton win this, it's match point, and Roehampton from match point, I don't think they lose the series. Is it going to be a full sweep? That would be extremely painful for Lincoln, given how well they've played so far. Like, I can't really highlight that many mistakes from Lincoln. It's so difficult at this level, you know, it's almost micro mistakes that you have to really nitpick for. And even that, I'm like, on the surface, Lincoln have played a great series so far. It's just Roehampton have been ever so slightly better.
Yeah, exactly that. Like you said, Lincoln, if they don't happen to take away this game, it's going to be incredibly hard for them to take back the series from Roehampton. But Lincoln, they're not showing any signs of slowing down, as they have plenty of aggression on this blue net. Roehampton, they need to take a page out of Lincoln's book and keep up that defensive masterclass that we have seen. Over to Bowes, hit off of the crossbar as there's a shot on target from Risen. Nothing will come of it as of yet, except from a pass them to Neoquan, who tries to send a long shot, but two very strong Linkin Park players stand in his way. Over into the hands of Risen, off of the ceiling now, down to Misty, who will meet him in the air, followed by Isaac, who gets a shot onto that goal, down to Bowes. This honestly looks like it should be Lincoln's game to take, but Roehampton, they're doing everything they can to make sure that this could be an opportunity for a clean sweep. We talked about Roehampton having the stats, they're showing it on the field. Are they able to sink this into the back of the orange net? Risen is there, but the save comes out from one of the Lincoln players. Bowes, an absolute masterclass, 5 saves already from him, and he looks to try and put on an attack. He can't quite do it yet as Neoquan's there. It's hit the crossbars underneath, and Lincoln, they looked like they should have taken that game, but Roehampton, they stomp their feet on the ground. They are the ones to take game number 4 and ultimately stop the chances of Lincoln Park doing anything that they could there. What a masterclass from Roehampton Esports. That looked like it should have been Lincoln's game, and it just completely backfired.
Yeah, Roehampton go 4-0 up in the series. It looks like it could be curtains for Lincoln. I said they've been playing such a good game so far, but ultimately, you know, Roehampton's, they've been the champions for the past 3 splits now. They've been in the grand finals for the past 5. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, you know, this dynasty that Roehampton has been able to keep up for this amount of time.
Yeah, honestly, Lincoln, they need to now just full throttle, 100%. They need to do something here because Roehampton, they look like they're running away with the series. And we know that Lincoln were the only team to take away games from Roehampton, but it doesn't look like they're doing it on the LAN stage. We need to see something from Lincoln or Roehampton. They will take that quadruple very comfortably, but the scoreline of these games have not done Lincoln justice. Can they do themselves justice and take a game of their own?
Well, we'll have to see how this game pans out. As Neoquan sends it towards the defense. Isaac in an awkward spot here, is able to transition onto offense. Looks for the flick over one, does get it. Neoquan on that defensive rotation, can't get the 50 in the midfield. Risen though, beautifully there. They're tracking back now, our Lincoln. They're having to push up so high, be so aggressive to Roehampton, but it's just not working out for them entirely because Roehampton, once they transition onto offense, they are so fast getting downfield.
Yeah, this Roehampton team are so incredibly fast. It's so hard to keep up with, especially with the team chemistry plays that we almost saw work out there. You know, it's so hard. You see the ball one place, 1 second, and then it's over to another player from Roehampton, and then it's in the back of Lincoln's net. It's so hard to keep up with this Roehampton team, but Lincoln are doing an incredible job. They're having a great day defensively. They just need to work on their attack. They need to break through the wall of Roehampton and score someone of their own. Over to Bows, who tries to get a touch, can't quite do it, so will have to opt for the help of his teammates. A little bit of a double commit from Lincoln might leave Roehampton with an easy shot. Instead, they're able to regroup very quickly, very nicely, and now convert to an opportunity of their own. Down over to Isaac, who looks to make the pass out to Misty, but Risen is there. The demo has come out from one of the Aero players. Oh, Roehampton, they're able to slot into the back of the orange net with a nice flip reset from Risen over one of the Lincoln players.
Wow. Yeah, like, the ability of these Roehampton players to make something out of nothing is genuinely incredible. Like, that ball was bouncing, you know, at car height off the ground. Risen picks it up, gets a couple of touches, sees the defense's stretch, gets that flip reset, puts some acceleration behind the ball, and is just able to caress it over the top. Here's Aero. Can he get a highlight reel goal of his own? Not quite. Cleared off the backboard by Isaac. Risen now into the skies again. Is he going to look for another flip reset here? Gets one touch onto the ceiling, over towards Neoquan. What can he do with it? Drops into the midfield. Aero, backboard, looks for the double touch. Denied by Isaac. Neoquan onto the backboard now. Absolutely relentless from Roehampton. And Neoquan doubles the Roehampton advantage. This feels like it could be game, set, and match.
Roehampton have just come out swinging in this series and this game. Lincoln, they have to do everything in their power to equalise, 2 goals down. It's not entirely impossible for them, but with the way that Roehampton are playing, they're showing no signs of slowing down. It's going to be so hard for Lincoln to do anything, but there's a shot on net from Misty, and that might be what sets Lincoln Park back in the swing of this game. A 1-goal deficit is all that stands between them and an equal game, and their chance of bringing the series closer in favour of Lincoln.
Yeah, Roehampton getting a little bit lazy on defense there, just committing too far forwards, didn't leave that third man back, and ultimately the shot coming through onto an empty net. So Lincoln, this is their last chance now. As Neoquan onto the backboard, Roehampton continuing to put the pressure on. They're not letting up. Flick from Aero into the midfield. Risen is there, shoots across the net. Isaac didn't see him coming, and as soon as I was talking about it, it seems Roehampton back in control once again.
Everything that Lincoln do when they finally get a goal of their own, when there's finally hope for them in this series, Roehampton are so quick to shut it down. And that's what's incredible about this Roehampton roster. They don't give up no matter what. They still have 100% on this field. And even though they're sitting comfortably right now, you know, they're still showing the exact same level of Rocket League. But wait a minute, Lincoln, they're not going to take that goal easily as they want one of their own. They still have hopes in this series. The pass over to Misty Slot's top right corner, and they're still in it. They still have the chance to equalize and take their first game.
Yeah, I mean, talk about threading the needle there. Risen was perfectly positioned, but had to jump off the sidewall, and Misty managed just to slot it between his car and the top corner of the upright there. Misty once again rocking the SSL car decal. Full season rewards there, so SSL in multiple seasons, as are all the players on the field at the moment. And I mean, having watched the game so far, it would be difficult to say that these guys weren't of that level. We'll see if Lincoln are able to pull something out of the bag. Misty with the shot on target, and it's with Bows on the back line. Hits over towards Neoquan though. That's just one thing that Lincoln need to try and avoid doing, and that's giving possession away to Roehampton, because they will just take the ball, say thank you very much, and in a moment of individual brilliance,
Neoquan able to slot that under the crossbar like you were saying. There's absolute individual brilliance from Neoquan, and Aero, he was there as well. He was able to slot that in if Neoquan couldn't, and Lincoln, they had the chances to bring them back in front, but they've been too sloppy with it. They've let Roehampton get some easy picks, and ultimately this is just over for Lincoln. There's 55 seconds left, and they have 3 goals just to equalize, just to bring us to overtime, which ultimately every overtime that we have had, they have lost the golden goal territory. Can they do it with the pressure of this being their last game? They look to be in the swing of things. Lincoln, they take one of their own. The hopes, they have not died down yet. They want it just as bad as Roehampton do. The pass over to Bows slots in the back of that blue net, and it's absolutely beautiful.
2 goals in 50 seconds is what Lincoln needs to even stay alive in the series. Here's Isaac dropping it down. Neoquan makes the read, gets the clear. 40 seconds now for Lincoln, and the ball firmly in their half. Roehampton still challenging, still putting the pressure on, still trying to create the offensive opportunities. Here's Risen with the flip reset once again. So much confidence in front of net for these Roehampton players. Less than 30 seconds to go. It feels like it could be all over for Lincoln despite their best efforts in the series. Aero gonna opt to leave that one, just run down the clock. Neoquan comes in for it. Lincoln penned in their own half. 10 seconds left. I think it is all over. Roehampton 5-4 against Lincoln at the first time of asking. 5-2 at the next time of asking, and they've done it one better here. 5-0. The domestic quadruple. Never seen before in the history of UK University Rocket League, but it is Roehampton to take the title and beat Lincoln for a 3rd grand final in a row. Commiserations to Lincoln. They fought so hard, but the Titans of Roehampton prevail once again.
What an incredible series by both of these teams. I mean, the score, it just doesn't do both of these teams justice. And we saw that Roehampton had the stats. They had everything that proved to us, you know, they should be the ones to win it here. We have the stats, we have the confidence, and ultimately, that's what it's come down to. They've shown that on the field. And Lincoln, although not able to take away a game, there was games that were very close. We were on the edge of our seat the entire time. We did not know how they were going to go. Just taking a look at these replays here, what an incredible incredible game from both of these teams. Both these teams should be incredibly proud of how they have performed. Roehampton, yeah, just they were able to be the better team on the day and they showed up.
Yeah, I mean the first game felt like a game 7. We had 9 minutes where neither side was able to score, and then from there Roehampton with that game win with the confidence just took the momentum forward in the series. They never looked like letting up. I don't know what the stats ultimately were. I think Lincoln probably had their best game in that last game, scoring 3 goals there, but ultimately Roehampton scored 5. So, you know, Roehampton once again, like, you can compliment them endlessly. They're faultless. I think we maybe saw 1 or 2 mistakes from Roehampton that entire series, and the amount of things that they were able to do well to maintain control of that midfield especially, and when Lincoln was giving the ball away to them, just take control of the ball, get it over the defense, like Neoquan, Risen, you see this play here, just 1v2s, and I think maybe that's the difference maker that, you know, Roehampton said before they were confident.
Yeah, Roehampton were incredibly confident, and it showed on the field. You know, just every single goal that they scored, it was with confidence. There was no mistake. There was no accidental goals. They knew exactly what to do. It was orchestrated brilliantly. Everything was down to a T. The communication was there. You saw the confidence. You saw the experience that this roster have on the field, and just what an incredible day for Roehampton. They didn't let Lincoln take a single game away in that series, but Lincoln, they were still able to, you know, put up such an incredible fight with 2 overtimes against such a team like Roehampton. It's an incredible, you know, stat for them. They were not able to have the underdog story they wanted, and even though that they did not win the grand final, that Roehampton are the champions, Lincoln, they can still go away today and be proud of everything they've done on the field, be proud that they made it to the land stage, and they can go home happy. They can definitely go home just being absolutely proud of everything they have done. Roehampton as well, they can go home with the grand final title under their belt, and they can go home champions. So, thank you very much for joining us. I have had a brilliant time casting this. I know, Orion, you definitely have as well. And we're going to throw back to our lovely host, Bailey, who will take you through our interviews.
Thank you, Lucky Specs. Thank you, Orion Cast. Fantastic comms on that one. I am here with Risen, who they've nominated to talk through this one. Fantastic game. Did you guys think it was going to be that 5-0? I'm not going to say whitewash because that feels rude, but do you think you were going to get that 5-0 as a team?
Yeah, I'd say so. And we were very confident going into it, and I felt like we were all playing well. I think last time we were a little bit shaky. I think it was we nearly got reverse swept. So this time we remembered to stay fully locked in so that wouldn't happen again.
Let's go back to that first game as well. No goals, overtime, nearly 9 minutes played. Was there any point in that where you guys were, because there was a lot of pressure on you guys from the goal line, was there anything where you guys were like, okay, we need to change our focus, or was it pretty much a case of we'll just ride this wave and get into doing what we do best?
I think it was a little bit of warming up, you know, setting up and things like that, and coming here, my hands were really cold, so like coming into the long overtime, it was like, oh, I've really got to practice my shots. And then afterwards, our coach Freecan sort of gave us a bit of advice on things to work on, and then heading into game 2, I felt like it was a lot better.
Yeah, again, I'm wearing a hoodie. I know how cold it is on this stage as well. Yeah, talking us through the rest of the game. So again, already having that 1-0 advantage played into it. It felt like smooth sailing, but again, I feel like the scores don't reflect how tough that was. Games like, how is it, again, playing a team like Lincoln Park, who know you guys just as well? How does it feel playing a team that know your style?
So first of all, I feel like we tried to play very unique. You know, we work on our kickoffs. If you guys saw in the games as well, we were going for all sorts of different types because we feel like we've got to keep the teams guessing, especially because we're playing the same teams every year multiple times, especially for like spring and winter. So it works especially against teams like Lincoln as well. Sometimes they like to do a cheeky hard cheat as well, try and get a demo, and you know we know that from playing them as well. And like I say, we have to mix up what we're going for. We noticed that they were playing really passively, and we had a lot more time. So all we had to do was just try and take our time with our shots and actually work on that and just getting it on the net.
And lastly, I'll throw this one. How does it feel to be back to back to back back-to-back winners in the NSC British UniForce Championships. How does it feel to be champions again?
I mean, it feels good. You know, it feels good to be consistent and to keep winning. You know.
Well, yeah, congratulations to you and the team. Give it up for Roehampton. Give it up for Lincoln Park as well. I will let you sat pack down. I'll let you get your team photos as well. But big shouts to our winners, Roehampton! We are going to take a short break. We'll be back in about half an hour for our Rainbow Six Siege finals. So if you're on the stream, go have a hot drink, go take a quick wee and come back. If you're here live with us, go check out our other stands, go check out our sponsors, go check out Arcade, and we'll...
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this.
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to the reality, the truth of lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Monster Blade! Nice.
Monster Blade!
That right there, Monster plays of the week.
Okay. Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series
supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? Be so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
We're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to the NSC British University Esports Championship Finals. We've got a few more people. How are we doing today? Are we covering the room? We're okay? We're nodding. Okay, we're not loud people, but we'll get there. We'll grow. We'll grow to this point. What you missed at 11 o'clock was our Rocket League Finals, where Roehampton University took the clean sweep of a 5-0 win, taking their place, again, as a 4-time back-to-back winners of their finals at this point. We are back again, and now we are going up to our Rainbow Six Siege finals. Again, I assume that's why you're here for this one. Same here for the stream as well. Again, we're back. We're at UNiDAYS. Everyone got their free hampers and stuff. Everyone got their free bits. Got some tokens and stuff here. Okay, cool. We're vibing and stuff. Again, making sure you got your Monster Energy. Keep yourselves alive. Go get some more woos and this as we go into this one. But we've got two fantastic teams here for another set of finals. Big noises at the back of the room. That wasn't me. That was not our production. That's fine. We're still live. Okay, we'll check this out. So, without further ado, let's bring out our two teams. So, first and foremost, from Swansea University, bringing out the Swansea Storm! As they're getting all prepped and ready, let's bring out their opponents. They are from the University of the West of England. It's the UWE Gatekeepers! So we got Farmer Gerald, we got Mr. P as our team. We don't have Mr. P as team captain. So that's fair. A bit of round of applause for Mr. P. You know, that's just how things here. So we've got Farmer Gerald here for the Gatekeepers. We've got Hate here for the Gatekeepers. Farmer Gerald here for the Swansea Storm. The season's been kind of like very close the whole way through this one. I kind of had little bits of fact keepers in this one, of the Swansea Storm. I've had just a few losses in this one, but even the losses have been relatively close. How are we feeling going into the finals this year?
I feel like we're relatively confident. There's not really much that's putting us off for a win, and especially when they're missing a couple of their key players, if not their only players, we're pretty happy.
Oh, we are shooting shots straight away. The game's not even started. As the Gatekeepers on this one, how are we feeling? Because again, you've been unbeaten this season. How are we feeling going into the finals?
I think we're feeling really good. Let me just remind them we won this 4 times in a row, so this could be our 5th, but obviously we don't really have any key players, so if we still win this, that says a lot about every other team out there. Good luck to everyone. Hope everyone have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, lovely. Yeah, again, there is the opportunity for them to be either tied or the most back-to-back winners here. So you could change all that. You could absolutely be the disruptors here. What's the strategy going into this one? How are you feeling as a team going into this final? I know you talked about them not having key players, but are you at full strength? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, we're pretty basically here not to embarrass ourselves. That's the best way to do it. Strategically, we've not done anything to do towards this. It's purely us 5 showing up because we should win, but that could change, obviously, but wouldn't like to think about it.
And the added pressure of being the most wins back-to-back for NSC, is that a factor going into this game, or are you still just quietly confident, even if you're down a member or two?
No, we've got no pressure. We've been here before. We've done this last year. This is just our second time doing it. Yeah, before we came, we already know it's either we're going to lose or we're going to win, so we don't really have anything in our mind. We're just going to play our game like usual and see what happens.
Okay, cool. Well, the fighting starts here. There was a few shots fired straight out of the way. One. Are we still going to have a gentlemanly handshake or fist bump before we get started? I'm just going to stay. Okay, there we go. Round of applause with that one. I will let you go to your team, Farmer. I will let you go to your team in this one. Again, as I talked about before, I could sit here and talk about Rainbow Six Siege, but I don't know anything about the game. So what we'll do is we'll hand over to our casters. Big it up for Grace and Chamery.
Thank you very, very much, Sam. Yes, Grace, we're here again. More NSE, more Siege, more Uni-Siege. I know you love it. I know you absolutely love it. And, you know, look at this.
I'm so excited. The Pringles. That's what we love to see. That's what we love to see. That's what we love to see. Especially Mr. P, once again, being at the event, causing a little bit of mischief, a little bit of terror. That's the stuff we love to see as well.
Every time.
I love a Mr. P so much. If you are at the venue today, make sure that you go to find Mr. P, drop to a knee, you know, promise him your sword and your arms, and he will bequeath upon you some Pringles, perhaps.
I don't know. Does he carry Pringles? Does he just carry shoot some Pringles at you?
Is it not like one of those things where you like smack him on the head a little bit and Pringles kind of fall out of him? No, please do not smack Mr. P on the head.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
Well, we have a game, of course. We have a best of 3 grand final juicy game to get into. We'll have a look at the teams, Gatekeepers. They've changed the name, so Sea-Styles was the last time I casted them. They've now changed it to Gatekeepers because they've won so much that they are just the Gatekeepers of NAC.
I love
Of course, we've got RZ Jamor, Feint, Hawa, Solo on Gatekeeper side, and then Swansea Storm, which is Rave, Jamor. This is... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on!
Swansea Storm, we have Marv, Joe, M6, Vorty, and Farmer Gerald. Again, there's a little bit of a kind of repeat there accidentally, but no, that is what we're going to get from Swansea Storm, Marv, Joe, M6, Vorty, and Farmer Gerald. Of course, some of these names may be familiar on both sides of these rosters because they are arguably the titans of Uni Siege. For a very long time now, and looking at you, Swansea Storm, Swansea have been one of the heavy hitters when it comes to University Siege esports in the United Kingdom. And UWE Gatekeepers, you know, there is a chance for them to make history today by having that record of the most consecutive back-to-back wins in NSE history. That's a very exciting concept. And I think, if anything, this makes this matchup really spicy, really exciting. There we go. Thank you. This makes this really, really exciting. And again, you've got players like Farmer Gerald, right? And I think we all love Farmer Gerald. We all love Farmer Gerald. At the same time, one thing I will say that when it comes to University Siege esports, especially within NSE, you have a lot of progression afterwards if you want it. And even I'd argue, you know, this is going back a very long time now. So you're going to have to bear with Grandma. She's out the retirement home right now. You know, you were going back a really, really long way here, and University Siege is where a lot of players started their competitive careers. You've got players over time like Rizuko, Access, who are in Yukin. You've got Tank Ninjas, who was a massive, massive Prem boy, and then he actually had a little stint in NSC as well. You had Safus, actually, coach of Fnatic, had a little bit of a dabble in University Siege as well. I came from University Siege.
As did I.
Dino came from University Siege. Reich, MC, Shedpog, they've all come from University Siege. They made their way from University Siege to Nationals, to Tier 2, and eventually Tier 1. So there's so much opportunity within Siege Esports just because of the fact that we have this grassroots community within the university space. And I really, really love that. On top of that, yes, it does give you an extra bit to focus on to kind of take the stresses of day-to-day university life away. So if you're watching this and you've never been involved with University Siege Esports, maybe it is time to do so. It's a really, really lovely thing to do. It's a really nice stress release as well when you're writing assignments and studying for exams. Again, I've been there myself, and it's a really nice way to relax in between assignment writing, to just go in, get the scrims in, get those games in, and start smashing some heads. That's what we love to see.
Well, I do have it in my ear that the video is actually ready. We're speed running this. We're getting right into which maps we're going into. Had a little flash at the stats for a second, but we'll come back to them in a few minutes. But we'll have a look at where we're heading. Ooh, Chalet. Which, by the way, we wanted to see that a few weeks ago, and we didn't see any Chalet that weekend in Malta. We've seen nothing. So it's nice to get a little Chalet mental. Border as well. Haven't casted Border in a minute. After everybody loving it in Rumble.
Yeah, this is really interesting actually, because at the moment in Siege we talk about the free Cs, don't we? Chalet, Clubhouse, and Consulate. That's the free defaults nowadays. Now that we've had Oregon go out of the map pool, Border is a very aggressive map. So the fact that Swansea have decided to pick into Border is very spicy indeed, and I want to see them really get aggro with it and play into the vibe of the map. Again, the same from UWE, right? That's where you want to see them fight fire with fire. They'll be obviously starting on defense on that map as well, because typically most people would want to start on defense when you get to have that side pick. So they have to be prepared for what could be a very aggressive take, and I want to see the utility setups really complement that. Skyscraper's the final one, though.
That's what I'm looking. That's a bit spicy. That is a spicy one. If it ends up there, of course, it's difficult. It's a really hard map. People have not been playing Sky at all. It's very rare that we get to see about Skyscraper coming through. Very defender-sided, very difficult to attack on, which is interesting because I think it's a nice map. I think it's fine. Like I think it's just it's tricky, nice. But I like the challenge of the combination with the fact that you have to repel on an outside breach, which doesn't happen all that much in Siege, of course. Oh, here we go, Grace. We're ready to go again. Best of 3 grand final. Chalet starting off, of course, with the bands. I'm excited, Grace. I'm ready to go. Hench is genuinely concerned for Swansea's health, considering that they drove 4.5 hours to get there. So I'm hoping that they've got the energy.
Sham. I'm not concerned at all. I am so excited to get stuck into this. Swans versus Stags, University Siege. This is where it all started, baby. Let's get stuck in. Swansea start hitting it with the Deimos ban already. A very strong ban at the moment. That is what we expect at this point. The blitz from Gatekeepers is very, very spicy. They want to take away that aggressive shield utility. Potentially, we might see Blackbeard come into play because Blackbeard has not been banned. Fenrir being banned out as well. No surprises there. Again, a very standard ban right now. It allows you to be a bit more aggro on the attack, though. So again, Sham, consider we've got the Blitz and Deimos off the board, but we still got that Blackbeard, and the Fenrir is taken away. This is where you have to be careful when it comes to countering Blackbeard, who is such a menace at the moment. We've seen it time and time again at the start of the year. Mirror as well. It's something that we, again, expect, to be honest, especially on a map like Chalet. You can create these very nice long lines of sight. You play around that mirror utility, and it gives a really nasty little turtle defense that still allows the aggression of those long lines of sight as well. So the bans, nothing too outside the box there, nothing too spicy. And I'd argue over time, right, we've started to see the quality of team play increase every single year within NSC Siege, right? And it's getting to a point now where the bans are very accurate and reflective of how things are in normal comp, right? And that's where we want to be. Ooh, Sham. What do my L5 see?
What have you spotted? Do you think it gets through? Do we think we get... I know you've thrown it to me to try and say the word. Raora. Faint's picking onto it. I don't know if we'll see it stick through. It's usually someone's specific idea. I'm quite happy to see it when it does come through, purely because we've not really seen much of it, and also it's very execute focused, so you know that when someone does pick onto that operator, of course with the Dom panels it can close, you can set up barricades now as an attacker, which is something we've not been able to do before, so it's quite nice when people do decide it. Just like I thought, it's just been floated for a second and Faint decided to go a little bit more standard, bring it onto Ace. However, it's been juggled across into Rave's hands, so it seems as though there is an idea.
Do you know, yes, and I think this is the interesting thing, right? Consider the game's approach, right? You try and take that top floor first, you get the library control, and then you try and execute through that window normally once you've got that library control. If you've got the Dom panel with you, you can essentially block off the rotation from the staircase. Ooh, oh no, indeed. You're going to see a cheeky run out.
Oh,
An attempt.
It's going to get, it's going to get two, surely not. Jamore's ready for it. Marv, very, very cheeky. It was going to go out the door, but decided to go out the garage instead. Decides to...
And Cham.
Pick one up.
That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting thing, right? You've dealt with the Rotora, you've got rid of that Dom panel. Yes, you've lost your license process because Marv had a little bit of whiffage there.
Yep.
But you've got rid of that Dom panel, so whatever pocket strat was being cooked here, Gatekeepers have now lost that oh so important utility.
They have indeed. Who are now on the top floor? Moving through, Feint as well on the other side. In the office, 40's thinking about going for a flank. It's possible there. I assume there's probably someone watching it. It's just the one staircase from behind, so hopefully someone does have some eyes on that. But for now, they are waiting for the call to go through. As Hoa now trying to take some more ground from Piano, but it's a very difficult point to try and push. Of course, the site is indeed bar and gaming. This shield at the top of the staircase is where most of the time, most of the focus is sent. That is J-Wo that's sitting on that. Has been removed courtesy of the Florist Drones, but J-Wo still holds for a second and will catch one out. Back and forward for just a second. Another player falls at the other side. Still holding on to that position though, J-Wo, the Ash of... We're not quite ready for it. So there's the flag that I spoke about, Grace. There it is, 40 now makes the move, comes in from behind. Thankfully their shutdown as Solo is aware of it, but it's now a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2. It's getting really scrappy from the get-go. Feint's going to deal with Mr. Joe. Farmer Gerald in a 1v2. We've seen it do it before. Does have those toxic babes in pocket, though, Sham. Could use that utility to play around right now.
Could do just that. There's a yellow ping onto Feint just inside of Fireplace on that staircase. They do know. Farmer Gerald stepping out of the site for now. Knows that they're going to be coming in from that doorway. Can't quite land the shot. Feint ready for it. And the Gatekeepers, they will start things off with a round on the board of Chalet. Yes, he lost Aurora very early on, but it didn't matter, Grace.
It didn't matter at all. Again, I think that's one of those options where, okay, yes, you can't do the pocket strat, and I'd argue, if anything, we're seeing a little bit of over-peaking come out from the side of Swansea, which I'm like, okay, understandable. You want to get stuck in, you want to start getting these frags, you want to start getting these picks and being a little bit aggro with it, but there's certainly a time where you need to kind of play more around each other and that utility, play around that trade a little bit more effectively. That was very scrappy on both sides, very much both sides are looking to just get those kills on the table. A lack of objective focus, which can work, that's fine. If that's something that we do expect from these two going forward throughout this series, again, when it gets to border, that's going to be a very interesting vibe check.
Yeah. This is the thing, though, and this is kind of, I lean into what Farmer Gerald said at the start, and that he didn't have too much prep. They weren't too bothered. They were just going to show up and kind of play their game, and that kind of is. That's why I'm not that surprised to see them go to border, because border is the kind of map that you would go to when you do that. You're just like, oh yeah, we can frag, we can win some gunfights, we can see what happens, and I don't think I'm really too surprised to see them go there. We'll see, of course, if they can start to find a bit more form starting on Chalet. They've just lost that first round out. Just a very quick tech pause just for a few moments, which gives us a nice little view of the players. You know, this is the good thing about playing on LAN. Yeah, we're not physically there, but we get to see the players in the flesh.
And that's always really lovely too. Starts putting allows you to put name to faces, faces to names. Where's Mr. Pringle? That is the question on my lips. Where is he? Show me Mr. P right now.
Is there a roaming camera that can find me Mr. P
in the venue? Can Mr. P make his way into the camera? Or will he break our hearts once again?
I feel like he's unpredictable, though. He's completely untethered. You can't get a hold on him. He'll just appear at some point in a broadcast. And we don't get to decide that, unfortunately. Last year,
it's like
he was fighting with Sledge cosplayers.
He was.
In the venue.
He was him and Sledge are having a good old time.
Yeah.
He was avoiding that hammer like his life depended on it.
Yeah.
I really feel like if that round's anything to go by, this might get a little bit feisty and a little bit spicy, but I kind of like that. I love an aggressive Chalet, especially, to be honest, from EWE starting on that attack. They need to be aggressive. They need to up the ante. For those of you who don't know, Chalet is an attacker-sided map often. Often we do refer to it as that because of the fact that you have so much control from the get-go. You're operating from such a safety point from the get-go. It really doesn't take long for you to get stuck in towards the defenses that have been set up as well. So you're very much the one controlling the momentum. That checklist you have to go through on attack, it's not as time stretched as normal. And that can create some really lovely pinches as well. Although, go on other days where we see the little nade clearers, of course, because, yeah, we had a nade change quite a while ago, but with some of the utility that's starting to trickle out every time an operator's released, it's starting to look a bit spicy. Speaking of which, Sham...
Again!
We have not seen... Yeah. We've not seen a Blackbeard, but we are seeing Raora come to play once again.
Yeah, it's the same site. So I can see whether, they want to try and bring it again. Yeah, they won that round anyway. But they had an idea, and they obviously want to try and stick it through. There is a pulse, of course, this time from Farmer Gerald, who just absorbing a little bit of pressure in the form of some of those drones on that other side. And Kitchen just pulls back for now. Vorty as well downstairs, remember, did manage to get a reasonably successful flank. Got a pick, but was immediately traded. So that would, hopefully this time, there's someone watching that, someone ready for it, you know?
Well, speaking of watching, speaking of waiting, we do have Farmer Gerald on the pulse. And that's something we love to see. It's not just about finding those heartbeats for that C4, it's about finding where those pushes are coming from. Of course, yes, Chalet can be a little bit more default. But maybe that's just a safety aspect coming out from Swansea.
Ooh. I'm unsure how I feel about this. So they're using this, obviously, to cut off that push from behind. So if someone does decide to go for a flank, they'll be aware of it. I'm hoping that they are. They do have the drone as well, so they are ready for it. But Vorty downstairs with the C4, doesn't matter how much intel and how much setup you have, you can't really deny that through the soft floor. Unfortunately, that's just the side of office. They will lose the opening pick, and it's the Aurora again.
Unfortunate. But they've already used it for that flank cover. So that's I like that. I think it's an interesting use of the gadget. Solo's going to fall. Gatekeepers getting picked apart a little bit here. Gerald still feeding all of that info. He's in dining, actually, dining hallway. So he is fully aware of the position of power. What indeed? Never mind. He's going to fall, as is Marv.
Yep, they just knew he was going to rotate downstairs. Just like that, the round turned on its head. 3 each on either side of it for these teams, and 50 seconds on the clock. For now, they're still stalling out just a little bit as they move up that piano hallway now. Bit more control in the top here for Hawa as he moves in. Still just trying to find and locate where the rest of these defenders are. They open up that hatch there, do have some vertical that they can utilise, and that looks as though they are trying to just face check these. This is not the most ideal situation you want to be in when you're trying to find where the rest of these defenders are sitting. Vorty down at the bottom of that staircase, you can see him there. Future inside that closet at the back, and JWO downstairs as well. The push through the site just comes through. Future's lying in wait for it, but it's an immediate trade. It's 2 apiece now. Final 10 seconds, the defenders just have to hold. They have to just deny. Jamor's holding off as Feint actually goes for the plant. Vorty manages to stop it for now, but the defuse will be successful. 2 versus 1. Hop right out of the window. This is still very, very winnable here for Feint. Full HP, a Claymore on the window as well, Grace. The flames from the Tachanka, though, will deny him from hopping in. They can hear the hop out on the other side. Feint shuts it down. It's a double kill for him on the round as Vorty is removed. Still plenty in the pocket here for JWO to use. Plenty flames, but he doesn't realise how close Feint is. And Feint with the clutch. Gatekeepers, they find 2.
Just an observation there for Swansea. Maybe something they want to adapt there. You're in a 2v1. Maybe we're not running out and trying to go for that wide swing because we're going to get the live ping at that point due to the timing. You've got Vachanka with the mollies. Vachanka's already sending the mollies towards the window. All you need to do in that moment as a Valkyrie is stick that defuse as Vachanka sits there and just pops out molly after molly. You've got so many of them. Such is the beauty sometimes of taking Tachanka over the smoke, for example. You get 3 toxic waves on the smoke, but you get a bazillion, I think it's like 11 or 12 mollies in that Tachanka. So you've got double digits of throwables that have that time burn. A little bit of a misplay there by Swansea, which is a little bit gutting, but for Gatekeepers, they've just been able to not only get the plant down and force that objective, they were able to secure the round as well, so that's really good going.
Yeah, it really was. And it was a bit hairy at times. You know, I was starting to get a bit worried for Gatekeepers when they were stalling on the top there at that piano doorway. Not quite being able to be comfortable. But that's at least a silver lining for Swansea, you know? Game's not completely done. There's a couple of rounds that could really have went either way. And to be honest, probably should have went away, just like you just highlighted. Swansea, though, changing things around. Saying go to a different site, don't want to try it for a third time. Third time is not the charm, heading over to the other site, Master and Office said. Still got that extension into Library, such is the case usually on Chalet. Of a really aggression from Farmer Gerald, just hanging out of the window, see if they can maybe catch someone out, but there's no one heading around that side. It's just Jamor and the Ashokawa moving from the solar side to put some pressure on those windows.
And I appreciate the aggression that Swansea are still bringing. I do understand it. Yeah, you want to run out, you want to window peek, things like that. But this is what I mean. Like, you're 2-0 down at the moment. We're not taking a tacky T just yet. Maybe we go back to basics. You've got the Keepers. We can play around that a little bit. You've got the Goos. We can play around that a little bit. Future! Goodness me, how is going to fall?
He's waiting for another one as well. He's got an idea and an incline that there could be someone trying to follow that up. It is Jamor that's on the other side, but he's pulled off for now. Got his one, decided I'm going to hop back, not take too much pressure. Farmer Gerald was out a window for a second there on that balcony, but there's no one to take any damage from it. Faint now. The solar staircase, just trying to work at something here alongside Jamor as they both try to pair up together, get some action on the side of this side of the map. Legion Mines also slow him down. There's a frost trap as well, which has been pinged. Please don't step in it. Please don't step in it. I'm assuming it's been shot from the window. He managed to go past it. It's faint. Now steps up, gets even more aggressive all the way into bathroom. Doesn't know there's a player in the corner. Future's made his way back to site. He's found himself a double. Can't go for the triple as Jamor is ready for it on the trigger. Still trying to step up further into this site. Still trying to put pressure on. The call's being made from Swansea Storm to try and slow this down. Jamor not looking too good for HP. A really deep angle being heard here from Marv right all the way back inside of Office, and there's still a player on Repel here, but Jamor's managed to step into sight here. Managed to attempt to go for the defuse here, Grace.
Absolutely, Solo will fall. That's a posty piece, Jam. Look at this, bodies falling, trades across the board. It's time to look at the stock market out here. A 1 versus 2 now for Rave to try and clutch out. 14 Farmer Gerald, though, they should be able to have it. The flashes are going out, but that fuse is being stuck. There we go! 40 gets it. Gerald sticks at a fuse, and finally Swansea around on the table.
That's the issue. When you put someone on that rappel, yes, they provide you cover, but when someone manages to cross, you cannot do anything about it. The bodies fall, and you get stuck. You're just completely stranded. You can't do anything. You can't swing in that window because it's just a death sentence. Fortunate situation there for Gatekeeper's defense off, and they managed to make it work though. They managed to get that diffuser down. They managed to somehow kind of sneak in to sight and go for it, but didn't quite work out. Didn't quite manage to stick it through. Swansea Storm, they'll get their first round, and these rounds are a little bit scrappy here, Grace. Just a teeny bit.
It's super scrappy. This is the thing. It's like you just touched on it perfectly, right? They're managing to sneak in and get the plant down, right? It's because of the fact that Swansea are overextending so much to be a little bit freaky, a little bit frisky. Don't know if they want the clips for VODs and stuff, but it's just like, okay, maybe we dial that back a little bit, lads. Maybe we dial that back just a little bit. Again, no Swansea, they've got a round on the table. They're going to be feeling pretty happy about that. They want to focus now on trying to equalize. I think this means that they don't really have to take the timeout. They feel like they've probably sorted some of the shenanigans, shall we say, that we've seen in the further rounds, but they really have to be careful about these oversights that they're letting, these gaps that they're letting right now. Gatekeepers, a lot of util coming out, a lot of kit, and I love the fact that we're seeing Howard go onto the IQ. We've seen such an increase in her pick rate lately, and it's just because it's a very useful bill of kit, right? You get that scanner out, you get an overview of what's happening on site, you can see where that utility is placed, you can control your entry points thusly, you can control that utility clear thusly.
Speaking of utility clear, looks as though they're going to attempt to clear from the library side again. Drones coming through. There isn't all that much there from the focus from Swansea Storm though. Most of it is more focused directly above the site. Of course, kitchen dining is where we are. Goyle canisters Mute jammers inside of office as they hold. Jammer though starts things off, a bit of regression. Future removed. We had a fabulous round in the last one. Will not be able to plague the side. That's another there for Jamor. Just continues to march up into Piano, but is put in the grave courtesy of Marv, who's lying in wait, ready to stop this going even worse for Swansea. Hoa though just catches 40, essentially sleeping on the back stairs there, Grace. I don't know what has happened. Farmer Gerald at least denies Rave. This is a very bizarre round we're seeing here. Farmer Gerald has managed to take a bit more ground on the top floor. Notices a player up there, but can't react quick enough as the swing comes through from Hawa. And now it's Marvin, a 1 versus 3. Does have the echo drones, and also, of course, HB not looking too great on Gatekeeper's side, so still winnable.
It is and it isn't. There's loads of time for Gatekeepers to work with, and that's puts Marvin in a very precarious position. Can't play around that time when Bus used for Yokais as effectively. Does deal with Feint though. That's a great start. Now it's a 1 versus 2, with 2 of these players looking very, very tagged up. Much more doable, Sham.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the other player is. He doesn't realise he's stacked up. He should surely know, but does he realise that that's actually the other player? I don't think he knows. Now he'll know, because the shot's been given out here from Hawa. So surely Marv is aware of this position on the solar staircase. It's a straight shootout, 1 versus 1, information lacking on both sides. And that means that Hawa going to get on that drone, trying to get some of that information, try to bring it back into their favour. Does know where the echo is. Tries to go for the swing, but Marv is there! Marv with the clutch, the 1 versus 3 for Swansea.
Great stuff indeed coming out from Marv. That is the stuff you want to see, holding on to things. Again, in that situation, it is very, very rough. Gerald's gone a little bit of a wander upstairs. In that moment, it's kind of difficult, right? Because you do understand the thinking there, right? If I can catch them off guard, if I can suddenly pop up, they've got their checklist they need to go through, right? Aggression tends to work better on the defense. But when in that situation, you want to kind of peek closer to Solar, however, you fall. Okay, at that point, you just look at those cams, you feed that info. You then have the Echo, who can't really use those Yokais, and again, it's because of the amount of time the Gatekeepers had then to work with. You can't really play around that timer and deny the plant, because as soon as you start trying to Yokai things at like a minute, for example, they're just going to shoot out the Yokais. So 100% great stuff there to see that Marv was like, you know what, I'm just going to win my ones. I'm just going to take these gunfights. Gatekeepers at that point kind of accidentally going 1 by 1 and enabling these 1 versus 1s, which really makes it so much easier to clutch out.
Well, example there as well of if you pre-fire, unfortunately, that gives away your position. So, like you on the back stairs there, had they just taken their finger off the trigger, Marv would have had absolutely no idea. Oh, look at that, Grace. You're getting a call out in the chat. All hail God Queen Grace from Farmer Gerald.
There we go.
You've done it. The epic highs of being mentioned by Farmer Gerald. The other person on the podcast with a mullet, by the way.
I love Gerald so much. What I also love to see is that Blackbeard has finally come out to play though, and again, we've seen this so much this year. Since that rework, he is disgusting. It's such a nasty bit of kit. Such a nasty, horrible thing to try and combat as well. You have to use, yes, a lot of throwables. We have the toxic babes, but again, it's basement on Chalet. We're likely going to have those toxic babes anyway. This is where Swansea needs to be careful. You want to take that shield out as quickly as you can, Marv. That's a great start, dealing with that Habana. No more X-Kairos. The wall looks to be open a little bit though, Sham. That's something they have to be mindful of now.
Yeah, really nice there from Marv. Just gets a bit aggressive. They've managed to reinforce off that wall as well, just coming into Wine. So they managed to waste a bit of time. Shield was there, of course. It pushed back the Warden, and Farmer Gerald's now back in sight. Marv got a bit more aggressive. Stepped up. Removed Yabana. Still in that corner. Still trying to get a bit ratty with it. Go back now, though. Hold on, just on a prone angle. For now is Rave just trying to pepper in some shots through this kind of half-open breach. They've not been able to open it up, and that's the difficult thing. They don't have anything left to open these walls. They're going to have to just step into the doorways and challenge them. They only brought the Habana. They didn't bring any hard breach gadgets. So it's going to be very, very difficult here. They're going to have to just funnel in from behind this Blackbeard or try and go for a rotate round. But right now, Swansea, they're just going to be sitting, waiting, wasting as much time as possible.
So you need Feint to be a little bit more aggro with that shield. It will allow Solo to maybe use some of those fire bolts to control the pressure that Swansea are pushing back with right now. Farmer Gerald is going to deal with power. Gatekeepers, the Util is there. They try to use a little bit of it. The fireball, but never mind. Solo falls, Feint will fall, and Rave falls before I can even get my words out, Sham. This round is over.
Really,
Goodness gracious me.
really simple stuff there from Swansea. They recognise that they've killed the Hard Breacher. They don't have the right tools to deal with it. Gatekeepers, they can't react off of that. They don't have a second Hard Breacher. They don't have Hard Breach gadgets in their pocket. That means that opening up those walls, to get Marv out of that position, you could quite easily just open up that wall behind him and put more pressure on him, but he can just exist there because he knows that he's going to catch people out, because there's nothing they can do to get rid of him. They just have to swing a doorway, and they've got a cross angle wall. And they can just sit there, and Swansea just win the round because of it. And that's just a very simple... You don't have the right tools for the job, unfortunately, Grace.
Such cases.
Any such cases.
Many such cases. A lot of the time, it's where gatekeepers look to be hovering over a little bit of information gain and a little bit of flank watch and a little bit of global, and maybe that is a little bit of a combat to how much Swansea are hunting down these gunfights at times. Even, you know, you got... The thing is that gatekeepers, they tried to go direct right, but you need to have the right kit. You know, you've touched on this. You need to be using everything in your arsenal, have a plan with that. We did see that the firebolts were used, but unfortunately it was close but no cigar. At that point, they're just getting pulled apart. So gatekeepers right now, they've taken out that global. Oh, they switched actually off the line onto Fidokaby. There's still global utility, but it doesn't give you that ping. It does give you the audio cue. So if there's any rats lurking about, they're gonna hopefully be found. And you do have the Grimbees as well, that not only gives you information, it can push people back a little bit. So with the Nomad and Grim Wombo combo right now, they're really looking at countering the kind of pushing that Swansea are actually doing, and I do like that from gatekeepers.
Yeah, I think it's decisions from gatekeepers and not quite being able to decide who's doing what role, because we've seen the Ash in the hands of Jamor, we've seen it in the hands of Hawa a few times, and they keep moving it around, and Hawa's the one that has the mantle of the Ash here, and he unfortunately looked the wrong way. Future with another opening pick downstairs. Who expects a Warden to be down there with SMG-12? Not Hawa anyway. Good start here from Swansea Storm in round 6. They're looking to try and close out a 4-2 half. An ace charge from below. Listen, I like a little bit of creativity, but there's a mute jammer that's denied it for now.
It's very ironic that that work, given the fact that you've got a lot of utility to kind of counter this like rat play, you know. The fact that the rat play had pulled off, is very, very spicy from Swansea. Gatekeepers trying to make their way up Solar Stairs now, getting caught a little bit off guard. Mr. Joe is going to fall though. This mute jammers will still be out and about.
Yeah, they are. You can now see Feint trying to get a bit more aggressive. They still need to be conscious of the fact that Future is in that bathroom, the same position he was the last time, just sitting in the corner waiting for a smoke hole. Feint, he's panicking. He's just decided, oh no, I'm going to have to run right into sight. I can't do anything. Continues marching through, but Farmer Gerald is ready for it, and that's a diffuser. Cold, right in the middle of the site. Smoke. Canister to the face, Grace. Sometimes it just makes you panic.
Certainly does. It can be a bit jarring for sure. Jamal on the tiniest bit of health will fall. Marv gets taken out as well. A 2 versus 3. Still pretty winnable for Swansea. Gerald is pretty tagged up, but does have 2 more keepers left in pocket. He could kind of plug things up here. That'll be an interesting thing to see. Looks like he wants to go for a spray and pray instead. Rave will fall. There we have it. Future gets it.
A bit animated there. What a round. That was definitely something. Definitely something. But panic stations there from the ace, you know. You know, it happens to the best of us. But once I seen that happening, I was like, yeah, this is going to be very difficult here. Swansea, they'll just they'll hold the crossfires, and it seems like it was a theme on that half. Swansea seemed to get in a situation where gatekeepers, they were letting a man down, they didn't have quite have the utility, and Swansea could just sit and hold cross angles, and gatekeepers didn't have the solutions. But different half. It's a new day, you know.
But okay, what I will say, gatekeepers started this map really, really well, right? Swansea were playing a little bit silly sausages. They were really pushing, and they've really pushed back a lot against what gatekeepers are trying to do by being fully present and aware. But at first, gatekeepers were able to counter that by just winning their ones, essentially. Swansea getting isolated and picked apart. And that's where you kind of scratch your head a bit, because I think gatekeepers, in a bid to deal with the aggression, even though they were having a good job of it before, they stopped going for full clearances and they started going a bit more direct, and that's where they kind of lost their footing a little bit. Also, R6 Taxi in the chat from Gerald saying hi to you. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what this means.
I don't know. I can't. I have no idea.
Is this something from the Manchester Major by any chance? It probably is, most
Maybe.
likely.
I do bring my car to a lot of events. I do drive to a lot of events.
Well, there we go. And also, speaking of shenanigans, we've got the Monty push with the Dokkaebi coming behind it. So we've got a little duo push happening right now. Marv essentially being used as a walking drone, even though they're still droning ahead of Marv as well. So safety first coming out from Swansea right now, being very sensible. And this has put Marv into a great position, because if you push up solo using that Monty, that's free real estate in my opinion. You've got the Finker in the hands of Vorti as well. That's going to allow you to be a little bit more aggro. What a Swansea cooking here. I'm very excited to see.
They've almost managed to take that position at the top of Solar. I think that they are now going to get it. Just pushing right in. Marv now has that control. Ravel right up against the door. Droned out, so they have the information on where he is. There's these feet holes they have to be careful of as well. You have to be careful of Hoa just stepping up. No one ready for it. No one aware of that doorway. They've also found another on the other side as Hoa just essentially gets one for free, and that's just completely unraveled around there for Swansea.
Yeah, this is going to make it even more awkward now, because Gerald's on that rappel. Future trying to sneak up the Solar stairs. Vorti could potentially cause a little bit of havoc on that double window rappel. It's the problem, sometimes you need to be in the building. When you're on that rappel, it does make it a lot more difficult. Your position is more predictable. There we go, Rave dealing with Vorti. Unfortunate, getting caught off guard on that window. This is where the plan needs to change somewhat. Use up the ante somewhat. Future tries to do something, but how is going to deal with him? And Gerald's left in a 1v, make it a 1v3. Never mind, popping off from the window. But Hauer sailing through. What a great round from that player.
Yeah, he just steps up. No one looking at it. No one ready for him to be coming out of the bathroom doorway. Simple. That's it. You know, there's two doorways that you can go in. You've got Marv stepping up, trying to get kind of poke and prod directly at the site, and no one's ready on the cover for someone to swing out, and Howard just wins the round because of it. You know, you take one off. That is a bit chaotic, a bit messy, but you know what? It's UD Siege. I wouldn't have it any other way, Grace.
There's plans, but then it's going into chaos. And do you know what? Yeah, I agree. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm so here for it. Already as well, in the nature of all good Siege lands, we have already had some banter in that pre-game, of course. Little pre-game interview between the two sides. Very back and forth, very neck and neck, very close, which is very nice to see that finally UWE are being challenged somewhat. They've had a really great run of it so far in this tournament. Stage 1, it was a lot of 7-3, 7-2, 7-1s. And then they go into Division 2, and it was constant 2-0s in those best-of-3 series. So again, UWE, have had a great run with it. The Stags coming out so strong. The fact that Swansea, of course, being another Uni Siege Titan, have been able to challenge them a lot here. It makes for a very excellent grand final. It makes for a very entertaining grand final. We are already seeing some shenanigans on both sides. Hauer dealing with Vorti nice and swiftly. Unfortunately, Sham, that's the Dokkaebi gone. No more global. A lack of information now in the hands of Swansea. But Grim is still in play. And you still got that utility clearance of the Flores as well. This Rotora drone should be able to do something about those corners, but you've got to be careful for those EDDs.
Yep, check your Tootsies. This is looking like a bit of a flank here from Jamor. There's no one with Marv, by the way, so he's just pushed up there on his own. I think now they've got a little bit of support inside the piano and another player hopping into bathroom, but they've got no clue whatsoever that the frost of Jamor is just floating in from the backside. You have to be very careful. Trigger discipline here. That will reward Jamor with a kill onto Farmer. Gerald knows it went out the window, but Future is quicker. Slightly better angle from him, bearing down from the top rope. Almost completely disastrous there, first Swansea, but for now they've still got at least a chance here. 3-4 on the man count for now. Flores drone coming through as well and getting rid of that shield, so that'll push back players up there. I think it's Soul that's over there. Ironically, playing solo. It's Fate now inside of Piano as well at the same time. I think this is just going to be a waiting game here now, Grace.
Oh, absolutely. But again, that timer, there's loads of time to work with. Swansea just going for the motions. They've dealt with that shield. They've dealt with a lot of those castle barricades, but these are default things, right? Oh, Sham, it's all popping off now.
It is indeed. Marv managed to find one. Future HB not looking too good because you've managed to step into a frost trap. That's not what you want. Not a great situation. There's a prox alarm as well. No, this is not where you want to be here for Marv in a 1 versus 3. Yes, they've got the Montaigne, so they can try and get something to work. At least Future back up on their feet now. Can support. And a drop down here from Marv. Down the stairs. Get rid of that Barb just to make sure that it doesn't come back to bite them at some point. Because Future, of course, very close to death. And Barb now does damage. Brave, though, sitting behind this bar here, just waiting for someone to get into the site. Trying to take a bit more. They've got a bit of a pinch here on Marv. There's not much that he can do. It's back and forward. And eventually falls. Gatekeepers. They'll find themselves another round and go 4 each.
Power once again coming in and being a great star player for his team, really picking up the pieces when the bodies start to drop, throwing Swansea onto the ropes. Which, you know, I was going to say the stuff you love to see, but it is important that we see that. It's important that we see such a close and intense match. It's important that we see the standout and star players. Certainly with the next competitive year of T2 and T3 just on the horizon, there's a lot of potential for some of these players just around the corner, should they wish to go down that path, of course.
I was the biggest fan of UniSiege and where it can take you, of course. Right at the start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots and lots of players at that tier 2, tier 1 level that have came through the Uni ecosystem. Many of them played in these tournaments, played at lands up and down the countries, driving to different ones. I mean, I've done it myself, driving up and down the country to go to different lands, just for love of the game, you know, love Siege, you know.
The UK is so good for Siege, this is the thing. It's why we've pumped so many players into that T1 ecosystem over the years. Whether that's through UniSiege or other grassroots tournaments, we've always been very, very strong, very, very fond of it. It's why Manchester had such a great turnout and was such a good knees up for everyone as well. UK and Siege, it's a beautiful partnership. Speaking of partnerships, love to see what Marv is going to do with this Nook, because again, you're taking that kind of kit. It's everyone else is going to go maybe a bit more default, but you're going to be that little trick up the sleeve, that ace up the sleeve. Nasty business indeed from Future. Gets caught off guard by those traps. A little bit of revenge from the grave slightly by Solo there, but he's still on his feet.
Gee, oh my word. Jiwo as well with one onto Jamor. Not the best start here from Gatekeepers. A bit of early aggression from Swansea Storm. They just seem to change the pace a bit. It's Future still continuing to march up closer to that site. Oh, feint here. Could be a trick on the top floor as he catches it. Farmer Gerald not ready for it. Pulls one back. Trying to go for a bit more of a rotate. There's a player at the top of the staircase. Feint trying to hunt for a bit more. Trying to get a second. He will get it. Future falls. Couldn't see the Future on that one as Feint pulls now back towards gaming. Drop through. Managing to reward himself with a double kill, bringing this back. That's changed this again. The pendulum swings this time in favour of Gatekeepers as they find themselves in a 3 versus 3 situation.
And that's a great place to be. Again, you want to have that equal man count, worst case scenario, right? Again, very curious to see what Marv is going to do, because I was expecting big things from the get-go. I was expecting we'd see a little bit of rat shenanigans from the get-go, but he's played a little bit passive here. He's playing on that external. It's very curious to see. For Gatekeepers right now, there's still a lot of kit for them to hide behind. They've also got one panel left in pocket from Rave, so Rave could do something really funny here, to be honest. Again, in the nature of chaos. Could cause a little bit of a kerfuffle. Marv sending it up Nave into Trophy, looking to catch someone maybe a little bit off guard here, swinging around to the window, but again, this shows a massive lack of information in the hands of Swansea. You've got one Doka call left. You could try and bait someone out a little bit. But you do have to be careful, and again, they're very close to site, so Swansea do have a little bit of wiggle room here to get into a position for a 3-2-1.
Yeah, Jabo stepping up into Piano now. Flashbang's coming into that situation. Marv now receives the call, decides to get pushy, get a bit aggressive, doesn't know where anyone is, so trying to face checking absolutely everything. He will find one, but he's immediately traded Feint on a triple inside of this round. Jabo's managed to drop into sight as well through the hatch, goes on a hunt for their one on the round, manages to find himself a double, and it's just completely unraveled, completely fallen apart. Vorty with the last one. Very chaotic end to the round there, Grace.
100%, but again, Feint, I just want to highlight this player. A 1.37 KPR when you're this deep into the game, this deep into the rounds at this point. That's very, very good going. Trying to do bits, but Swansea just taking the edge there. And again, it's these moments where it's like a penny drop, right? Someone's like, I'm just going to have to go and take these fights. It's really getting down to the gunfights between these two. And I feel like that's how Swansea tend to play based on what we saw again from the first 2 rounds. They're really hungry to just take these 1v1s, and I think it's very interesting because yes, it's Chalet, yes, it tends to be attacker-sided, yes, you can go a bit aggro, and we've already seen, to be honest, again, a lot of default things, right? We've seen default utility clearance, we've seen default setups, and that's, again, something you really love to see, but a lot of the time, these rounds are just simply coming down to gunfights. It is an FPS at the end of the day, but it's sometimes for the readiness for both these sides to just be like, you know what, I'm just going to send it, I'm just going to stampede towards them and try and get my one.
Sometimes that just is as simple as that. Jamor with a bit of extension to Solar. We've seen so much Solar action today. And honestly, Grace, I just want to see a front side take for this top floor. I just want someone to just to clear library, go from that side of the map. We're seeing more of the Solar stuff. It looks as though we're going to go for it again. You've got Farmer Gerald bringing the Grim just to try and ensure they can put pressure onto any player that is going to play inside the Solar. You've got Hubba inside of Piano for now, as the Habana pellets open up those windows into bathroom at the same time, and Future right behind Marv. This time we're going to try the same thing, send Marv up the staircase. Hopefully they're ready for it. That is so unfortunate. No, they don't know he's downed. Jamor just accidentally taking a bit of damage from Future down below on the buck. I imagine he'll be recovered because there's absolutely no idea that he has been downed. Just a little bit of bad luck there.
Yeah. Very curious as to what Feint is waiting for here as well, because no one's quite pushing that rappel just yet. Future has made them way into kitchen, has that skeleton key. This is where we want the Verti to be established. It could be a little bit of an oversight, actually.
There you go.
There we go. Pop up, deals with it. Solo's going to fall.
Patience is a virtue, I guess.
Patience is a virtue, but I'm also very concerned about the skeleton key below right now. Gatekeepers need to keep on top of that. Marv will fall. That's at least whistling down those players. Again, gunfight sham.
Yep. Swing comes in as well into Solar. There is smoke to cover that off. Rave's got himself stuck in a very sticky situation, and he will leave the round as a result of it. Sandwiched in between 2 players with guns, not where you want to be. Still trying to put pressure into this bathroom window. The bees are there. They do have information that there's a player inside of office, of course, holding a very, very long angle. Able ready and trying to take that gunfight. They do open up that wall so they can give themselves an avenue to push in, but that little angle just gives away a little bit of a position. Jamor is a simultaneous swing. I think he knows there's a player in the corner at the same time. There's no one to cover this. He will get himself a double, and surely, potentially going to go for the third. Farmer Gerald is killed off. Not much you can do about that one, Grace. Just falling apart there.
Getting very intense between these two now.
It is.
And again, that's what we expect because UWE, they are very, very dominant for a long time now, and again, a really big factor for them going into today. We've said it a few times. If they win this series, they have got this history-making record of the most back-to-back consecutive wins in NSC history. That would be such a good thing for that side to have and for that university to have. Swansea Storm, though, again, they're the old reliable. They're those old boys. I was going to say old boys, but again, it's the fact that that society has been able to produce time and time again consistent and coherent siege rosters. So it is going to be a little bit of a scrap fest here. 5-5. Will we see the first overtime of the series?
She said it.
I've said it. I've said it.
Well, you know what? I don't mind a little bit of overtime, a little bit of action on Shelley. I'm here for it. Swansea, of course, trying to recover that form that you've highlighted. You know, they want to get back to winning ways after, you know, they've literally changed their name to Gatekeepers because they've won that much. So, like, Swansea, they want to come back. They want to try and Yeah, a bit of bragging rights over gatekeepers or sea stags, or whichever name you want to fancy calling them by. Of course, a similar roster. Oh, Jamor! He'll start things off. Opening pick, round number 11. Jabo killed off on a jump out. Not seen many of them today, but now it's starting to get a bit more shenanigans as we get deeper into this game.
And it's really good stuff. Again, the fact that Feint and Jamor are getting on those double digits, especially at this point. Again, the deeper it gets in, the more kerfuffle's going to happen. Rave deals with Gerald. This is looking really good from Gatekeepers right now. Marv and Vortibo falling. Wow. Barely any time gone. And there we have the cleanup is there. Gatekeepers doing absolute bits.
Feint immediately into the chat there, making sure to give it a big one. Make sure that it gets in the head of Swansea. There you go, switch her right back as well. Come on, enough to pipe up. But what a round there from Gatekeepers. Comfortable, composed. Swansea, they just dropped like flies. Absolutely nothing they could do about that. They lose the opening pick, and then that just means that Gatekeepers can get a bit more boisterous and a bit more in their face. And that's what happens. And now they get the first map point of the day. Their map pick as well. So it's not completely bad if they do win it, but it's Shelley. It's also one of the more common names. So.
This is it. We get to see if Gatekeepers take this first map or if Swansea bring us to the first overtime. I know I said it, so potentially I've jinxed it already. We'll see if those op picks get stuck, because it feels like there's a little bit of a El Clasico being cooked here from Swansea. Again, both these sides, realistically, they're not reinventing the wheel. They're going really default with things, right? So yeah. It's really coming down to gunfights, and I really love to see that. Again, Jamor, Feint, I can't even begin to express how insane they've been throughout this series already. Look at those numbers. And it's very interesting given that, again, I think Jamor is usually more of like a flex player, so I don't know if they've had like a role swap on the day. Maybe there's something that's happened behind the scenes, but Wasgy in hand could cause a little bit of a nuisance here on that vigil. Swansea going a little bit safer here, doing a lot of droning, remember. They're bringing out the shields, they're droning those shields in even. Which is a very safety-first aspect, I'll say.
It is indeed. Gatekeepers are aware of it. There was a default cam up there for a second that gave that information that they are going to be taking from the library side. But they didn't want to step up there. They hadn't set anything up for that. They're quite happy just to hold from piano. Of course, it is one in the block 4 site, so they won't extend too far. So holding the vertical for now. The boss G of Jamor, like you highlighted. Inside of piano for now. Feint as well. Joined at the hip. These two for the time being, which is kind of what you need, especially when you're facing down a gunfight potentially with Blackbeard. Marv decides to hop in here. Jamor's going to find 40. Now it's really starting to look a bit more comfortable here for Gatekeepers. Two members here trying to just push Marv back, trying to get a cross angle up, support each other. The bloody system in full effect. Marv decides, I need to step back here. There's not much I can do about this. I need a little bit more support here, Grace.
I think that's the right play there. Again, just waiting for that support to come through. The buddy system. Taylor's all this time. Oh, Marv! Dealing with Feint. Can the trade come out, though? Can Jamor get it?
Timing.
Not quite yet.
Just unfortunate. Didn't realise there was one on the window. Bit of an engagement through the hatch. Opened up here from Future. Used that breach and charge to put the pressure down onto the site. Jabo on the sense as well, which we haven't really spoken about as of yet. Just going to use it to burn away some of these Aruni gates. We can get a drop down that hatch. More comfortable, and they've got control of this top floor now, so they can begin to do some of this vertical. But look at this, Jamor immediately trying to retake it back, but it's going to be unfortunately shut down. Jabo has found one at the same time. Farmer Gerald stopping that flank from behind, and Solo's fallen as well. And Grace, you said you might have cursed it, but it looks as though it could go to overtime here unless Hua can pull off an absolutely massive performance. That's at least a chance here as he removes the Blackbeard, has a yellow ping onto the player inside of that Solo staircase. But Jabo is ready, quicker on the trigger, and we head to overtime.
The first overtime of this series. That's the stuff you love to see. And again, expectations going into this series. This is 100% what we want to see. The two godlike teams within the university circuit going head to head all the way, full send. So if things get a little bit more spicy, of course, the round switch will be certainly keeping everybody on their toes. But I love that a lot of these rounds are getting more and more unpredictable, right? And I do love that in that final moment, it did feel like people were trying to play more around the buddy system. I do expect that to be something we see in this overtime as well. It's like you don't want to let any mistakes happen. It's better to play around the trade than try and go for these like flashy kills at this point, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But it's been a fun watch, I'll tell you that. It's definitely been a fun game.
100%.
You know, there was potential for this to kind of be a washout on either side, but I'm glad that both teams have turned up on LAN. Both teams are having a good time. Some pretty good plays. Listen, they may not be the most utility-focused tactical plays that I've ever seen in the history of Siege. However, they're fun.
Interesting, because I actually have a very, very nice feeling in my heart right now, because I think at this point of UniSiege, we're actually seeing the best standard of UniSiege that we've ever seen.
You think?
And this is why, 100%, this is why I'm getting more and more excited every year that passes, right? It's like, at this point, I mean, off the top of my head, about 8 years of UniSiege, I think. That's going all the way back to the very, very old org of USL. But you've got such a long amount of time, and the way that a lot of the beatdowns used to occur back in the day, you used to have these teams that were very dominant, similar to what we saw with UWE throughout Stage 1 and Division 1, right? So a lot of, to be honest, a lot of 7-0s used to occur. It's a bit better now, but then it gets to these moments and it starts getting a little bit more back and forward. Even Swansea Storm in Division 1 themselves, it was a loss 2-1 to Rim Reapers, I believe. They then were able to clap back with a 2-1 win themselves. So there is a lot of upset potential. There is a lot of potential of people losing maps that they might not have expected themselves to. I think even Swansea lost to Extra Terrible 7-8 during Stage 1 of this season. It's that unpredictability factor as time goes on. It's the way that, you know, there is possibilities for upsets to happen. There is more and more universities coming out and being like, we've got a really strong, you know, team this season. Of course, in the case nowadays of EWE, they've certainly been the more dominant team, being back-to-back winners like that. But it's a really good sign. And again, I really can't reiterate enough. There are players within R6 who started in UniSiege, and they got all the way to Tier 1. They got all the way to playing at majors. That's the thing there. They got to play R6 majors. They got to be in those stages of the majors. And they started in University Siege Esports. The sky is the limit if you want it here. The sky is the limit if you want it here. Again, we're already seeing between these two rosters some really promising young talent. It's a very exciting concept, especially as, you know, every single roster at T1 is trying to find the next Spoit. Let that be heard, right? Since that Berlin run with Spoit and Rogue, every single org in Europe was scrambling to find the next Spoit. So they're looking at, you know, these grassroots tournaments as well. Like, I don't want people to think that they're not, because they are, let me tell you. Talent managers are watching so many things. Orgs are watching so many things you wouldn't even believe it. It's to try and find that little shimmering of hope. Can we find the next Spoit? Can we get like some young up-and-coming talent into these rosters? As I say, the sky is the limit.
Especially with off seasons as well, you know, there's a bit more space in between, so there's a bit less siege in terms of the Tier 1 for people to watch, so they're tuning into things like this to find out how, well, you know, like Layer's playing, to find out how people are using Rora yet, you know, and trying to develop strategies and stuff as well, so you've also got that aspect.
100%. 100%. I think that's a really good point, because people don't realize this, right? When you're scrimming or making strats as a T1 roster, you are looking at lower tiers as well. It's not just like people think, oh, everyone copies from Tier 1. No, as soon as a new op comes out, everyone is also looking at T2, Tier 3, grassroots. Like, everyone is being like, is there an idea somewhere that we haven't thought of that we can adapt on and make better, or we can use ourselves? You know, the Dokis of Europe, for example, they're going to be looking at that and being like, oh, I can get away with some absolute mischief if I take this random Stratosaur, you know? It's a thing. It's a full thing.
First round of overtime anyway, and Future has already started off with an opening pick. Hoa caught out inside of Piano. With a back and forward for a second there. Vorti's also going to get another. It's solo this time, which think he's found that downstairs. A little bit of an overstep here from Gatekeepers. A bit, potentially a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too early on. That wall now opened up. It's Fate now will start to absorb a little more of that pressure. Halfway through the round, and the piano window is now open as well. Jamor's now taking up that position. Of course, Fate now, he's just taken way too much pressure. His Future will get his second of the round. Now it's just Jamor and Rave to try and stop this. Future continues marching on. He finds himself a triple inside of the round, but Jamor has something to say at least. It's a double kill for him as he holds on this piano door. Steps up back into sight. Position given away here. Of course, phone in the pocket. Just ringing and giving away. Just continuing with the game because he's going to try and get a bit more aggressive, try and take the fight to them. 14-9, but there's too much for him to do. Farmer Gerald sweeps up, and Swansea Storm, they'll get theirself a map point. I was going to say match point, map point. Very confusing.
I think that's a great start to the overtime for them, you know, like being able to have such a cleanup like that. It shows that they fully locked in for themselves going into this overtime. But now they're going on that defense, and this is where Gatekeepers can cause a little bit of a ruckus themselves. Again, yes, that Blitz is banned. Yes, that Deimos is banned. It's ironic, really, given how aggressive we've seen these rounds, like all the way through the map. The Deimos and the Blitz, both sides be like, oh no, we don't want to deal with that kind of aggressive util. But it's like, they're playing as if they have it still. We do have the Blackbeard in play. Ooh, and this is what I love to see. Okay, fair enough. Swansea Storm, they're bringing out a Clash. Remember, Clash's ability is a really good way of knocking shields aside. It's a really good way of dealing with a Blackbeard, for example. Not that Gatekeepers seem to be bringing it. Oh, and I spoke too soon. Never mind, Feint is switching onto it. But that's a really good counter. Not only that, it's a really horrible bit of kit to have to go against if you're not a shield op, if you're a squishy op, for example. And you're, you know, you are Hauer on that entry. You're trying to get stuck in. There's a Clash buzzing and zapping you, tagging you up a little bit. That's a nuisance to deal with. That's very annoying. So I love to see this. I want to see where Marv is going to be playing it. I'm assuming maybe it'll be around Breach, or maybe even we'll see it played around Wine. I think right now it's Swansea trying to get that information to work out where these pushes are coming from. Feint already could potentially pressure Wine by just going down and getting into that external door, opening it up, having a little gander, dealing with that basement hallway position. You've got to be careful for that shield as well.
Rave with the air jabs, of course, deposited on some of those doorways just to ensure that no one can get a little bit more aggressive from Fender's side. And also one going like that, which is always nice. Just, you know, pretty easy point that they can go for a flank. Still relying on just the Habana for the hard breach, and we've seen how disastrous that was last time. They have opened up this head hole here, and they are bringing in the Thatcher to try and get rid of some of the ADSs that are protecting Farmer Gerald. I think now they've got rid of the shield as well, which is really nice done timing-wise. Farmer Gerald managed to get this reinforced the last time. This time not able to go for it because they're just taking too much pressure here. Feint moving in as the Blackbeard can't go for the reinforcement this time. You're going to lose your life, and that's what's going to happen. Farmer Gerald gets too aggressive. J-Wo's also failed on the other side, and they've just stepped up into sight, but they forgot about Marv again. In that same position as the last time, Grace, as he just seems to find a corner to rat in somewhere to get himself a freebie.
I absolutely love that, but again, Feint had such a good play there, really using that Blackbeard utility well. Very, very promising on that shield utility, but yes, Marv, being a little rat now, can play around this shield. That's going to cause a massive bit of nuisance for Gatekeepers, who are looking a little bit one-dimensional right now.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where you need to have someone rotate very, very quickly. Again, no EMPs in pocket for Solo, so nothing to deal with this kind of nuisance ahead of him. Good. Oh, well, there we go. Marv trolling himself slightly. Solo's going to get a nice little freebie. Can get stuck in and maybe get the plant down, but the bulletproof is there. You have to be careful, Sham.
Yeah, they do. Calling out the position of where the diffusers go in here, but there's not really much Future can do. Not looking too good for HP and Gatekeepers. They'll take it to full overtime. All 15 rounds required here on Chalet.
I my head in my hands because all Marv needed to do there was to stay on that shield and be a nuisance, and he prones and wiggles out from the side, and it's like, come on now. Do you know what? It's funny. It's silly shenanigans, but goodness me, come on now, Marv. He'll be thinking about that one later tonight in bed when he's trying to go to sleep. He'll be like, oh no. Oh no, I know. But gatekeepers, what incredible work. Again, you are in a position where you're having to deal with the nuisance. I love the fact that, yes, as soon as they've dealt with that clash, let's get stuck in. Unfortunately, what you can do in that moment is you can melee the barrel, and it gives you that little spot to kind of get in and get the plant down from a safe angle, protect you from that bulletproof, actually. And I think there was a little bit of a kerfuffle there when they were like, okay, there's a bulletproof, I can't quite get the angle because I don't want to run up to it. But yeah, if you just melee the barrel, you can sneak your way in between those two cabinets and get your plant down, get someone to cover you.
I'm not too mad at Marv's idea there as well, because that was like an example of, we know where you are in, so we know where you are, like coming back to bite Marv, because he crossed all the way back to pillar with his back turned, and I was like, Marv, give me your back turned here for a sec. And because no one killed him, he assumed it was safe to then prone away, but that just happened at the point where someone stepped up and killed him. So it happens, unfortunately. Different site this time, of course, Bar and Gaming for the decisive round of this map. Remember, of course, it's a best of 3 final. We have Border next, and then Skyscraper as a decider. And a very quick hop, and that's a default cam that hasn't been shot, and there's some information going to be getting fed back that they've already hopped into that that trophy side. They head now, move. Future trying to get aggressive, but they'll be aware of this here, Grace.
100%, but gatekeepers, they've really not extended here, which I don't dislike.
Yeah.
I think it shows a lot of patience from them, actually. I think it shows that they are willing to batter down the hatches here. They just need to be careful that Swansea don't come in hot and fast here. I like the safety first aspect. Again, okay, we've got the castle barricade here. It's, oh,
that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
Go again, I guess. Breach in charge. That's all right. No problem at all. Thank you to our wonderful observer, of course, Nanos, bringing us a free cam antics, making sure we see all of the action. Marv now trying to get some action of his own as he just pops out from behind that shield. See if there's anyone there that wants to take that engagement, but no one wanting to take the bait just yet from Gatekeepers. Quite happy to hold their positions. Jamor in charge of holding it at the top of this staircase. The Flores drone will come through to deny it. That will be successful. Removing that shield. Still, Jamor lingers. Marv stepping up as well, trying to get more of an engagement. There's still a player inside the library as well. You have to be careful of that. Make sure you get the information on that, because that's a bit of a ratty play.
This is great right now from Swansea, but also great from Gatekeepers. Gatekeepers have pulled back. They're not willing to deal with Marv on that Blackbeard just yet. They don't want to contest it. I think that's the right play. Again, so much kit in their pockets still that they can play around. They've got a magnet they can throw if they want to. They've got keepers as well. Ooh, dangerous business here. Rave gets dealt with.
Feint finds one, hides under the desk and manages to pull back. Doesn't want to go for a second bite of the cherry. Decides to pull back down to the bottom of the staircase. Unfortunately, he's cut off on the rotate from Vorte. Future's found himself down. Of course, they removed the castle of Rave at the same time, right below that hatch. Jammer for a big rotate, right downstairs, going right round. Try and come up from below, try and support and stop this flood from coming in. The player advantage in favour of Swansea Storm, and it flips on his head! Farmer Gerald in a 1 versus 3 now. He'll at least find a down and a kill onto Hua. But it's looking very difficult. A drop through the hatch. There's a bulletproof calling out his position as well. Jammer on 16 and 10. He'll be hungry for it. There's information being fed to Farmer Gerald, but not much he can do. Solo wins it out. And the Gatekeepers, they continue to keep those gates shut. Chalet will go to them. What a game it is. What a game.
Solo landing that final blow. That final nail in the coffin. Unfortunate stuff there for Swansea. It looked like they had it in the bag, but the Stags were able to come through and win their map pick. And again, that's exactly what we want to see. Did we expect it to go the full way? I'd argue yes. I want to see it go the full way between these two. That I would be disappointed if it didn't. But that really came down to the nail then. Especially the fact that we're going to a map like Border next. That might get a little bit interesting, given Border's a very hyper-aggressive map.
Yeah. The difficult thing as well, if you just lost out on that first map, only by a round, it can be quite difficult to recuperate that mental. You're a full map down, which means that you have to win that next map to get it to the third. And it seems like a simple concept, but sometimes you see really close games start 8-7, and then the next map will be a complete blowout just because the mental game's completely gone, and that's the test out for Swansea Storm. They miss out just at the end there. Gatekeeper's much better in that final round. Seem to have a much better idea and just flooded over the top of them, Grace. And it was definitely an interesting game. It was fun. It was fun to watch so far, and I'm excited going into Border. I think it's going to be even more antics.
I think for EWE, it really proves that they have a lot of self-control there as well. I think it's very easy for a lot of players in that moment to be like, oh, we've got to get these picks, and they're so desperate to get stuck in that they'll over-peak, they'll overextend, they'll kind of, okay, I can definitely take out this Blackbeard. They didn't do that. They were like, you know what, we're in that defensive position. We have the ability to pull back here. We've got a lot of kit we can hide around and play around. Yes, they might try and play on hatches, but eventually they will have to drop. We'll just hold our angles. We'll stay in those safety positions. It's a tale as old as time, really, but it's one thing that I really do love to see because it shows a lot of promise, even from the get-go. If you're in that grassroots level and you're still able to show the kind of diligence and self-control like that, it's a very good sign of things to come.
Yeah. Really good start to the day for Rainbow Six. Of course, we have potentially another few maps, at least one. We will be going to Border after a very quick break in a few moments. So go get yourself some Monster Energy, some Pringles, maybe hassle Mr. P to see if you can steal some from him, and we'll see you back here in a few moments.
That right there, monster plays of the week.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC Stay-at-Home Series supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race. To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Hello and welcome back to the British University Esports Championship. It has been an exciting day for Rainbow Six Siege so far. First map, of course, done and dusted. Chalet 8-7, and it's went in favour of Gatekeepers. UWE Gatekeepers looking like they're going to continue that streak on, or can Swansea Storm bounce back on board?
It's going to be an interesting one for sure. This will be Swansea's map pick. It is an aggressive map. I'd argue it's one of the most aggressive maps in the map pool, especially when you're starting on that attack.
Oh, there he is.
Mr. P, there he is.
The
legend himself.
The menace. He's got a spotlight and everything. Look at this.
Give us a wave, Mr. P, if you can hear us. I hope he can hear us.
I think. I don't know. Maybe he can. We'll find out. But he's not interested. He's too busy causing chaos for the players. Presumably trying to steal some of their peripherals. I mean, it looks like he actually is. I actually think he actually has just swiped Fane's mouse. What has he done? I'm trying. He picked up on this for a second. What, he implanted a Pringle in there that will help Fane can shoot more. I don't know. The Super Pringle. Let's call it that.
But that's a really interesting thing. Like, we've got to consider the way that some of these players absolutely popped off, especially on the side of UWE Gatekeepers, right? We saw Jamor have some really incredible standout plays. Despite being more traditionally on that flex role, it felt like he was a lot more eager today to get a little bit freaky with it, get a little bit more stuck in. We saw some very nice aggressive takes from him, trying to contest these gunfights and ultimately coming out on top a lot of the time. Swansea, a few sloppy mistakes. Let's see if they have ironed it out for map number 2 of Border. Fist bumping Mr. P, that's the stuff we love to see.
Oh yeah, that's what you want. You know,
I wish I was there so much. Like, I love Mr. P. Was it Insomnia where we saw Mr. P having a little, causing havoc, causing mischief.
Yeah, he's still doing
shenanigans.
It. That's what he's doing. Hanging around and hassling people. Look at him. The biggest promoter.
If you are at the venue,
as well.
This thing, if you're at the venue, you can actually get free Pringles, I do believe. If you just run up and harass Mr. P for them, I'm sure he'll give you them.
Bonk him on the head and see if Pringles fall out. Don't do that. That's not what I want to do.
We do not advocate for Mr. P violence here, okay? Right, we're gonna go to Border. Let's get stuck in. Let's see what happens here. Again, Gatekeepers, already one map up. They've got that firmly in their pocket. This is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So remember, if Gatekeepers are able to take this map off Swansea Storm, cause an upset on Swansea's map pick, that is a 2-0 victory and history being made. So Swansea, right now, they've got it all to do.
They absolutely do, Grace. Gatekeepers, no prayer ban. We'll see if that's on purpose or not in a few seconds. Although Border is the map where we're heading, of course, just as a reminder. Skyscraper is the decider. Ban not going through for Blitz. Okay, so they've tried to ban Blitz out. It happens. We've seen this a few weeks ago. Sometimes there's an issue with the ban overlay not quite showing the right one, which is it happens. So we'll get that resolved and then get back into the game in a few moments. See everybody fresh cans of Monster Energy as they go into that next map. Everybody ready for it. You know, you're not really a Monster Energy drinker, but what is your favorite? What's your favorite that you've tried?
Well, okay. I will say that if I'm going to get an energy drink, it is ironically Monster Energy. Like, I do prefer their flavors, and I do think, is it the white one, the Ultra with sugar free, bit fruity? I do enjoy that one a lot. I think that's the only one I will ever have because she is a sugar-free girly. I know a lot of my friends drink the pink one, but I can't remember the name of it. I have a lot of friends who drink that, mostly for the aesthetics, but I do think they enjoy the flavour as well.
I think it's like Rosa, I think that one. You can see it on the desk, that's the bright pink one. My favourite, Ultra Peachy Keen. Sugar-free, peach flavoured. It's the kind of peachy coloured one as well. Lovely. I had one of those this morning. Actually. It used to be Monarch, which is also peach flavoured, but that's the one with the sugar in it. And now they have one that's the same flavour, but
I didn't
no
realise.
Sugar. You know, sugar-free.
I have not tried this. I'm going to have to try it. Maybe Mr. P can put me one aside at the venue, and I'll have a little.
I have
sippy
extensive Monster Energy knowledge. And it's not
You do
often
love
I
a
get to talk
monster.
about it. Not often I get to talk about it on a broadcast. Well, so, you know, so it's like finally,
love
this
a
is
monster.
finally all of my flavor knowledge is ready for it. It's got used.
Flavor knowledge.
Flavor.
I genuinely, you know, you've taught me something here today because I didn't realize that the Peachy Keen was sugar-free.
Yeah.
And again, as a sugar-free girlie, that's something that might appeal to me. So I'm going to have a little try of that and see what I feel. But ultimately, it is the... Oh, it's not the rose one, it's the Strawberry Dreams. The Ultra Strawberry Dreams.
Okay, that pink one.
Because
Okay,
that's...
the light pink one.
Yes,
Yeah.
that pink one, the light pink
That
one.
one's newer. That one's newer. That one's that's also sugar-free as well.
Mm.
There you go.
I feel like I need to up my game. Maybe I'm being a bit too basic and a bit too simple here by just having the normal ultra white one.
You can't go wrong though with a white monster and energy, and you can't go wrong with the traditional one as well. You know, and I do like that we have a sugar-free version as well of the.
100%, because again, I think a really good benefit of kind of drinking something like Monster Energy is the fact that it is essentially a nootropic, which can really help you when you are doing those late night assignments and studying. Get to the library, have a little Monster Energy. Perks you up somewhat, allows you to keep focused in. Again, the power of being a university student and having a little helpful treat. It's like an elixir, a potion almost,
exactly.
an RPG game, but in real life. Oh, we're having the ban again. Potentially kind of...
Bans are being
okay,
done
bans are going to be... Yeah, bans are going to be typed in chat. That's fine.
That's all good. So get everybody grab your notepads at home. Take a little note of it. So that so we can remember it. Stakes cannot be ignored, of course. We are going into the second map of the grand finals. Ying banned away from Farmer Gerald and Co.
Ooh, again, that's so interesting because, again, this is Border. It's a hyper-aggressive map, especially when you're on their attack. So we've already dealt with Blitz. We've already dealt with Ying. These are two aggressive flash utilities that you can bring to really enable you to get that clearance, get that initial foot in the door. We're going to see the Valk ban come out on that defensive ban for Swansea. Again, a very standard one for most maps, but it's particularly useful on Border because of the way the map's laid out. You can get a lot of information from kind of one tiny little point when it comes to Border. There's a lot of little nooks and crannies where you can also create some kind of little holes in the wall, and it will give you such a deep sight point. Then rear, no surprises there. I think that's very sensible from gatekeepers as well. Yeah. Making sure that when they go for these executes, there's not going to be that dread net to kind of throw them off a little bit, remove their eyesight. It allows them to go a little bit more freaky with it as well. We're looking at you, Feint. We're looking at you, Jim Moore.
You're calling them out.
I think they were really phenomenal on map number one.
They were really
that's
good.
the thing. They were really phenomenal. And again, this is the kind of thing that makes me really excited when it comes to Grassroots University Siege, because it's about, okay, well, how do you develop that further? Do they want it to be developed further? And if they do, there's a lot of things that they can do, you know, in summer. So it's where you start to get a little inkling, a little glimmer of keeping your eyes on some of these players as time goes on.
First Challenger Series right in the middle of what's happening right now, so lots of opportunity for players to make themselves known. Let's see who can make themselves known on Border though. Top floor to start things off. Armory hold, nothing too crazy. Going through, I guess, dock, but I mean, all about dock action every now and again, just to bring a little bit of an extra antics from Jamal. Hopefully you can mute Frost. Nothing all that different, all that kind of crazy, I guess. We'll see the Deimos coming through from Vorti, not banned this time, of course, so we can play on the Deimos. And Marv again on the Montaigne. Early spawn peek attempted there from Hawa, but nothing there as of yet. No one pushing that quick. Pulls back, and such as Border. A little bit of drones from below, see if we can get some information, start beginning to set up for an execute. I am, you know, spotting a potentially, well, Sales going to spot an issue, but they do have the ace for the hard breach. And the wall is half open as well, so it shouldn't be too difficult to put pressure on it. There is the mirror windows, of course, facing to where Marv is to say to push from. So,
I love it.
Kind of a quiet start over Border, actually.
Which is interesting, but I do love the fact that gatekeepers have made this really aggressive setup. Again, when people open up that armory wall, it does allow you to get into the action a lot quicker. Swansea, they're trying to contest it here. They're looking for someone to peek. Future has dealt with Rave. They got the Deimos in play as well on the side of Swansea, so that's going to allow them a lot of aggressive information if 40 goes a little bit freaky with it. Speaking of freaky with it, just a little tidbit for everyone. Vorty killed Fast Anne with a sledgehammer in the Tom Sherlock's Invitational. So that's an interesting bit of information for everyone.
A little bit of lore for y'all.
Bit of lore drop.
Jamor stepping back to Fountain for now, trying to just tease it on that longer angle, but has to pull back for now. Marv here trying to make something work on that 90 position here. Halfway through the round, yes, they've got the opening pick, but still struggling to get a real foothold close to the site. You've got Vorty down below, holding with the Vendetta in hand. And Deimos, no one decided to drop as of yet though. Looks as though they're just trying to make decisions here, Grace. They're not really quite decided what they want to do, to be honest. And there's a C4, unfortunately. Future's going to fall solo with that one. And still trying to prod at this 90 position. Jamor with a longer angle as well will remove Farmer Gerald. They've stalled out here, and Swansea Storm now just Vorty and Marv as Marv tries to force the issue into Fountain, and he will at least be rewarded with a kill onto Jamor as he falls. And from below though, there's Feint to return to site and catches Vorty on that metal staircase. Marv is now stranded in no man's land, and the Gatekeepers, they'll find their first round on border.
And that was really great as well. I really love that. Again, the aggressive setups. They are playing into the field of border so perfectly. Open up these lines of sight, even from the get-go, right? They're bringing the dock out, which we don't see all too often in competitive nowadays. Often when you do see the dock, it's because people do want to get a little bit more aggro and they want to play around that stim, right? The fact that we had from the get-go a lot of setup with those mirror windows in office on that armory wall, we have the dock in play. Gatekeepers were waiting and willing for Swansea. They were basically saying, come get you some. And that's exactly what they did. Feint already having a great time with it. Solo piping up a little bit from the get-go. That's the stuff we love to see as well. Going downstairs now, again, not reinventing the wheel, but once again, Jamor bringing out that dock. They're really hungry for it. Yes, we're going to see the Vulcans. Yes, we're going to see those goos. And yes, we're going to see those Pogmats in the pocket of Rave. A lot of utility focused around that final execute, or indeed, if Swansea do decide to go direct. But we'll see what kind of kit they're bringing, because they have got the skeleton key. There was a little bit of an inkling of them going around Ram, so it does feel like Swansea do want to go for full clearance. Gatekeepers, they just have to waste time here and play around that gorgeous kit on site. Jamor, Hauer, two very aggressive pieces of utility to have. The Vigil, yes, you can kind of hide, you can duck dive. You've got the Boss G in hand as well. You can pop up out of nowhere and cause a little bit of a kerfuffle. One threat factor, though, is that if Jamor falls, if Hauer fall, there's not a lot of utility there for their team to use. And actually, Jamor still has those barbs in pocket.
Pull back here from Hova, who did attempt to go for a small peak, but not held long enough. Again, slow start for a border map on this round. Future with the first step into the building for the attacking side. Feint will put Jabo in the mud. That's the decay be gone as well, and the calls with it. Not the most ideal operator to lose early on, as Feint now dropping down to the bottom floor. Trying to go on the hunt for something on that other side. Hova's found himself down but not out as of yet. Just the side off and step through that double door and caught out in a pinch. He will surely be finished off. There he is, Future. Removes him. Now 4 apiece here for these teams. Looks as though they've managed to flush out this vertical play from the attack. Yes, they have indeed. They do have quite a bit to utilise on this top floor here as they just try to bear down on a site. Of course, it is back and teller that they're trying to defend here, so more vertical play will be done in just a few seconds here. You can see Vorty moving through the map with the skeleton key, trying to bring it a bit closer to site, but they're opting to do just a bit more vert just on the other side in Workshop. They can see that there's a few players just slipped in the net there for a second. They're Feint, managed to dance all the way through into vents. Rave will find one as Future falls. It's the Ash gone at the same time. Now Rave will just hold for a sec.
Yeah, Feint really contesting things as well, still being around vents insane to me, especially when you've got that skeleton key going. The confidence of Feint, but again, has been a star player for Gatekeepers time and time again. Can he cause a kerfuffle? Can he cause a nuisance? Swansea, they've opened up that hatch. They're looking into sight now. They do a fair bit of kit they can use. They've got all those Grimbees still, and they've got 2 flashes in Vorty's pocket if they need it. But Gatekeepers, they have to hold on to things. They have to hold these angles. They are on a slight extension here. Wraith being the main one there to kind of be hunkered down on site.
Oh.
Ooh, Solo deals with Marv.
What a shot that is. They are holding really far back, but it's immediately traded. Farmer Gerald sends blood for a sec there, but he's found himself in a 1 versus 3 as Vorty falls, and now it's a lot of work to do for Gerald as he tries to make something work, but Feint's ready for it, and Feint continuing with a fabulous form here today on Border after a wonderful map 1. And there's Gerald looking side to side, telling the teams off, telling them, yeah, look guys, we need to lock in here. We need to actually start working together as a team.
Yeah. But I love what Gatekeepers are doing already. I really love what they're doing. I love the fact that...
crowd. Hello.
Hey, it's the crowd. We haven't... Why have we not been able to see the crowd yet? We want to see the crowd. We want to see their happy smiling faces. We are literally being gatekept from the crowd. That is really upsetting, actually. No, Gatekeepers have been phenomenal so far. Again, they're not reinventing the wheel, though, and that's a really key point. Yes, there's been something that's a little bit outside of what we normally typically expect in lineups, but it's because of the way that they've decided to play, right? Even Feint, yes, he's being a little bit of a nuisance. He's going into positions where he's not expected to be, but that works, right? If you're not expecting so, okay, I'm working the skeleton key, and we know that it's like Teller's bathroom, right? And by the way, the Goyo is just invent. Like, that's so annoying to deal with as an attacker, because if you do get that call, you do get that information that he's there, you're like, oh, for goodness sake, we actually have to deal with him first, or there's going to be a really nasty retake. And that also kind of symbols to you too, like you need to get rid of those Vulcans, which is another bit of a step kind of thrown in your to-do list. The Ram coming out from Swansea Storm, I think that's a nice, safe thing to do. Again, it allows you to establish verticality without being taken care of, without being dealt with, any C4s, any shots through the floor. It's not going to happen. The alibi going upsets me, just because I do love a bit of alibi on Border. I think it gives you a lot of opportunities to kind of bait a more aggressive team, like Swansea Storm, for example, into dealing, or attempting to deal with you, and that live ping comes out. Be a really nice one.
That's the Border that I was expecting. I don't think picking the first 20 seconds, that's what I was expecting so far. Feint with the aggression there. Snatches one back. Vorty, absolutely no clue of his position there. Feint getting aggressive. Unkillable so far here on Border. 5-0. Now he's in charge of holding on to Armory. Marv will remove Solo. And with it goes the Legion Mines. Still holding on to this top floor. Now the lone warrior of Feint got the Goyle canisters and told to try and deny it, and he'll find himself another pick as well. This time it's Gerald that's felled. An impact just to try and bait out a rotate, but it's not going to come through as of yet. Reaching the halfway point of the round. He knows there's a player inside the CCTV, goes for a drop down as well. And goes for a second. Go for it. Stepping up to the top of the staircase. They'll surely not be aware that he's dropped and did this little reposition, little movement of the feet. His Feint just waits. Now he can use the cover of the boogie device, how loud it is to make his move. Of course, so loud, covering masks the footsteps. Future will find one through the vert. It's Rave. Marv though now falls. It's a triple inside of this round here for Feint. What a performance here, Grace.
Absolutely, Feint is absolutely phenomenal right now. 7 kills throughout 2 rounds already. 3 rounds rather. Pogmat's being dealt with just in case someone needs to jump into that vents window. Looks like Swansea might be forced here to go direct. They do have a lot of vertical established, but it's a 2 versus 2. And that's where things get a little bit more uneasy. Maybe you have to try and contest one of these players, but again, it's Jamor, it's Feint, these 2 star players of today from the side of Gatekeepers, and they're really feeling themselves already.
Down there are 2 versus 2. Grim Bees to go down, but there's a prone angle being held here from Jamor. His position now is going to be given away, but Future, he was not ready for it. Bit of a rat spot there from Jamor. Works out, and he goes right through the rotate. J-Wo's ready. Jamor felled. Feint now in a 1 versus 1. A yellow ping on where the diffuser is. Goes for a sprint. Knows he has to force the issue here. J-Wo's going to have to stay on the plant, and it's going to be free for Feint. 8-0 here on Border. What a performance! Feint really want to carry the team.
Whoa, that's actually, like, good lord. Like, Feint is actually being freaky with it already. We are 3 rounds, and look at the performance he is having.
Yep.
And 100% in that moment, right? The time is ticking down. It's a 1 versus 1. You hear that they've already tried to stick the defuse. You stay close to that server rack. You wait to hear it again. You wait for that timer to run out. It's easy pickings because either they have to come off the defuse and you win, or you just swing the corner and kill them. Incredible stuff from Gatekeepers so far, but again, it's really down to the freaky nature of some of these players being in these unusual spots, getting a little bit frisky with it. The fact that they're bringing the dog every single round is hilarious to me. I love it. This is exactly what I want to see on Border. I want to see the sweat. I want to see the spice. Fane already on 8 kills. 8 kills across 3 rounds. Whew.
He's cold with it, tell you that. Full rotation as well, back up to the top floor, Armory site. Flawless so far for Fane and flawless so far for Gatekeepers. Swansea Storm's pick here, not quite getting the start where they want. No Taki T as of yet, as you would put it. I don't think I've heard you say that one before, actually. But if I pushed P a few times, I think that's the first time. I think times you've casted. I don't think I've heard a Taki T from you.
I don't say Taki T. No, it's not one of mine. Posty P, definitely. Posty P. I think every single thing we've done, I've said Posty P. SILCQs, Posty P.
It's all about the Posty
Rumble, Posty P. NSC, Posty P.
A new Grace shorthand enters the conversation. Marv here, trying to pressure that mirror window on Armory. Of course, didn't quite work out last time for them. This time it's being held on to shotgun and an SMG 11 combination. Yep, Fane. Came off the guy. Boss G goes past the head, but the SMG 12 doesn't as Marv loses his. What a shot that is. Marv trying to get aggressive, trying to take the fight to them. J-Wo though gets a double. Catches Raven solo, sleeping on the back line. I don't know how he's did that.
Yeah, going a little bit more direct to try and catch people off guard. Rightfully so, seeing Hauer rotate to get that stim off Jamal. That's also a benefit of having that dock. It's not just for yourself when you're being a bit freaky with it. It's also to give your teammates a little bit of a boost. They know, okay, we're on that player deficit. We have one less than them. We need to hold our angles now. This is very sensible thinking from Gatekeepers. Swansea, they've got CC control. They've got East control now. Gerald dealing with Jamor as well. That's a great start as they set up for this collapse.
2 members on site here for Gatekeepers, and now Feint has finally found himself in a grave. 40 was downstairs and ready for it. How about when SMG 12 will find another? It's Farmer Gerald this time, and he's going to step up into the hallway, taking the fight to them, getting a bit more aggressive. I think they have an idea, and yes they do. J-Wo takes the game by the scruff of the neck in that round. Finds the round for Swansea Storm. They're first inside a border. That's exactly what they needed.
100% they did need it, because it felt like for a while Gatekeepers were kind of dancing around them. Gatekeepers seemed like they were having a lot of fun. They were getting freaky with it. Swansea, they were able to get in and establish themselves just with that cheeky little pick, dealing with 2 of them. Again, in a way that was very unexpected, and I think that's the kind of thing that works. Yes, Gatekeepers, they're in these precarious positions. They themselves are being very hard to predict. Swansea looking to do that a little bit themselves. At that point, you've lightened the load a lot. Gatekeepers force their way back to site. Swansea are able to set up full control around site, set up for the push that they want to take. And then it's just easy pickings from there. Swansea, that should have put some wind in their sails somewhat. Again, it's going to be interesting to see what ops we end up with going into this again, because yes, they want to have a bit of soft destruction. They want to have things for that verticality. They want to have ways in maybe through the sidewalls of tellers as well. Remember, if you do take East control and make your way down, and you just pop that wall open, you can just try and force the plant there, especially when you've got things like the Capital Firebolts, the Grimbees as well. You don't have to go for the classic bathroom take or even forcing your way in through the window if you want to rush with it, which, given the fact that they don't have a shield, I'm assuming there's no rush trap being planned here by Swansea. Ella. Yeah. Ella. It's an interesting one, because we've seen such an uptick, right? We've seen such an uptick of Ella and Zofia, and it's 100% because of that stun. So powerful at the moment.
Feint played 1 round on an SAS operator and was like, yeah, no, I'm going back on the Goyle. And I'm going to get aggressive with it! He just keeps going! Give him a vector and a target, and he will find it. 9-1 so far here for Feint. That's what gatekeepers want from him, and that's what he is delivering. Pull back as well now. They've got that aggressive one, and they've decided to step all the way back to Armory, but the site, you know, this is the thing. This is the thing. I think they're going to go for a hatch drop. I think that's where they want to go from. There is a yellow ping on to where Feint is, but they've given up control of that office and fountain area above the site, so they can start to do some vertical here as that player holds towards 90-40, though on the wrong side. To come from Armory, and yeah, they've dropped the hatch. Grace decide to go back to site and high tail out with it.
And again, that's a sensible option, right? You've dealt with that kerfuffle, you've wasted half the round already. They still have to establish verticality into Workshop. They still have to get office control and start to look down these hatches. Additionally, they need to add an angle of pressure that seems to be coming in from Marv from that east stairs.
Oh, does
he try and catch people off guard, but Rave is there! Sham, what is happening to Swansea right now?
Perspective, that's what's happening. Rave holding on the hatch. Fortunately, J-Wo doesn't realise there's a player there. Jamor with the aggression. Vorty through the vert, removed. Skeleton key gone as well. Oh my days, this is just getting aggressive. They're just continuing on here. Seems like that round that they lost was just a blip. Jamor just now feeling themselves do have information on Farmer Gerald's position. The vertical not quite giving him quite an angle onto where Gerald is. Or where, sorry, where the player is below Gerald, even. So he opens up that hatch. So much information on the player inside of Workshop. I have to be careful here. He moves around, Solo taking a bit of damage. Might realise what's happening. Always found himself downed as well. I think just trying to take a bit more of an aggressive position at the top of Beepers. There you go, there you are. Last 10 seconds approaching here though. Gerald is really struggling to find something to work here. Jamor sweeps it up. Gatekeepers, they bounce back. 4-1 here on border.
Great stuff indeed. Farmer Gerald at least denying the flawless. I love it, Feint. I love it. I love it. I love it. with the pink monster, no less. With the pink monster, no less. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe that is the secret. The pink monster energy.
Listen, I said fresh. I said they had it. Fresh monster energies on the desk before they started. I'm working for Feint so far.
It's 100%. Feint is so close to those double digits already.
Yep. 5 rounds in.
The absolute cleanup that's been occurring. Also, how much bang for their buck have they actually been getting, right? We've seen them not only take the dock, but sometimes when you see teams take the dock and they want to be aggro with it, you rarely get to see that the player on that dock is actually thinking about his teammates and topping them up nicely.
Yeah, it's been happening quite a lot.
Jamal's been doing that. Jamal's
I'm glad
been
you made that.
what? Like this is it sounds such like a weird point to make, but it's so unheard of that the person playing on that dock is actually going to do the job of healing their teammates as well. And like, it really shows how much communication, how much teamwork is happening right now on the side of gatekeepers, because it is unheard of that your dock is actually going to heal you. It's usually quite a selfish play that you're making with that dock. And that's the stuff you love to see, to be honest. That's the stuff you love to see.
Bit positivity there. Jamor getting value from that and value from the gun, of course. And a great performance here alongside Feint. Went for just a little run out for a second there, just to scare Swansea a little bit, make them think about their approach, of course. There is 3 Goyle canisters, by the way, on that archive store. The twitch of J-Wo's going to have to try and get rid of, which I think is going to head round to that side just now. See, of course, if he can do it. No mute to deny. And the drone going in. There's a mirror window holding inside of Fountain as well, and Jamor sitting right in front of it. Trying to get aggressive. There you go. Goyle canisters getting popped a bit. So, setting up for that archive side, I think.
Bit dancing with that Twitch drone.
Yep.
Quite amusing. But again, bringing that Twitch, it's a good way of dealing with the fact that they consistently bring out Goyo with those Vulcans. However, it's not the utility you have to worry about in shots like that. Jamal once again getting freaky with it. The trader's there though. Vorty does it.
Yep, he's ready at the bottom for that hatch drop. Gets himself a reward for it as well. Always taking a bit of damage. Can't be rehealed this time. Jamal's left around. Feint though will find another. In border, J-Wo, his next victim. 10-1, there's the double digits. As he just sits inside of Fountain, behind his mirror window. Sorry, that's solo even. 2 vectors, you know? The vectors, I'm crossing my vectors. That's what's happening now. Hear them on one side. Like, we're deciding to double it down.
The fact that Fane is on a perfect 2 KPR right now.
Yep. Quick maths. 3 versus 4 though.
Actually, technically it's round 6. I do apologize. It is a 1.66 KPR. That's me being silly. That's still really good going. We're on that final preface set. You're already on double digits. You've been doing such a standout play for your team. 40 trying to get stuck in. Skeleton Key. Flash is going out. Can they find the player behind the shield? They got nothing to do with him. Feint is going to hightail it out there. He gets one. Betrayed his Evo Sham. Future with a follow-up. Marv gets one too. My.
Now it's Solo with his Vector to try and deny. There's Grimbeast to stop him from crossing, attempting to go for the defuse, can't do anything about it. Marv sitting and waiting. Swansea Storm finally break the waves on border. They managed to collect themselves around. A little bit scrappy at the end there, could have been either way, but quite nice execute. A little bit of a 3-2-1 shot call, pairing up together, open up that breach.
It's a bit freaky. It's a bit freaky. You got the shield, you can't really deal with it, right? So you gotta try and do something. So they just send it in. They just send it in altogether.
Just send it. That's what you do. It's war of attrition against Feint. Just send bodies at him and hope that someone kills him. It worked. Sometimes you just have to go route 1. Open up a wall, throw flashbangs in, and just run at them. Overwhelm them. 4-2 now on the side switch. Of course, now onto the defense here for Swansea Storm. Whether that's an advantage, you can kind of look at that one. Order slightly more attacker, I think.
Yeah, it tends to be attacker-sided, which is where my worry comes in, albeit between these two, things have been very unpredictable, so I'm not sure if we can really deep too much for classic statistics of maps in Seed right now. However, Gatekeepers, they know exactly where the friction points of this map is. We've seen that from how they played on that defense. They know this map. They've got a bit of a classical actually, having that shield set up from the side of Swansea Storm. All the way focusing around that east stairs. Yes, sometimes people like to bring the castle out to kind of block off that area, kind of keep it nice and separate, keep it nice and staggered almost when you're pushing on the attack. But having the shields, I haven't seen that in a very long time. That's very, very old school. That's like classic old school.
Classic.
And I'm here for that. I'm here for that, to be honest. You've got the rotation behind you as well if you want to play around whoever's holding on to CC. Never mind! Joe's got a full jump wall. Great start there. Goodness me.
Marv also taking quite a lot of damage as well in the ensuing chaos. Down to half HP. No dock for this vigil this time though. Still inside a break. We have to be careful here, Gatekeepers. Make sure that they check that is definitely clear. A little bit of a stall for a second. This Feint's the one on the shield, which is definitely not what I was expecting. But probably an idea for it. Jamor gets the second of the round as Marv eventually removed the side of break, but Solo gets caught out at the top of the east staircase as Vorty gets himself one for free. Solo not got the gun up, just caught in the sprint animation. Probably found himself down as well. Frost Trap will do that to you, unfortunately. Farmer Gerald just starting to take a bit of pressure. I say a bit, there's quite a lot of pressure. That's a Montaigne that's staring you in the face. Feint juggling that around, continuing to put the pressure on him, pushing him back and back and back. Pistol up as well. Feint continues the reign of terror on border here, Grace. It's just, is there anything he can do wrong?
It doesn't appear to be. On the Monty now as well, showing that he's also competent on those shields. The plant's going down. Swansea fully pushed away from denying that. 40 does get one more though. Feint will fall too, but it's a post DP.
2 versus 2 as well. There's a down coming through from Rave. Can't get back up. Hoa manages to find one into Future. It's 1 versus 1, but I think you know where each other are. Vorty for a swing at there. Sees the player for a second, but Hoa wins it! Somehow! Reacts quicker. And Gatekeepers, they're going to get their first attacking round here on border.
And Gatekeepers once again proving themselves against their own name, being the ones right now to really get Swansea on the ropes on their own map pick. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Gatekeepers already won map number 1. Chalet, yes, it came close, but they were able to snaggle that under their belt. Swansea, they're in trouble here. Gatekeepers, they can smell the match point just under their nostrils right now. And not only is this really nice siege from them, it feels like they're really enjoying themselves. And I really love the fact that we're seeing this from them. It's not just about winning sometimes, it's about vibing and having fun. And they're currently doing both.
That's crazy. I really want to come back to that. That's wild from Awa to win that. He's on like 2 HP because he hit a Frostman earlier in the round.
Yeah. And
somehow still wins the 1-2.
Should not have got away with it. Should not have got away with
literally,
it.
Literally, he swung onto the breach and you see his foot for a second, literally one bullet in the toe and he's done. Oh my good days. That's a crusher for Swansea, I think.
But it's the thing, right? It's been a consistent thing from Gatekeepers the entire series so far. That shouldn't happen. Or, wow, how has that happened? Like, there's so many moments where Gatekeepers have just done the unexpected or the impossible, seemingly. And I'm here for that. I love that for them. Yeah. Right now, Swansea, they're on the ropes a little bit. They really need to start getting these rounds on the board under their belt. They're on the defensive side, so yes, it gives them a bit more pressure taken off them in terms of that timer. The time is for 6 defenders, we often say. But they have to be careful. Already we're seeing they're not swinging and being silly sausages just yet. But looking at dealing with that Monty, Gerald C4 prepped. They just want Feint to push just a little bit further, but he's not. Patience is there.
Certainly is. An attempt there to deny the ass charge from removing that Mira window. Unfortunately, there's C4. Goes past, Feint. He takes a tiny bit of damage. Steps back. The Mira window was cracked, despite them having that renegade there to try to deny it. It was just to step off just at the wrong time, so going to be a bit harder gear to hold for Vorti. But it is a bit one-dimensional. You have quite a lot of players trying to take this one avenue. You do have Jamor on the other side. On an upside down rappel drain to put some pressure into the CCTV. There isn't anyone inside the CCTV, so they get it essentially for free. Start to flood in, and they begin to start formulating that execute as Hoa pushing up onto that kind of 90 area, just trying to put more pressure down range. And now they can get this wall up. You've got Feint right next to them. I love this, standing there, just making sure that if anyone does swing that doorway, they're going to be covered with the shield. Beautifully done, and that's the wall now open.
Teamwork makes the dream work. As you just touched on, Sham, that wall is open. Yes, the mirror window is still going to be there, but it's about creating the pressure now into sight. It's about creating that pressure. Is Feint able to actually get past that? I'm not sure. I think there might be a little bit of a stickiness there. But for now, the play on that half wall is in a little bit of a jammy position.
Yep. They'll assume that. I think they'll assume that there's going to be a player there. I think that they will... Yeah, there you go. There's definitely a confirmation. Feint can go around here. I think this can work. But they're still trying to do a little bit of work on the other side. You've got Jamor there just removing the bulletproof cam at the same time. This is looking a bit sticky for time here, though. Still all 5 members of both teams upstanding as Jamor trying to take a bit more pressure on this Beepers area. Solo will fall. Marv with the first bite of this round. That foot is spotted for a second there. Future takes it a bit more damage. They're attempting to go for a diffuse here, but Jamor doesn't realise there's a player so aggressively sitting. They are trying to go for a diffuser, but it is going to be killed off and cold. Feint collects it up again, but a sticky breach and a sticky round, unfortunately. It's not going to go well for Gatekeepers. The Swansea Storm, they'll get their first defence.
And that's a really important round for Swansea right now because, my gosh, did they need it. They need to get that confidence factor back. They need to start having that pressure come off them a little bit. But again, it's going to be difficult. Until they've equalised, they're going to be feeling that vice grip. Gatekeepers, I don't think they themselves are going to be feeling too Jimmy rustled by how that went. I think they had some really good approaches. You know, we talked about the entire round, the way that they were working together as a team is very reminiscent of how their defenses were going. No one's being silly. It's all very cold, calculated, and concrete.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Right now, it really is just a case of how much stamina Swansea have in the tank to keep their mentals in check. Continue these rounds.
I'm saying Tana, a can of Monster Energy, a couple of Pringles, maybe even squeezing a pot noodle if you really want to do. If you really want to get it in there. In a tactical time, a tactical pot noodle.
A tactical pot noodle, a tactical Pringles pot noodle with Monster Energy. Is that what's happened here? Is that what we're gonna see?
I'm telling you.
Well,
if they come back and get this, and yeah, we'll see.
Speaking of getting things,
I know you love talking about a Scopos.
I was gonna say I do love a Scopos, so we're seeing Mr. Joe on the Scopos. That's what we want to see. Having the fact that you've got the Pantheon shield in play also allows you a lot of flexibility. Yes, you can have a Pantheon upstairs, you can make your way back to site, but it's even, say for example, they flood site. You can go off-site, you can go for that retake from a safe position, keep your life, you don't have to worry about all the utility being thrown towards you if they do go direct. This is interesting as well from Gatekeepers, just getting the info, working out what they want to do. I think they are aware of a heavy presence in office, so if they are going for traditional full clearance, they are going to have to deal with that setup. They have the raw aura though, and that's something I love to see. I want to see what they do with that, especially in the hands of Feint, who again, we've touched. It sounds like we're #1 Feint fans at this point, but look at the field day he has had so far. There's a lot they can do here with Orbis Kit. But Swansea, they themselves are bringing out a lot of aggro utility, even a bit of information denial in that Mozzie. Curious to see what happens here.
Farmer General just lingering behind that mirror window inside the fountain. Some pressure. Tackle, I guess called, by the way. You can see the Aurora, there it is, the Dom panel up on that double door, right in the middle. Rave just put the Talon Shield away for now, just to get rid of the barbed wire. Jamor's up there as well. 3 members on that side, on that staircase, looking to try and get this execute down. Breach gadgets in the pocket of Jamor with the EMPs to ensure that they can get this wall open. There's another Dom panel on the double door as well, with the shield going down from Jamor at the same time. It looks like they've got this execute nicely set up. There is some smoke babes that at least now will play a little bit of havoc. Only one now left for Marv. Better Kwango being heard here. Marv is now gone, so that's the smoke gone with it as well. But you have to be aware that there could be a player right next to them. Of course, the Talon Shield will cover them if they go for the swing. But an impact there, that's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. A swing from the Scopos. And a peppering towards Passport as well from Jwo as he lingers to go for another swing. Finds himself 2.
What?
Can't go for 3 though. A C4 from Future has fell solo. His Feint is caught out. Can't decide which way to look. Another Doc performance here from 40. What is going on in this game? Swansea.
The Kahoonies.
It was so. It was set up for perfection, but one Scopos and an impact does the room there completely and does it.
It's nuts. That was insane. Like again, it's the Kahoonies to wait around that corner for so long. Unfortunate oversight from Gatekeepers, not having any information on site to know that that was just around the corner. I love the fact that Gatekeepers used every single bit of kit they had possible there to go for that execute. You know, they used a Aurora to cut off that meeting door. They had the Talon Shield as well as an extra backup. They were using those Talons to plant behind. It was a very safety first execute, but unfortunately they missed the main key factor with Rainbow Six Siege, which is information. Information is king. It's it's such a shame because that was a really lovely execute, but literally all it takes is just not knowing that Joe is just around that corner. He swings, he gets that denial, he denies the plant. The plant's then in no man's land, so you know that you have to rush forward and deal with those players, and at that point everyone's holding those angles, everyone starts cleaning up. Joe seemingly getting away with murder as well, getting some really lovely little shots here, there, and everywhere. Swansea. I should have put a bit of life back in them. Can they equalize here, though? Can they bring it to 5-5? Again, no reinvention of the wheel. They've got that classic of the castle. They've got those toxic babes. They've got those goos. The interesting factor here is these EDDs. Wondering where they will be positioned. Looks like they're going to try and catch someone a little bit off guard, or maybe it's to deny us those, again, sudden executes that seem to be happening.
Another example of an almost for a Aurora execute. Maybe one day we'll get to see one, Grace. Maybe one day. That day is not today, though. Demos in tow here, trying to get some of a hunt game on, and I think they're going to catch one. Jiwo manages to drop down, but he will be removed. Vendetta finds its mark, and that's the Azami gone as well. No keeper barricades can be deposited throughout the round. Decent start here from Gatekeepers as they just try to take some of that top 4 control. We've got 40 downstairs as well, just inside the supply, conscious of anyone on that main door. They find a player inside a bathroom. Farmer Gerald not able to escape! He forgets which parts of the map are soft. Hoba using that Demos to perfection to hunt down the Legion of Farmer Gerald. What a start here.
Sham, I fear here that Swansea gave up top 4 control a bit too easily. However, we've let another one turning into an absolute menace with that Demos. A menace. That is an ironic word to use, to be honest. Menace on the Demos. He is indeed being a menace. But again, they've given up top 4 control way too easily there. That Ram is coming through now. It could have come through a lot earlier. It's going to rip open those floorboards, establish control, establish verticality. All Gatekeepers need to do now is focus on that collapse and getting that plant down. This is a precarious thing to see.
They've not heard the air jab get shot. They've not heard it get shot, and unfortunately Rave's going to fall because of it. Reclaimed this top floor. You said they're giving it away a little bit early, but Marv has taken it back and still has 3 smoke waves to deny as we enter into that final 30 seconds. Hull has also found themselves down. This is recoverable here for Swansea Storm. Jammer's locked out of sight at the same time. 20 seconds in the pocket for them to utilise. Vorty falls. What a shot that is. It's now a 1 versus 1. Jammer still upstairs, attempting to go for the diffuser here. I think he's dropped at the same time. But I don't think they're aware of where the plant's going down. He's checking the corners. He knows. Swansea Storm, they pull that one back.
That was completely insane. That was, like, I don't even know where to begin with that one. Like, hello? Hello? How was Swansea getting away with that? Okay, that was really, really, really unfortunate for the side of Gatekeepers. It looked like they had everything in control, all of their power. But this is a problem, right? Because in that moment, you're thinking, we're in that power position, right? We've got a map under our pocket. Swansea should be a little bit dimly muffled. You are not thinking that the smoke of all operators is going to waddle up those main stairs, SMG-11 in hand, and start picking you all apart. Again, clearing that top floor, which then means you've got all that breathing room. You yourself can then play on that 30, which is absurd, obscene, to be honest. Incredible stuff there from Swansea, and all it takes is just being like, you know what, I am cheeky enough to go rotate upstairs and start playing the Verti myself. Verticality works both ways, right? And if you've already set up a lovely little bit of Ram goodness, you know, you've sent that buggy out, you've ripped open those floorboards so much that you can see everything that's happening below, and you're that smoke, and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to use that then. Insane stuff. 5-5 now, they have equalized. Gatekeepers taking that timeout, rightfully so, because, that's an uncomfortable one. A little bit of an oversight not having a flank drone there as well, you know, on that hallway position that maybe could have spotted it out.
It's just not ready for it. That's all it is. They're not expecting it. You know, you go up, you shoot, they had the air jab there, they shot the air jab, didn't hear it, then didn't hear the beepers. Just no one expecting a smoke to do that. You're not expecting someone to do it, and that's what wins you rounds. You take those risks. Swansea Storm, they even score at 5 each. Now it could go either way as to who is going to get the attempt at a map point first. Still on the defence here for Swansea Storm. Top 4 hold this time, Armory. Fate going on to that. Montaigne. Similar take, I imagine, here from Gatekeepers. What we've seen from them before. Worked once and failed once as well. Keep it Hamzy.
This is where you expect a bit more aggression from Gatekeepers with that thinker. Again, it works in a kind of similar effect almost to that smoke, with a bit more gung-ho, shall we say, behind you. You've got the shield of the Monty. Yes, it's not an aggressive shield, but it can be utilized as a nice safety point, whether you want to play in a 2-stack, you know, send that Monty first and you swing aggressively around it, or you want to have it as essentially a walking drone that's going to give you these nice safety points to work from, especially again in the pockets of Feint. Feint has had such a great time with it. If it does come down to having your Monty have to take a gunfight, you've got Feint with that pistol, it's going to be a much better job.
The KB call goes out as well. Stepping a mute jammer here for future, so but I think you did hear him just before. Of course, standing right above that hatch, can go for a drop. No one below here to put the pressure on it. Still got control over inside of security for Javo. Just holds and waits. C4 in the hand as well from Vorty, ready to go over the top here. And what it is here, that gatekeepers are really struggling to get an in-row into the site. Very one-dimensional. They're all funneling from the same point on the map, but it hasn't mattered. And LMG finds its back onto Javo. That's the side of security. So now can move from that side of the map, but there's the C4 that Vorty had prepped right over the top, finds it Rave, and that's the ace gone. I think at least a decent amount of the work had been done there, but they haven't opened directly up into sight. Yeah, a bit more difficult if that's the route they want to go, but they could just go this route. Send Feint right into a doorway, he checks to the side just in time there. Vorty right on his right, he looked at just the right, just perfectly timed. Jamor as well, perfectly timing a shot onto Future, but a shotgun to the face of Feint will remove him. It's 3 versus 3. The calls continue to rain here. Vorty waits on that doorway, waits for more to walk in his hand, decides to drop off. There's too much he can do. The kill feed's lighting up a bit here. It's in favour of Swansea Storm! And they're going to find themselves a map point attempt.
A lifeline right now for Swansea Storm. They lost that first map. It was all looking done and dusted. They've been able to claw themselves back. They're getting onto that match point. Could this be it? Could this be the second map equalizing Swansea and keeping them in it to win it still? Gatekeepers, they have the right ideas here. They're just struggling on the execution.
They are starting to slip through their fingers. Got the beckoning of overtime if they want to stay on border and stop this going for a third map, which, in case you forgot, is Skyscraper. Definitely in for a bit of spice if we get to that map, but for now, we still remain on border. Bathroom and Tellers we head back down to for the defence here for Swansea. Of course, they won that one off the back of a really good play from Javo on the Scopos. Just decided to bring it again. Very similar setup here from Gatekeepers, bringing along the roar again, dropping off of the Osa though. I want to go for the same execute, so changing things around a little bit and also bringing along that ram, making sure they could get some vertical done.
Power with that Deimos yet again. I think there's been some very mixed results with that. We've had some really good plays from him. I want to see that life come back. I want to see him hunt down the players of Swansea Storm with that death mark. More should be trying to contest into an entry point at some point. Swansea, they've relatively spread themselves out. They're staying a bit close to home though. The positionings aren't too spread out. So again, they're giving CC up for free. They're giving East up for free here. Gatekeepers, they'll be aware of that now. Lots of drone work to make sure that the safety first factor is there. It's where the death mark can start to come into play eventually. The cleanup will start to occur. Again, you've got 2 players kind of holding around that office area. You can divide and conquer them. That's 99% of the job kind of almost done, because at that point, you've got the ram, you can establish that 30. You start to use that death mark to your advantage. Learning from last time as well, using those drones so much now. Remember, the last time they approached this, the disappointment, the upset almost of them having all that kit, all of that utility to hide behind and not being aware of the play around the corner. So safety first, getting that info certainly needed here.
Yeah, doing just that as well and get rid of some of the utilities on the top floor. And that round, unfortunately, Beecham just doesn't quite land right on the mirror window, so they can still pop it from behind it here, Future. They've decided to go for a pinch here, Future absorbing quite a bit of damage, and it will be Hoa though to come out on top of that engagement, but C4 galore from Swansea Storm means that they are in the driver's seat for this round. 4-3 on the player count. Still a minute here. Still getting some drones down, still making sure to get as much information as possible. They do know where Marv is. He tried to go for an opening engagement versus Hoa, but take a bit of damage and decide to drop back. Still getting the drones in here, Grace. They're really making sure to get as much information on this position of Marv, who's just holding below the hatch. They don't have all that much time to use and get this vert done. It looks as though they're going to try and force themselves down through the hatch. They do have two players playing pretty much right on top of each other inside the site, so they can at least put pressure on that. Can try and something. 20 seconds though. Jamor finds one. It's Marv that falls this time. There's covering from the window at the same time as Solo now dropped down to go for the plant at the same time, but doesn't quite realise that he's vulnerable to that position. Jamor's found Farmer Gerald. Jamor's found a second. It's a triple inside of this round for him. J-Wo's on the hatch above though, but I don't think they're aware of this reposition from the Pantheon, but Solo is. Looks up at the right time, and Gatekeepers, they remain on border. Full overtime twice in a row, Grace.
Yet another overtime. This is the stuff we love to see between these two titans of University Siege in the UK. I would have been upset if we didn't go to overtime, to be honest, Sham. That's the stuff I want to see between these two. I've touched on this before. When you have these two teams, but to be honest, are playing very, very decent Siege, you want to see that overtime factor. You want to see it really get to the very, very end, the nitty-gritty. And goodness me, Gatekeepers, so concrete in that round. Again, a massive, massive factor there from the get-go was we really saw how they'd adapted themselves to be like, okay, we trolled ourselves by not having the right information the last time we approached this. Let's make sure we definitely have that. They had the drones flying here, there, and everywhere. They had the Deimos as well. It's really good stuff. And even now, we'll see if this gets stuck, but look at the utility they're taking. There's an information utility in solo, of course. You've got that global. It's going to allow you to pinpoint these players a bit more effectively. But if Hauer sticks with that op, that's really good going to... Oh, maybe not. There we go. I've jinxed it.
You jinxed it. That's the risk of attacker repick. 6-6 now. Overtime on border. Swansea Storm's map pick. Skyscraper awaiting in the wings if Swansea can get it over the line. But momentum will be in the hands of Gatekeepers after winning that round. Pulling it back from a map point. Jamor, I've said it so often, players taking the game by the scruff of the neck. That's exactly what Jamor did that time. There was no way he was losing that round. 13-9, overtaken Feint, almost 13 each. We said it right before we went into the map. They're hungry for it. Feint's hungry for it right now as he steps in with the Blackbeard. Marv takes quite a bit of damage, he steps right back out. Oh, the C4 the second time! Vorty gets the same C4, this time it's Feint that falls and the Blackbeard with it. And that's one of the prongs your trident gone, not ideal.
Precisely that. Especially when, again, an aggressive shield util. Such a needed factor in this day and age. Swansea, it lightens the load for them. You got double SAS as well, so there's a lot of SFG11 shotty action that can occur. A lot of flexibility with how you play around these corners and angles. Jamor will fall as well, which is a great start for Swansea. Gatekeepers. It's where they have to have a bit of a breather. They have a lot of kit to work with still. They've got EMP and a Selma left, and they've got that call still left in the pocket of Solo as well. Bit of smoke if they want to cover some lines of sight, but Swansea, they're behaving themselves. They're not swinging. They're not getting ego peaky.
Not yet. Marv's still in the same position though. Rage steps up and removes them. Another C4 goes over. This time it comes up from below, actually. That should give away an idea that someone's downstairs at least. Lifeline for Gatekeepers to say that this round as the Twitch drones continue to trundle on through, trying to get some information. Remove some utility, but Vorty is there with the shotgun. Vorty, by the way, 12-9. A great performance himself. Holding on that archives door. 50 seconds here. Grace, is all three members of Gatekeepers are trying to funnel from the same side of the map. No pinch here, no flank. This is what you have to be careful of.
100%, if you go a bit too one-dimensional, you get picked off a bit too easily. Scrappy though, Sham.
Certainly is there, but back and forward. Killfeed starts to find a bit of action. There's a player prone on the ground. I think they know that he's in that corner. But Vorty make Lullo into a false sense of security. Shotgun at the ready. Not going to check, unfortunately, and Hull is going to fall because of it. Double kill for Vorty inside of this round. Rave, though, snatches one. It's Farmer Gerald at the back end, but J-Wo's covering. for Swansea Storm. Now they'll get their second attempt at map point.
Goodness me. Goodness me. It's where things start to get a little bit hot and heavy on both sides. Swansea just on the cusp of bringing us to that third and final map of Skyscraper. It's where you want gatekeepers to lock in and not let it get to their heads. Again, always an admirable trait that you see in teams, even at the grassroots level. Oh no. Might have to go for a cheeky rehost.
Yeah.
This Valkyrie is indeed banned.
Blitzing about defending in the lands.
But yeah, this is where gatekeepers need to not let the mental affect them too much. Not crumble under pressure. Again, they look like they've had fun this entire series. They're in that power position still. It's where you got to say to yourself one more round. We see them very active, talking to themselves, quite animated. Lots of comms on that side, really making sure that they're locked in for this. Can the power of Farmer Gerald's mullet, however, allow Swansea to take this second map, Sham? Is it even a mullet nowadays? I mean, there was a point where Gerald removed the mullet, and that was really disappointing and upsetting, I must say.
It's still a mullet. Short of the back, short of the sides, in front, long at the back. It's definitely getting a bit closer to that modern mullet, but it's still a mullet. Yeah. I wonder what he stores in his mullet. Pringles. What's the energy? Needs some of it. I was looking a little bit dejected for a sec there. Farmer General just sitting, pondering. There's the mullet in its full glory, thanks to the.
There we go.
There we are.
We love Gerald's mullet. It's the mullet and moustache wombo combo.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not just a normal moustache, it's a powerful. It's a kind of moustache you expect with a mullet.
It's a handlebar.
It's a handlebar, precisely.
Exactly. Like a classic, like old style cop in a small town situation.
Like you can imagine like one of those like 70s cop shows and Gerald's like rolling over the bonnet of like some crazy like flashy car.
Stay in
he's
school,
like,
kids.
Yeah, he's like he's wearing like orange flares and like a crazy like paisley t-shirt, you know? Like that's the vibes right now.
That is the vibes. Alright. Not just gatekeeping you from the game for now. We're just waiting for readers to come through. Band operator was selected, so we have to just back through and do the lobby. So we'll wait for that to occur. Well, that's okay. That's the Lanigans for you. Lots of moving parts in these things.
Lanigans, I like that.
We're holding up signs, but wrong camera. There you go, wrong camera. You're diamond one. We can't read that. Oh, there you go, Farmer Gerald. Hey! We do love the mullet. Like there we are. We do love the mullet. There we are.
Love the mullet.
So at least someone was listening to us waffle.
Mullets are powerful, and I'll down that hill. I think every single time a mullet is involved, things get 90% better.
Oh yeah, I think that's a compliment. Given I also have a mullet.
You could take that. You could take that. You could take that as a mullet. Looks like Gerald is having a bit of audio issues as well, so maybe the power of the mullet has interfered somewhat with the equipment on stage. Maybe it's just getting too powerful. But again, you know, we're at the very, very tippity tip right now where the lock-in needs to occur from gatekeepers to such a strong extent. You can't let this slip away from you. What a run. And again, I'd argue maybe the pressure's more on gatekeepers right now, because as Swansea said in that interview before the series, you know, they're just here to not embarrass themselves. They're here to be like, Swansea still got it. And I think they've already proven that. But for gatekeepers, they have the option to make history. They have the option to put their pride into their university, making history, and again, really putting their stamp on NSC history as well. So there's a lot at stake here. You can't let the mental get to you. You can't let those chips start to form in your mental. You cannot be defeated mentally by the power of Farmer Gerald's mullet. The defeat or the win needs to come in the server.
It does. It does. We'll be back underway just shortly. More moments before we head back into the game. Of course, do not forget, we are 7-6 currently on the scoreline in favour of Swansea Storm. They are 1 round away from going to Skyscraper as the deciding map. But should Gatekeepers pull it back to full overtime, they will have a chance to win it in 2. I think this game is merited for full overtime. I think it deserves it. We'll get in a few moments. I do like that they have monitor arms at this event. I do like that because I'm a monitor arm enjoyer, Grace. I do.
Tokus, you just reminded me of the T2 finals where Dempster's playing with Dea's monitor arm just high in the air. Thankfully, that's not happened here today. Big ups NSE, big ups Epic Land for ensuring that the monitor arms are in appropriate positions and players can move it about should they wish to. Which you might be like, Grace, why is that a talking point? Believe me, it is.
Yeah, there was multiple instances of me basically knocking off monitor arms by accident, trying to adjust them. It's a character flaw of mine, unfortunately. Although they are in pretty good positions right now. Of course, everybody looks as though they are getting almost ready. A little clap there from Gerald as he looks across. So they are imminently stepping back in.
What's your favourite pot noodle, champ?
I think I'm gonna have to lock in the Bombay Bad Boy.
Excellent choice.
It's gotta be the spice. What about you?
Bombay Bad Boy also. Bombay Bad Boy. All the way.
How do they build that synergy?
So it's interesting because we're actually learning a lot for the first time today about our choices of Monster Energy and Pot Noodle. But big up Monster Energy and Pot Noodle, and also Pringles.
We need to complete the trilogy of discussions around the food and drink for this event. So we need to know, what's your favourite Pringles?
I'm not sure if I can eat Pringles. I think plain ones I can eat, so I'm going to go plain, maybe.
Well, red salted. Oh, that's salted actually. Can't go wrong with it. Ooh, classic.
Salted.
I'm turning up right now, round even, just to look at the 3 Pringles that I have currently. I have salt and vinegar, sour cream and onion, Texas barbecue sauce. Ooh. These very strong flavours of myself.
Is the Texas barbecue spicy?
It's got a hint, just a teensy tiny bit.
A dash of spice. Yeah, I mean, I like that. I like it when people give you options for spice. So big at Pringles for the option of spice there.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of spice, we are going to get stuck into the hot action of this overtime between Swansea and UWE. It's a little bit of a tech pause happening. And again, I hope this doesn't affect the synergy too much. I doubt it will, because both sides, we've seen some really great stuff from today already. We're starting to see some really standout players starting to trickle through on both sides. And again, I want to touch on that point that, like, you know, we talk about this a lot. People are looking for the next Spoit, right? People are looking for that style player. There's a lot of player managers, there's a lot of org managers who will be even looking at the grassroots level on who's kind of popping up, who's shining, who's out and about, who's there. And we've already seen within the grassroots university community that players can go from University Siege to to Yukin 2, to Yukin, to T2, to even T1, to then majors. Two majors. And I think that's the really interesting thing here as well. You know, even players that you maybe don't expect from the get-go. I mean, there's always been something special about Reich and MC, for example. And again, we are, of course, talking about Reich and MC being part of that Elevate roster, making their way to the Montreal Major in 2024. Again, the fact that they started in University Esports and made it all the way there. And we got to see them at every single level, every single stage as well. Cannot get over it enough.
We are back, Grace. 7-6 on the scoreline, just in case you forgot. Give you the rundown. First map went to Gatekeepers. 8-7. That was on Chalet. And now we're on Border for the second map. 7-6 in favour of Swansea Storm. So should Swansea win this round, we will be heading to Skyscraper as the deciding map for the grand finals here. Or do Gatekeepers pull it back? We've got Jamor hopping onto the dock. Feint hopping onto the Goyo. I fear I've seen this plot before.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Jamor on the dock. Feint on that Goyo. Yes, his Vulcans will be out and about. Jamor's finally used one of those barbs as well. So that's a great start. Again, checking those cams. Stim ready in pocket. No run out being attempted, I don't believe. But why would you right now? Marv getting stuck in. Already could meet Feint head on here. Spray and pray through the wall. It is going to alert Marv that someone's lurking around the corner. Is Feint aware that it is indeed the Blackbeard, though? Has dropped down and found his way back to safety. And I love that as well, because maybe Feint can cause a little bit of a time waste here if they hyper-focus too much on clearing him. That's the beauty of having the shield. The buggy's doing its magic, ripping up those floorboards, but the shield gives you a little bit of a safety peek as you look down these hatches.
Yeah, bathroom tellers as well for the site. Continue on with that vertical play using the RAM as you just stated. Still going with the drones, making sure to check absolutely everything. Now they're aware that you've cleared out that top floor. A little bit of pressure now. They can begin to start moving in to the bottom floor now. Setting up outside that double door, but going back to the top. Moving things around. Very fluid with it so far here at Swansea. Of course, this is a very decisive round for them. The KB calls come out as well. The hatch gets open right above the site. It was actually soft. Quite easily opened. Rooney Gate as well that will slow them down should anyone decide to go for that drop. Vertical play spotted here. Oh, Future can't escape. Rafe uses it against them, and just like you've said many a times, Grace, Vert works both ways, doesn't it?
It certainly does. What is up can come down, what is down can come up. Again, Border. Yes, there's been changes to this map. But it still plays the same, still has those moments of vertical play. Marvin, Farmer, Gerald getting one apiece. Gatekeepers. He's up the ante, Jamor, Feint. They're still in it to win it. Maybe they can do something massive here, Sham.
Yeah, well, change of pace now, and the controls in Swansea's hands. 4 versus 3. Whoa, a bit of rotate there. Feint gets caught. Jabo takes so much damage, eventually removed from Solo. Solo tries to make something else happen, swinging onto that window. Jamor with a big rotate up onto the top floor as well. It's a double kill for Marv. Jamor can't make a decision. Do we go back to site to try deny something, or do we try retake the top floor? Looks like his decision's been made. Doesn't know where the plant's going to be. Surely it's going to be in bathroom. It looks as though it is. Jamor not in a scenario you want to be. 1 versus 3 for the map. Finds one. Farmer Gerald falls. Those are probably one on that window. But they're not. They're actually behind the bomb chassis. There's still a Blackbeard that you have to root out inside a bathroom at the same time. This is not a situation you want to find yourself in. And 40 will send Swansea to a third map. We're going to Skyscraper, Grace.
We certainly are. We're going to that third and final map of Skyscraper. Swansea digging their heels into the sand, not willing to be bested. Pulling it back on their map pick of Border, albeit both sides are playing Border to the T, but there's still been a lot of beautiful moments of aggression on both sides, and I think again it's very admirable that Swansea were able to pull it back to get this map under their belts and to not lose it in that overtime, a dominant overtime performance coming out from Gerald and the lads.
Exactly, and the thing is, Gatekeeper started off, they had the opening pick, they had things set up to continue going on for that, and they just kind of let it slip. And that's the thing, when you're on LAN and you're having tech issues, things are changing, pace tempos are changing, you're going up and down, and things like that are happening, it's who can respond to it best. Swansea, they looked much more comfortable in that round, they managed to send themselves through to Skyscraper, and I'm excited for it, Grace, I'm ready for a third map, I'm ready for it.
I'm excited, especially given the fact that, okay, we've already seen 2 maps come through here where there's been a lot of aggression, there's been a lot of very quick adjustments. And I think Skyscraper is certainly a map where it's kind of do or die, it's single swim. I'm not entirely sure who's actually going to be starting on the defense, but that's definitely one thing to look out when we get into that. And I think when it comes to Skyscraper, it's the largest map in the map pool, right? If you're starting on defense, you are in such a power position. This is where we need to up the ante a little bit with these attacking operators. This is where you need to have pocket strats. This is where you need to have a lot of information. I think in terms of attacks and stuff, Gatekeepers have been really on it in terms of how they're adapting throughout the round. Even still, like they acknowledged there was a massive point where they were losing information. They didn't quite have the info they needed. So we saw them bring out a lot of information utility as well. And it's little things like that, little adjustments that both these sides need to be doing when we go into that map number 3, because literally at that point, it's do or die. Whoever wins map number 3, of course, wins the series. Will history happen, Cham? Will history happen? Or will Swansea dismantle that throne?
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's Gatekeepers. They finally drop a map. They got through Division 1 pretty much untouchable. They finally drop a map.
Yeah.
And Swansea Storm will be feeling themselves going into that third map. But do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments with Skyscraper.
Monster Blade!
Nice.
Monster Blade! Monster Blade!
That right there, Monster Plays of the Week.
Okay. Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC Stay-at-Home Series, supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
going to a third map for the Rainbow Six Siege finals. We've already seen Border, we've already seen Chalet, both of them requiring overtime for these teams. Swansea Storm, they're kind of in the driver's seat, Grace, kind of-ish, maybe?
I think the main thing here is that both teams obviously have a map each. It's a best of 3. We're going to that third map, and it's a heavily defender-sided map.
Yeah.
Statistically, at every single tier, it is just very heavily defender-sided. It is a chunky map. It's a large map. Yes, we don't have Villa in the map pool anymore, but Skyscraper being there is a nuisance. You've still got that defender-sided behemoth of a map where if you go directly, you have to be prepared that there's going to be off-site potential for retake, off-site potential for shutting you down, especially in terms of verticality. If you go for full clearance, you have to be prepared, but you have to keep your eye on that timer. You know, you have to bring the right kit to your arsenal to make your way through the motions, go through those checklists, deal with any people on the roam, on the lurk, whilst keeping your eye on how the timer is doing. And so far, we've had 2 maps where the action comes in hot and heavy. Now we're going to Skyscraper. So the vibe shift is going to potentially occur here. Unless, okay, this is interesting. Gatekeepers starting on that defense. That puts them, you know, on paper, statistically, we're looking at global multi-tier statistics. Gatekeepers should have this in their pocket. It should be right in their back pocket, nice and firm. Swansea, however, depending on how they choose to take it on the attack, depending on the utility they want to bring, we'll see how they do. We'll see how they focus on the clearance. Again, they wouldn't have gone through the veto if they weren't comfortable on it, right?
Right. Right being the key word there. Bands, of course,
a very nervous right for me.
They're just a little bit nervous. Of course, bands just ringing out in the chat. Just a little bit of an issue with them displaying properly. So we are doing the bands in the chat. Amos being banned away from Swansea, with Blitz also being banned away from Gatekeepers. See, of course, who the next one is. Tubarao being banned away. And that is interesting, Grace.
It is, but it does make a lot of sense. You know, you've got a lot of walls that you can keep hold on to for as long as possible. Using that Tubarao Zoto canister also allows you to keep hold of hatches if you want to, and it allows you a lot of breathing space when it comes to those externals at least, but that's going to be removed. So for the attackers, it lightens the load somewhat when it comes to approaching sites. Remember, the 2 top sites, you do have 2 externals that you'll have to open to kind of get a bit more pressured immediately onto site. And yes, it's an immediate amount of pressure, but it's still difficult to do if the right kit is there. The Kaid, however, is still in play. That could make things easier on the defense because you can put Kaid, that electrical, into a few little flexible spots. You don't have to worry as much about Verti dealing with a bandit charge, for example, or a mute jammer. On the side of Gatekeepers, they're not taking any wall denial at all. I am going to assume that Geisha wall is going to be reinforced and that they're going to have someone playing around Geisha. So that could be an immediate pressure point for Swansea to try and exploit on, depending on what kind of utility setup is around there. Already they've got the Keepers. They've got the Valk in play too. That's going to give them a lot of info. But again, both sides want that when it comes to Skyscraper. Again, it's a large map. There's a lot of space to cover. You want as much information as possible. So we are going to see that combined with the Mozzie. You can hack those drones, amazing. If you can deny those drones, even better. You're removing information from the hands of Swansea or potentially enabling information of your own. Again, the classic slowdowns for that immediate site push for Goose. The smokes, it's going to burn out that timer more and more. Positioning really is key here for Gatekeepers. Let's see what they do.
Montaigne, Farmer Gerald, get a little bit of start here. Just outside the bathroom, but going in there as of yet. Some drones. Get some information. And like you highlighted, a very, very large map. Takes quite a bit of time to start setting things up. The first 30, 40 seconds burns away. It's kind of like Cafe when there's that you can just waiting for people to actually get in position to actually start thinking up and execute. Farmer Gerald not wasting any time, not already in the side of the map. Heading up that black staircase. You've also got Marv on the rappel here using the Blackbeard, the double shield combination put as much pressure as possible onto the site. Future's found the opening pick. That's feint to fall. Rave has also been removed at the same time. This is a great start here from Swansea Storm. Even better as J-Wo removes Solo. Future's just standing right in the middle of the Geisha, catches a Jammer on the return. And now Hala finds himself in a 1 versus 5 situation in the first round of this game. Flawless start from Swansea Storm on Sky.
Good grief, what a beginning, what an opener, what a way to get things started. Swansea with the flawless in round number 1 on attack on Skyscraper, something that 9 times out of 10 is unheard of. Like I've just touched on, you know, you've got statistically, global statistics at multi-tiers. This is an extraordinarily difficult map to approach. They took the double shield, and at that point you're thinking, okay, they're definitely going to force some pressure points, but what a cleanup Swansea enabled for themselves.
That's what you want. Continuing on from last map there, you stole it from under Gatekeepers, because they were the ones that were kind of in that better position. Really thought the Gatekeepers were going to close out that map in the previous one, but Swansea Storm came back with a vengeance. Now they're on Sky, starting things off very successfully. That's what you want. See if you can steal some rounds on this attack. You're expected to lose it out on attack. You're expected that the defence will start it off. It's not that uncommon to see your 5-1-halves, even your 6-0s on Sky, just because of the type of map it is, Grace.
Yeah, precisely. Gatekeepers going for the same approach. Let's go focus on positioning, on gunfights. They themselves don't feel like it was the op picks, which it certainly wasn't, that lost them that round. Swansea. Need to get a bit more direct again. We're seeing... Oh, I was going to say, is Mr. Joe going to make his way up to door at the top of Black Stairs, but wasn't quite going for it just yet. They got a lot of information downstairs. Gerald potentially about to push in and make his way up those stairs. Very easy way to do it by taking out those shields. Especially when you've got 2 shields in play. Blackbeard can use that shield against the window as well, remember. A lot of freakiness here.
Yeah.
Fortunate really for feint. Has to be careful. It's the ideal place you want the smoke on those back stairs with those toxic babes, but you've really got to be mindful you don't get pinched out by that Blackbeard, by that Monty kind of running at you. Jamor is going to do a future. This is a better start for Gatekeepers.
It is indeed. Future, who got a 4K in that first round, has been removed. And very quickly so. So that's what you want from Gatekeepers. It's better, and that'll slow down Swansea Storm. You have so much information on these players inside of... Oh my word, how Solo done that then? Marv trying to repel, put pressure onto the site. Unfortunately, he loses his life for it. Solo aware someone could be coming up that black staircase, but no one for now going to go for it. Farmer Gerald still downstairs on the shield, still downstairs on the Montaigne, trying to find some pressure down from below. They have yellow pings into the player inside of Geisha. There's a bulletproof that is going to cover off Brave, so he can go for a swing if he needs to. Feint with a shotgun into the face of J-Wo as well, and just like we've seen Swansea Storm start with a comfortable round, this is looking like a comfortable round for Gatekeepers.
Absolutely, this is looking really good for Gatekeepers. It doesn't feel possible that they could troll it here. Gerald hunting out someone. Smells a ratty around the corner that doesn't really seem to exist, but again, it's a safety first approach. There's 2 of you, got limited information. Limited drones out and about to feed that info to you. Do you see the rest of Swansea kind of flicking through, but again, it's what can they find, what can they give here? Doesn't really seem like it's able to give them anything. Ooh, that's a good one. Gerald dealing with Solo, that's how he's denied the flawless.
2 versus 4 now. Feint finds Vortes. Farmer Gerald just feeling the pressure at the top of the black staircase. Impact needs to the face. They'll start to conga line down the stairs to try and collect some statistics, pad the stats there, because there was absolutely no way going to get out of that situation. First round on the board here for Skyscraper for Gatekeepers. 1 each now. Grace, I'm getting a sneak feeling about the script for this.
Do you know what? I want it to go back and forth so much. Like, I want that to happen, but again, I'd argue it's going to put Gatekeepers in a bad position if Swansea get I'd say like if Swansea get minimum 3 rounds on the board, that puts Gatekeepers in a very, very bad position when that side switch happens. That's what Gatekeepers need to deny here. They need to end on that 5-1 split ideally, or things could get a little bit nasty for them.
Office now, head across to another site. Of course, slight change in the operator lineup. Bandit coming through. A little bit of Bandit trick action. So there's Blackbeard again from Marv this time. Nothing too crazy coming out from either team for this map so far. So just feeling their way into it. Skyscraper doesn't get played all that often, so we'll see of course how much experience each team have and see who has been prepping enough.
And that's a really good point, right? Because even in Tier 1, Tier 2, for the last 3 months, right, we've barely seen Skyscraper.
Yeah.
We've barely seen it. And again, it is just because of how much of a coin flip it can be, because of how defender-sided it can be. A lot of teams don't want to go to it. So this is spicy from these teams, to be honest, to even think about letting Skyscraper through. It's going to be a good one. Already is a good one. Good utility clear coming out from Swansea as well. Just going for the motions. But look, the keeper's back up again. He just burnt out 2 nades that Marv had. Marv's not going to be able to use them to get people out of difficult spots, sorry. So that's a lot of utility dump happening for Swansea that hasn't really given them too much bang for their buck, unfortunately.
I do think the breach is open. Yes, it is. There we go. As the drone just hops right through, the main breach is indeed opened at the very least. So pretty decent time. That's got the Thatcher and the ace to do that, but it's a vault breach, so not the funnest one to try and push through. Future just wary that someone could go for a run out here. They don't have any air jabs or anything to deny anyone should they decide to do that. This is where the stall could come through. But difficult to actually try and get into the map. They don't have anyone on the other side either, so it's a little bit one-dimensional, not splitting up, trying to prod at either side of this map. Pretty much all focused on coming in from that office side here, Grace.
It's very strange to see. Okay, there we go. We're already seeing things go a bit more normal. They're dealing with the Selmas to deal with that mirror window. They're trying to pressure towards Garden as well. This is exactly what you want to see. And Gatekeepers, I was going to say, they'll let themselves get caught off guard. Feint gets caught off guard, but Rave's there to get that immediate trade. That's what you want to see. How unfortunately has been downed. You try and get him up. Gerald being dealt with. This certainly does lighten the load now for Gatekeepers. Power might bleed out here, but could feed some useful information from Terrace.
Jamor as well, just putting on a performance, dancing around inside the office. Somehow, Vorty loses that one. Jamor just has one more victim to try and claim his future, standing right outside that main breach. And even if he does get through Jamor, he's got another 3 members of Gatekeepers to get through! He gets through Jamor first! Hops straight in to the site. Hasn't quite picked up like that. Whoa! Well, tell you what. That was that ignited something in there for a second, but a C4 was ready.
I think this is absolutely phenomenal right now. Gatekeepers smacking back now, really getting things going. And again, it's not even like they're doing anything too crazy. There was some really lovely utility use of just being like, okay, you know what? We'll send out some more keepers. You burnt out those nades. That's the thing too. Like sometimes it literally is as simple as just being like, okay, hang on a second. We need nades, for example, to deal with a player that's tucked behind X place or Y place, and you've been forced to use them to deal with keeper barriers that are blocking. Again, it's weird because that keeper would benefit you if you pressured that breach a bit more, right? If they really focused on office and terrace, that keeper would end up benefiting them because it will block off whoever's playing around Samurai, for example. That's where you can get a little bit more aggro with it. So Swansea got a little bit baited there by some of the util setup, I fear. I wonder who's IGLing on the side of Swansea, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Potentially Gerald, because Gerald, I believe... I mean, would it be Gerald? Gerald is on that support position.
Storing all the strats in his mullet.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. The strategy. That's why we're not seeing on the table any like bits of paper or anything. They're all inside Gerald's mullet. But again, it's that's where the IGL needs to be like shot calling and making sure that, you know, and if people do want to do something, they're saying, oh, there's like XYZ, and the IGL can be like, yeah, no, don't do that. It's a learning experience, however. Certainly a learning experience. I'm not going to hyper focus too much on it. Selma should open gate wall nice and swiftly, as there is no wall denial coming out from gatekeepers yet again. They seem to prefer kind of allowing those walls to open relatively easily and then focusing on getting a bit freaky with their positioning. Jamal already has had a great run of it.
Yeah.
As has Feint, but is there any surprise there? No, there isn't. They've been absolutely phenomenal through the entire best of 3.
Breaking water is wet at this point. Like they just continue. They just continue in the form. This position here from Jamor is kind of interesting. Quite far up. Seems to go for a rotate as well, a bailiff as well at the top of the black staircase. Going for the ram plays, the boogie device opening up inside the karaoke. They have to be very careful of that. I don't think they're aware that Jamor's currently there. Marv, though, trying to either sneak into sight or head up that black staircase. There isn't a Runegate right in the way, and no one is aware of this. 40 with the opening pick, solo falls. Rave, though, with a rotate round, will catch Marv out. He was aware of it. Lovely stuff. 4 each now. Jamor still wanting to go on the move and wanting to try and bring a bit of aggression. There's a boogie device there, and it's actually a bit of a back and forward for a second, but he loses that gunfight out, unfortunately, on the other side. Also seen another player fall. 3 apiece here. So enter that final minute here. Hoa trying to take some more of that top floor back. Jamor tried it. Fortunately, Jawo will remove Rave from that vertical and find another as well. He knew there was going to be one floating around, but turns his back for a second on Feint, who's made it to dance up to the top floor. That'll give his position away to Farmer Gerald and Vorty. Farmer Gerald currently inside the site, has to step back out. I actually think he has the diffuser. Yes, he does, Grace.
He does.
This is the key point. 20 seconds now. They have to try and pull this back, but look at this. Feint's moved out. He's stepped back. He's managed to do the old switcheroo. He knows that one that's going to cross. Has to hold back. Close on the door with a shotgun. 9 seconds here for Farmer Gerald to recover this diffuser. It's going to just go dropping straight through the hatch. He knows he has to try and stick it. But surely Feint can rotate round. There's a yellow ping that he's dropped through. This is just going to be a time difference here for Farmer Gerald. And a shotgun from above. Feint beautifully played there for gatekeepers.
Incredible stuff indeed, and this is the stuff I love to see. One thing that's really lovely actually is the fact that Joe, contesting with that ram upstairs in karaoke, right? You've got that buggy, you've got those rams, you're trying to open up the floorboards. Someone goes to try and take you out. They're swinging the doorway. They unfortunately swing back against the wall, forgetting that that wall is, of course, sprayable. They get dealt with. Then there's a constant need on the side of gatekeepers. We need to keep on top of things. We need to keep on top of the trade. Then they realize the diffuser's in no man's land. Get there, hold your position, hold on to things. It was a really admirable attempt by Gerald. He was able to secure that diffuser. I think the flash went out to kind of enable him a little bit of breathing room there, a little bit of wiggle room. But unfortunately at that point, you've run out of time. The timer is ticking. You know you can't come off that diffuser. Gatekeepers, this is the main factor. They're on that defensive half, right? They're in a position, yes, time's the 6th defender, but when you're on a giant map like Skyscraper, it becomes so much more powerful. That really is proof in the pudding, if I'm being honest, Sham.
What kind of pudding is that? That's a real question.
Sticky toffee pudding.
The best kind. What a performance so far from 6-2. First 4 rounds coming past. Future as well has also been having a good time. Well, score count currently in favour of Gatekeepers, 3-1. We're not too surprised at this, of course, because defender-sided map that we expect to be leaning towards those 5-1, 6-0 halves. It won't be 6-0. Gatekeepers will be hoping for a 5-1. Swansea, they'll be hoping to try and steal another round off of them, and that is going to come in the form of trying to resend Farmer Gerald up this black staircase again with the Montaigne. Try and find a bit of pressure, but Has to pull back for now. There's that vertical angle on the reverse here. Oh! Spotted for just a second there. Have to be careful, Rave. Inside the gate shot, there is a skeleton key right below you.
It's so 2018 coded for that skeleton key to still be used like that. I'm just going to push in, I'm going to work that Verti on the floorboards and try and catch someone off guard. Very nearly he did. But this is the main point here. Swansea, they're really trying to get stuck in. They're really trying to find these pressure points. They're trying to establish pressure from the get-go. They're not faffing about. They know they have that time tick against them. Look, half the round gone. And they're nowhere near clearing. This is the menace that is Skyscraper. They're going out just to do bobs. It's going to allow Gerald to waddle his way up the back stairs. They're going a little bit direct here. We do have pressure coming in from the balcony as well with those Talon shields. A very expected thing to see when you do bring the Osa to this site. You are going to pressure from that balcony, put those Talons down. Fate, though, deals with Future. The IQ is gone. Not that it's needed too much now, but that's an extra body that you could have had for this collapse.
The hip fire from Feint as well as he fades away, using the smoke to cover him off and move to a different position. Still being held here from Rave. The foot angle's been spotted for now. Still have Rave firmly in the grasp of Geisha, really focusing on this vert from below, trying to make it work, but it's really not happening here. Vorti finds himself down and almost out on that staircase. His Feint is now pulled back to the main stairs. He wants to go down and confirm it. He's thinking about it, but he's like, maybe not, maybe not. Before see Vorti get back to his feet, that's exactly what happens there. Howell just comes back into sight to deal with it from Farmer Gerald, who wants to get rid of that Montaigne, decides, you know what, I'm just going to deal with it. I'll remove them. Marv's down, so is Vorti. Falling apart here, Feints on a triple, and it's completely gone and buried for that round. Gatekeepers 4-1 now on Skyscraper.
Yet another flawless round, such is the menace that is this map. Again, it's not like Swansea don't have the right ideas here. They 100% know what they need to be doing. We see Gerald right now looking very animated, very, very animated. They know they have to end this 4-2. That's going to give them the lifeline that they need. Might be a bit too uncomfortable if Gatekeepers are able to secure that 5-1. The 5-2 gives Swansea a little bit of a lifeline. Oh my goodness. Is Joe actually going to stick with that? We'll see what happens. We're not going to jump the gun. They might do a little bit of a change. However, it is viable on this site. It is viable. You've got that hatch there. You've got the closet below. Gatekeepers, if they don't do an extension, which I'm not sure if they will, to be honest, at this point, they might kind of hunker down a little bit. If there is an extension, it might be more towards Garage, or maybe someone trying to get a little bit more cheeky around Karaoke, lurking in the shadows, being a rat. We'll see what happens. And again, they themselves not reinventing the wheel here. The mirror, the bandit, of course, bandit tricking the wall. Actually, saying that, a lot of those bandits have been placed already, so it looks like they are going to go for full turtle, maybe.
No Thatcher though. That's the thing. There you go. Sticks it through. Amaru straight into Karaoke. Early aggression. That's an SMG-11 in hand, which gives me a little hint that potentially there's a supernova on the back right now. Sinister intentions indeed from the Amaru of Jabo. There's a player actually rotating up the black staircase who's about to be met with Marv. You can see them just on the left-hand side of the screen. Marv will probably be pushing down there. Put pressure onto them. Also are aware of the player on the side of Drum at the same time. You see the outline of that player just moving down through kitchen downstairs. They're like, I don't really want to push up that staircase anymore. Oh, I'm going to leave.
Very much the definition of quiet before the storm, because Solo could do something absolutely massive here. Again, when it's such a large map and you're going for that full push, you're going for that full take where you're clearing everything, the way that you work around your flank drones has to be absolutely on it or it's game over. So this is a powerful place right now for Solo to be. Jamal unfortunately has been taken care of, but he's going to immediately go onto those camps. So still viable and working hard for his team. Swansea going for a little bit of a rotation here. They want to get a bit more direct. They want to get a bit more stuck in. They want to focus on getting these walls open. Perhaps this is the one at the top of main stairs. Yes, indeed it is.
This is the tricky thing though, because yes, they've rotated around Farmer Gerald, but they're also going to have to rotate the Decay of Vorty around to try and get rid of the actual bandit charges. And yes, they've got so much control, but it could be an issue for them later on to try and get into the actual site. Joe, though, will catch Solo downstairs. So that's the C4 gone as well with it. Doesn't really matter, though, that they haven't done the work on site because they just decide to funnel in anyway. Marv with the pistol in the hand whips Hulla right out of the round. Is Feint will slow it down. Future falls. Rave trying to dance around. He will dance himself into a kill at the same time. It's 2 versus 2. Feint's got a C4. Jabo, though, has got a double kill. And then it's just Rave versus Vorty, the bandit, versus the Decay, the DMR, the SMG-12 combination here. Split pops it from a second. Switches to the pistol, has to go for it again, but can he win this gunfight and stop Swansea from getting the 4-2 split that they desire? Swings close, but they're going to get it. Swansea, they get that extra round they need under their belt on the attack.
That's a great way to finish things. Yes, it's still pulling Gatekeepers in the lead. But now they're going onto that less favourable attacking half. Swansea, they get to start now in that power position of being on the defence. Gatekeepers, it was a really good approach from them. I love the fact that we've seen them already try and fall into the vibe of the map, especially in terms of that roam presence, right? Yes, Solo got dealt with. It's unfortunate, but again, it's this idea of, okay, we're going to have that little extra trick up our sleeve. That is something that both sides need to start doing more and more and more. It's about having those little rat moments, having those little rat spots. I think Swansea themselves on that attacking half, we're expecting Gatekeepers to be a lot more ratty from the get-go than what they actually were. And, you know, we saw a round where Gerald was kind of left, it was a 2 versus 4 maybe, and Gerald's kind of checking every single corner using the Monty because he's just expecting Gatekeepers to be hidden there. That's the vibe I want to see. I want to see the full mental warfare come in where neither side is trusting any corner or any angle.
5 seconds to go.
What a game we have in store for us. Swansea Storm give themselves a chance by picking up 2 rounds on that attacker side. 4-2 split now. Switch across to the other side. The double shield coming through, this time in the hand of Gatekeepers. Really want to force the Aurora. They really want to keep bringing it. This time Rave's going to get a crack at it. Seems as though they've got ideas formulating for how to use this operator. We've seen it a few times actually being utilised. I don't think it's quite found its full value and place in this game, but of course if this round can be any different. Very, very quick start here, quicker than what we'd seen from Swansea Storm in their attack, as Howen are already perched outside of that black door. There's a player, of course, on that staircase. Like Farmer Gerald on the smoke. There's the Dom panels downstairs. Cut and rotates, making sure that if someone does decide to go for a flank, it'll be a bit more difficult for them to do that. You have to try and get through a Farmer Gerald who's going to be stoic in his hold on this staircase.
Yeah, and he's sent out a Toxic Babe already because he can hear the Monty around the corner, he can hear that shield. I love the fact that they've got a pre-placed bit of Verti as well. You do have to be careful though, no one can use that just yet because we've got that position on the balcony there. Gotta be careful, you can't use that vertical hole if there's the potential of someone swinging that doorway and dealing with you. I do love the approaches Gatekeepers bring with their util. Double shield and the Ruara as well. Thinker for a little extra health boost. Ooh, beautiful stuff here. Beautiful trade as well. Trade from the grave. Not something we see every day, but we are blessed when we do see it. Feint now in this power position.
Oh no, I can see Vorty. I can see Vorty coming up that staircase from behind. The Dom panel hasn't worked. It hasn't worked, Rave! Unfortunate, he loses life. A C4 over the top as Vorty continues the pressure but decides to think better of it as he steps back. Farmer Gerald has found Feint. And now it's Solo and Jamor to try and pair together and it completely unravels there for Gatekeepers. Swansea Storm. It doesn't work. I wanted it to work, Grace, the Aurora. I wanted it to work and it just didn't. It just didn't at all.
I think that's the thing though, like I love the fact that they're trying to bring it out. It's not the first map they've brought it out. There's a lot of good ideas there. It's just that at the same time Swansea being so willing to take that rotation, to take that flank opportunity, finding the crack there, finding the gap there, finding the entry point. it's such a difficult thing. Again, the issue with these moments, right? Not only do you have to be IGLing and kind of being like, okay, this is the approach we're taking, this is what's happening, everyone's communicating. It's the really massive reliance on someone to be flicking through those flank cams now again, if the flank cams are even there, to be honest. Because you're putting so much reliance on the utility, on those DOM panels, but it's like, is that because you don't want to have to check those flank cams? Is that because there is no flank cam, or is that just like a kind of faux safety point that you've accidentally fallen into? Because again, I don't think in that moment Vorti's thinking, oh, they've got a DOM panel, I can't go for it. I think he just went for it for the sake of going for it because, again, it's a large map and you can be a bit more ratty and freaky on the larger maps. But he saw the DOM panel and was like, okay, well, I'm going to still find my way up. Yeah, I'm just going to find my way up the stairs.
You didn't quite see it on the way it worked. You could see him coming out of the barbecue. And it's just opened up. That's literally it. But this is the same thing that happened in the last map. We're placing air jabs, and no one's actually listening for the cue. And it was starting to get a bit messy, and that's what happens. So that's when these moments come back to bite you. When you have a setup designed specifically to deny a flank, when it gets messy, that's when people usually act. Usually when people start to see the kill feed go in, biggie devices, smokes going off, that's when people are like, okay, right, now is my chance to try and make this little cheeky play, and it works. And Vorti wins a round because of it. If that doesn't happen, we don't lose an extra player, and much easier one for gatekeepers. But certainly set up for a spicy game anyway, Grace.
I mean, this is it. This is where the gatekeepers, they need to be really careful. They are on that less favorable side. They have... I think this is the thing, right? It's one of those things where you want every single outcome possible. Because you want to see that Swansea Storm can take out such a dominant run from UWE. However, for UWE, the potential of making history is always a lovely one as well. So it's like, okay, if you are watching this game and you're not part of either uni, for example, you're kind of torn on who to vote, who you really want to win, right? You're torn on who you want to win. Certainly Swansea have had a very, very long time within University Esports and University Siege Esports in particular, so they're always going to have a lot of fans out and about there. But UWE have done such a good job of, ironically, becoming the gatekeeper that has kept down previous gatekeepers of sorts, right? They've been the ones to come through and time again, back to back, been like, we're winning. And I feel like this grand final is really showing a very new flair and generation of University Siege that is very, very promising, but also seems to have a bit more cahoots about them. We've seen some very incredible plays, especially in Border. How many times on Border were we just seeing the most menace moments? The full menace goblin mode coming out, but it was in a way that was really impactful, a way that was clearly thought out. It wasn't just being a rat for the sake of being a rat. You can tell there's a lot of communication around it.
What a game this has been, by the way. Like, genuinely, we're being slowed down just for a sec. We'll get back in a few moments. But 2 overtime maps to start us off, and then now we're going back and forward. It's incredible. I'm also starting to get a bit hungry as well, so I'm gonna start lashing into the Pringles.
I was gonna say, you're gonna pop, because you know what this is, isn't it? Once you pop, you can't stop.
I know. It's a dangerous. They're staring at me. I've got Texas barbecue looking at me ominously. Mr. P's face is currently looking at me. First one's a little bit chipped because the delivery was not treated to the highest esteem that it should be. I can hear it in the tube that there's a few cracks. Probably the furthest that the Pringles have been sent, to be honest. Let's call it.
Potentially. We should pester Hench later and find that info. But for now, Final map of this series. Remember, everybody watching, one of these teams has to pull this through. Both sides having a map in their pocket. The pressure's equal now. The pressure's fully equal. Both sides have to pull through. Arguably, if we are looking at statistics, it looks like it's starting to favor Swansea a little bit, but never say never. We've seen some incredible plays from UWE so far. The way that some of those standout players have been popping off has been absolutely phenomenal. With their ability to provide some really, I'd argue, freakish moments where they're just cleaning up shop. But again, Swansea, they're vibing, they're having fun with it. They're just here to not embarrass themselves, as they said. If they get a win on top of that, that's really good going. And again, there's some promising players here that we've seen in multiple different tournaments. Again, the really funny tidbit that is, Borty playing in the Tom Sherlock's Invitational series. And actually bonking Fastan on the head with that sledgehammer when she was busy on cam. If you haven't seen the clip, it is out and about. I think Swansea Esports actually reposted it on their Twitter.
Immediately traded as well, which is even fun.
Yeah, immediately traded, yeah, which is even funny because it's like, yeah, you got the bonk, but someone's still top red. I love it. It's really fun. And again, maybe we'll see some more of these players out and about in other things going forward. I really do think that would be something I love to see. Of course, yes, university is the first priority. Please get your assignments done. Please pass your exams. With flying covers. Praying for everyone to get distinctions this term. One more round Swansea need to get through. One more round Swansea need to get to equalise with gatekeepers. And that puts so much pressure on gatekeepers right now. We'll see if those op lineups, because once again, yes, they're bringing the Aurora potentially, but they're also bringing out a little bit more information that comes with Hauer right now. We'll see if he sticks to that, Jackal, but again, having that Equinox scanner could be really, really useful, especially as Swansea are going to progressively probably get more and more ratty as time goes on. Now, Sham, we're going to Samurai, we're going to Office. And I said before, this is where sometimes I like people to have that hole below. We saw gatekeepers themselves do it, right? With Solo all the way in kitchen, however, which does give you a lot of breathing room. It does give you a lot of opportunity to go up the stairs if you want to and kind of push back from karaoke. But it's also a good sensible option to have someone kind of lurking around reception. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That is a huge opener for gatekeepers because you've lost that Spec IO, and Sham, you're probably going to start groaning because I say this all the time, but the Spec IO is such an amazing bit of kit to have, especially on a large map. You can see where those drones are coming from. You can see where those drones are coming from, where those flank drones are. You can work out what kind of push the attack are going to have.
I see where he died. There it is, that window that Marv was checking. Tried to attempt to go for a spawn peek and unfortunately punished for it. Now I'm just got my fingers crossed that this Aurora is going to work, because it hasn't worked the entire time they've used it, and they're so intent on using it that I'm rooting for them, We're rooting for you. Faint. Can you make the Aurora DOM panels work? Mirror window gone here, as Jimmer opens it up using a Twitch. They're going to shuffle as well round to that main breach. It looks as though they are going to attempt to get that opened up. They do have the Thatcher, they have the Ace as well, so it should be pretty easy going, even though they do have the Kaid on that wall. You do already have the one on the other side. Seeing it there from Jamor. There's the DOM panel there on that double window. Solo will find one. Farmer Gerald is removed. It's the mirror gone. I think they've stepped in as well to that exhibition part as well. Vorty with the C4 from below into Jamor, who was playing just behind that DOM panel, so they kind of knew roughly where someone would be. So once you find that C4 off the back of it, Marv now opens up the wall for a run out. No one's watching! No one's looking, Grace! What? No one's aware of it! And Marv gets himself 2 for free. Absolutely not a clue that he was going for it. He's surely not going again! A second bite of the apple gets some 3, and J-Wo will finish off the round. And Farmer Gerald there turning to his teammates, celebrating. What's just happened there?
Daylight robbery, to be honest. That was a really clean-cut approach coming out from the side of UWE. They had all of that utility. They used the DOM panel to cut off any line of sight from people playing on that stairs, playing around that samurai position. it enabled them to kind of flood the site a little bit and start to apply that pressure from the get-go. One run out was the pin drop there. That was the main factor, getting that 2K from the balcony, putting back to safety. It completely spun that round on its head. Then the rest of Swansea just had to clean up shop. Goodness gracious me, we've equalized. Swansea, they were back against the wall a little bit there. They've managed to maintain their composure, being on that sturdy defensive side. And again, they're not doing anything too freaky deaky here. It's very standard. Love the fact that they're using the bandit batteries on the Geisha wall as well. It does mean that there's going to be a little bit of hesitance. You can't get that Geisha wall open. You can't take Geisha control as quickly. It's going to have to be a push from the top of black, or you're going to have to go for full clearance. I am curious to see what gatekeepers try and do here. Looking to be a bit of full clearance. They have all spawned on this side of the map, so we might see something that, again, they have to keep their eye on the timer for. And we do have a massive extension there from Swansea as well, so ooh, I'm actually getting quite excited on how this round's going to go. We'll see.
I can hear it in your voice. I'm excited. But what could be on the table for this round number 9? 4 each, of course, like you said, they've equalised. Chance here for Swansea Storm to take the lead. For the first time in a long time on Skyscraper. I don't think they had it in the first round. IQ coming through, that spots out the Black Eye. Direct counter to the Valk. Of course, Valk was banned in the last match. This time no can be got through. Briefly C4 as well. Set off before it can be shot, so it will be of no consequence. That's the Valk one. Go on. Future still has one in pocket, should they need it. Solo as well, bringing along the Nomad, popping down those air jabs just to make sure that they are a little bit more comfortable as they move up towards that Dragon side. Get closer to sight. So is that barbecue site that they are actually going for. That's the tricky bit. And the harder sites to defend. But Jay will currently just flip through that rotate. Future inside the Geisha as well with the wall electrified, so they're going to have to work through quite a bit of this here, Grace.
Absolutely. Could be a little bit of a slowdown. Jamal on the IQ should have given a little bit of an overview of what's out and about. Should hopefully spot out some of those Valk cams as well. Fate dealing with Gerald. Those Pokemons are still out and about, but that's unfortunate. A bit of pressure from the stairs. Going Fate! Starting to clean up a little bit here. Joe falling as well. Is he aware of the player in Geisha? Could just go and get a third pick here.
Just round the corner. Future doesn't know. Future's feeling the pressure from the other side. He reacts just in time to bury Feint, who can't get that third. The KB call as well will force Future to drop back to the site. Health not looking great across the board for gatekeepers. A couple of shots either way, and this could very quickly go back into the favour of Swansea Storm, but they have the full control of this top floor here. Gatekeepers trying to make it work as 40 will remove Hawa. Now it's 3 apiece. 20 seconds. We approach. Jammer poised to drop into sight. A nade ready to go into that doorway to make sure no one can drop themselves through. They have to wait for the smoke to dissipate before they drop down. Jammer goes for the drop, has the diffuser in hand, but gets killed off before he can do anything with it. The smoke will kill off Solo. Just didn't wait long enough. Rave drops as well, but it's a death box. Swansea Storm, they'll find themselves in the lead.
The unfortunate reality of kind of, as I call it, conga lining into an area where that drop down is fully covered by the toxic babes. We saw the constant tick going. And that second body drop, someone gets the spray. Both of you are falling at that point. And then it's a 1vx that's very difficult to do. Unfortunate stuff there from gatekeepers. Just hyper-focusing and, again, tunnel visioning too much, I think. You need to leave yourself with a few different options with these executes. You need to think about how these splits can work, the pinch pressure that you need to establish to make something happen. Again, from Swansea, it was a very safety-first approach. As soon as we saw that aggression coming in from Karaoke, yes, we had the player in Geisha that I knew they had to get out of there, but they were able to at least deal with Feint, I believe it was, before they dropped down. Swansea playing around the map now, playing around these structures and the layout itself. And most importantly, playing more around one another. They're taking that round lead now. Gatekeepers, can they pull it back?
Swansea Storm looking to come back here. Whoa!
You're taking the mic.
No way! Jamor on the IQ, steps up for a second there, gets spawn peaked. Not what you're expecting, and that is exactly why it catches you out. Yes, JWO takes quite a bit of damage, but they'll be more than happy with that, especially given that they've got the Valkyrie on side. Losing that IQ very early on, not ideal.
Yeah, precisely that. You've lost your IQ, you've now got no way to see where those outcomes are unless they're in default/obvious positions, which they may not be, to be honest. Again, it's always a hit or miss when it comes to Skyscraper. I was going to say, you got the Dom panels, but maybe you don't because Joe's going to get a follow-up there. Dealing with Rave. Gatekeepers getting torn apart a little bit here, not able to establish the trades either. They're very split apart from one another. Both Solo and Hauer have found themselves stacked up somewhat. Could try and play around each other a little bit more effectively here, but this is where Swansea are going to pull back. This is where Swansea are going to loosen the energy up a little bit. They're not going to start ego peaking, at least in theory, you hope so. It's where Gatekeepers have to walk into Danger's line. Never mind, Joe's going to be taken out, but the trade is there. This is what I'm talking about, Sham. You need to have those trades.
Fate just didn't realize there was a player right in front of him. He crossed. He'll now be at least aware that Marv is on that corner with a shotgun right to the face. Future as well falls at exactly the same time, and Swansea Storm, they go into championship point. They have a chance to finally knock the UWE Gatekeepers off their perch, change their names to Gatekeepers, to prove that they are the winners repeatedly, and they stop other teams from winning. And not this time. Swansea have something to say about it. And you know what, Grace? I need something to cut the tension. I really need something to cut the tension. It's getting palpable now.
Was that Pringles? I rate it. Pringles, thank you so much for sponsoring this event. Big up to Monster Energy as well as Pot Noodle.
Could not do it without you. Lovely.
Lots
Texas
of
barbecue I
snackage,
went for, by the way.
Drinks. Love that so much. Lots of drink, lots of snackage. If these players filled with both and filled with a lot of beans when it gets to going all the way through this best of 3, a full series. Match point, series point, championship point, as you touched on. Stags versus Swans. Right now, it looks like the honk is stronger than the horns. Can Gatekeepers claw things back? Can they get 2 more rounds to bring us to yet another overtime? Or is it Jova? Is it game over right now? Was Swansea Storm about to do it? Are they about to demolish the Gatekeepers, demolish the Titans of the NSC circuit in Rainbow Six Siege?
I've now inhaled an entire Pringles tub, and that okay, once you pop, can't stop. It's all gone. It's over. And of course, that's a joke. Now, Fate, though, just trying to prod at that Dragon window for now, trying to put some pressure onto the site. Of course, Swansea Storm right on that championship point, ready to win out the day. Future starts off by picking up Solo. Air jab's gone, can't cut the flanks, not that it's been really mattered today anyway. The KB calls as well come through, Feint gets a response, it's Marv that's felled. MFJ, JWO's taken as well at exactly the same time, Feint gets 2. Is this the point where they step up here, Grace? This is the point where Feint just goes, no, absolutely not, I'm going to do it myself. Look how far he is, look how aggressive he is, just sitting right outside the site.
And I love this from Fate right now, opening up that additional line, but you've got to be careful as a player just tucked around the corner. Yes, you're opening up additional sidelines, but those sidelines work both ways. Twitch Drone has dealt with one of those mirror windows, is looking for that second, looking for that follow-up. Mirror's head actually blocking things somewhat. I think they actually got it as well. Both mirrors dealt with the El Clasico, a Twitch, removing those mirror windows. This makes it a little bit more difficult to play. You've still got the support of the reinforcement, but if you pop up, you might get your head taken off. You've got to be careful here. Feint gets taken out by Future. This is better now for Swansea. They've no longer got that equalizing. They've got that player advantage. Rave, Hauer, all to win for 40. Tagged up just a little bit. Can Gatekeepers do it? Hauer being that entry player, a little bit quiet today, but certainly has it in him to clutch this out alongside Rave.
He's stuck in a really sticky situation here. Vorte, you can see him prone on the floor. They have a yellow ping and information, but this is the thing. This is a cross angle from the other side. Rave might take the bait here, and it could be his demise. Shotgun ready for Vorte. You're gonna have to make a move here. 25 seconds, he moves in, and the shotgun's quicker. Vorte's ready for it, and now it's Hauer 1 versus 3, and it's completely over and out. Swansea Storm, they finally knock the Gatekeepers of the University of West of England off their perch. Swansea University are your champions of the Rainbow Six Siege NSC British University Esports Championship.
Swansea finally pulling it out of the bag, securing it on such a difficult map, to be honest. Again, Skyscraper is a bit of a behemoth. It's always a bit of a formidable one to have going, but Swansea, they turned up, they just wanted to simply not embarrass themselves. They've just won. They've just won the spring tournament, and that's really good going because, Sham, remember, this is a university that has been consistently gate-kept by UWE, right? They call themselves the Gatekeepers for a reason. They've been knocked off their perch. History, it's not going to be made today, but for Swansea, they're putting that crown back on their heads. Return of the king, and as I said, the honk is stronger than the horns.
What a day of Siege. I really thought that was maybe going to go all the way to full overtime for all 3 maps, but 2 is where the gate is closed for Swansea. Finally, they are the star of the show, if you want to call that. Second a few times. Closed them out a few times. Now, finally, Swansea are back to winning ways, despite, Feint and Jammer's attempts to win it. They attempted, try as they might, didn't quite work out in their favour. Skyscraper just proved too much to do. But what a game that was, Grace.
100%. Again, if anything, I'd argue that, over the series, it felt like Swansea was starting to wake up more and more and more. There were a few moments in that first map of Chalet where I was like, what are you doing? Well, I think shaking my head. Because I think sometimes you do have a bit more of an expectation when some players are a bit more known in the community, when they are kind of out and about, when we've had a few little cheeky Yukin moments, we've had some Tom Sherlock's invitational moments happen. You're kind of like, okay, I'm expecting a lot, and then there's a little bit of trolling. Gatekeepers, however, I really have to take my hats off to them. Yes, they've come second. Yes, they've lost that perfect run that they had, but there were so many wonderful moments of creativity, especially when it comes to looking at how people want to use these newer gadgets. The Aura, yes, at very mixed impact, mixed effects, but the way that they were using it on particularly Border was really lovely to see. And again, it's not to be scoffed at, because T1, T2 teams, they do tend to look at these things and they take inspo from here, there, and everywhere. So it is kind of the start of these little inklings that we've started to see over the last month or so of how people are actually going to play with Aura. And I love the fact that Gatekeepers are willing to try something new, are willing to bring the creativity, but ultimately, Swansea Storm, the king is back, shall we say. The king is back.
Yeah, the king is back. J-Wo with a great performance in that game as well. Who, as you can see there in a lot of the highlights, J-Wo actually stepping up in quite a few of them. Kind of like, we haven't mentioned them as much as what we've mentioned the likes of Feint and the likes of Jamor, just because they've been so clear of their teammates. It's kind of all blended together for Swansea, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
That just kind of shows that it's a team game. It's a team that's won this. Marv, there's another example there. Marv with that double turning it into a triple. That particular round there was the moment that I think that it was lost for Gatekeepers. It cut after that round. It cut to their faces, and you could just see how dejected they looked. How they were just like. That's when you can see it in the players' faces. It's almost like phase W7M. Like Just tell. You can just tell by looking at them.
Oh no.
They didn't have the mental to go for it.
Oh no. I mean, ultimately, it's always lovely to see upsets happen. It's a massive shame that we haven't been able to see, UWE make history, but it's absolutely incredible to see Swansea get back to their A game, to be honest, Sham. Again, I've always got a little soft spot for the Swansea lot, so it is nice to see.
It is nice to see. It's also nice to see a mullet winning the competition as well. We absolutely love it. But speaking of that mullet, it's going to be getting interviewed in just a second because we're going to throw over to Sam to have a little chat with the winners.
Thank you, Chamberine. Thank you, Grace. Wonderful. We do heart the mullet forever. I am on stage with Future. First and foremost, congratulations. How does it feel to finally get rid of that jinx of being the second place team?
Oh, it feels amazing. It's put a lot of work. We've had a lot of fun. Most of the time we have just kind of woken up, turned up to Thursdays, had some fun, because that's all we do it for. A lot of us are retired, a lot of us have stopped playing comp, so it just means a lot to actually finally first land for a lot of these boys as well. So it's been a really good experience.
The little tidbit that we had as the facts of that you drove up today and you're driving back home today. So again, at least you can go home with the heads held high. It's not going to be a quiet car journey. There's a lot to go through on. Talk us through the tactics going into that, because again, there was a point where you would take the first round, lose a few, and then hit that comeback. What was the team talks like?
So we just kept our heads. We just kept our mental. That was the main thing. We knew, especially going to Skyscraper, we're on attack. If we can get one, get two, we're happy. It's such a defender-sided map. So once we did that, we were over the moon, and we knew we could just keep it up. It didn't take long for us to work out what they were going to do. We saw the mental was dropping. We knew they were going to start doing some solo plays, and we just kept playing as a team. That was our main objective, was no solo plays, just play together.
Nice, and you could tell the team ethic was really there. No matter what game you're playing, fist bumps, right, a little chat, go back into it again. We saw 2 overtimes, and we went to that third one, and I think everyone was predicting that third overtime. Like, what changed in that last game to push? Was it just the fact you were on attack a little bit more, or was it a case of like, we have to play smart or get the big players out first?
I honestly think for that third map, we finally worked out what we needed to do. We stopped doing some of the stupid things. We kept on talking. We sorted out some of the kind of like volume with making sure that Gerald was actually heard when he told us to stop moving. But that was the main thing. We just finally worked out what we needed to do, and just mental was there. Like, as soon as we got that round 6 attack, those defenses we just swept, and that was our plan. We just made sure to keep our heads high.
Sweet. And I would say, like, for yourself, one of the MVPs of the game, because again, but it was a whole team effort. So a massive round of applause for Future, a massive round of applause for both teams, the Gatekeepers, and of course, up the Swans. Swansea's with the win. More than welcome to join your team down that one. Great work. We are going to take ourselves a quick break, and then we are back with our last game of the day, League of Legends. Stick around if you're here in the room. Stretch your legs out, go to the arcades, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Nice.
Monster Black.
That right there, monster plays of the week.
Okay. Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. knowing one day gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
That right there, monster plays of the week.
Okay. Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? Be so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. To the world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless as to reality, the truth of lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Hello, 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 and welcome to our final slot of the day with the NSC British University Esports Championships. We are here with League of Legends. Yes, last spot of the day. I'm obviously related to talk to our sponsor Scan, who've given me a bunch of hats. Who would like a hat? No, everyone loves a freebie. Okay. I've not thought about how I'm going to do this, so. That was so close. There we go. I've got a few more to give away. Thank you. Oh, see, that was good. This one, I'm good. Freebie? Yeah. You're getting 2 for 1. Oh, so close. I got 2 left. Okay, we're going. Lovely. Thank you, Scan. Beautiful. Thank you, Teamwork, on this one. Recapping today, earlier on the Rocket League, we had Roehampton getting the clean sweep of a 5-0. Rainbow Six Siege, we had the Swansea Storm breaking the gatekeepers and taking the win in Rainbow Six Siege. And then now we have our final in League of Legends. So, can you welcome to the stage the Imperial College London Imperial Esports and the University of Oxford, the Oxford Owl Reforms. If I could get Zoyed, if I could get Latris from each round that one. Welcome on this one. How are we feeling going into our final today?
I think we are well prepared for whatever they're gonna pick.
Again, we go through this one, the only team, again, having a loss playing against this team last time, losing 2-0, how are we changing, obviously not giving too much away, how are we changing our tactics playing against them this time?
Well, obviously I cannot leak it, right? But we have tried lots of preparation for their champions and for their game style, so hopefully it will work. We will see about it.
Lovely, and welcome to be joined on the other side. How are we feeling going into the final? Are the team confident? Are we ready to back that winning streak up?
We are just like 100% so confident to get the grand final win again.
Ooh, back to back. Do we feel that they're going to get the win again?
Nah, no way.
See, I'm just getting that fighting start going. Do we feel like it's... So the last time you played, you guys won. Is there anything you've changed or anything you're going to work at differently, or are you just going to keep the same all the way through?
We just keep our game style. We do the stuff consistently and we win again. It's another day, another 2-0. Imperial wins.
Okay, they've called 2-0. Before we go as well, we make sure it's friendly rivalry, so handshakes or fist bumps if you would like to. See, there we go, sportsmanship of that one. Best of luck to both of you. I'll let you join your teams. We are in our final of Saturday. Make some noise if we're here in the room as well. Let's get loud on this one. Thank you. Just make sure the stream doesn't know that we do exist. We are all here. It's not just me. But I'm going to go head off to our casters. So please welcome Benis the Menace and Zapdos.
Yeah, man. Hi!
Hello!
Everyone watching in Manchester and everyone watching on Twitch as well. I'm Benis the Menace, joined with the lovely Zapdos to my right. Yeah. And listen, we're here for League of Legends, you're here for League of Legends. 148 teams entered this competition, 2 remain, the Owls and Imperial College London. Now, 2 teams who have done emphatically well during their time in this tournament, and hopefully we have a fantastic final to bring to you. The lovely Zapdos, take it away. How are you feeling about today's game?
Oh, Benis, I'm excited. Both you and me, of course, coming from the university scene, but today there's going to be a massive upset if the Oxford Owls can win here today, because we heard it beforehand, they have never beaten Imperial College in this split so far, already losing to 2-0, so they need to come out with something new to even have an opportunity here.
Yeah, definitely, and as you can see on the screen, we've got the rosters. Very, very good rosters, very consistent, not really any changes during their time in the tournaments to where they are now. As you saw, we had Latris and the fantastic, was it Zoid as well?
I think all I saw was just 2 like, massive people on my screen. They were like both above,
yeah, very tall.
Above the banner.
Very tall. Everyone's like really tall who's good at League of Legends, I guess.
6 foot, I think we're okay, Benis. I think we can maybe go in towards that class, sadly, of course. Both of us have played, of course, in the NSC beforehand. We're not as good as both of these teams, and that does make sense. But giving you guys a little bit more knowledge on them, I have a bit more on the Oxford Owls. Their mid laner Gig is someone who I've worked with. Do expect an Akshan ban. That's his absolutely favourite champion, and they're going to have to bring out something brand new to beat the Imperial Esports, as their main playstyle is having themselves more of a supportive mid laner like the Syndra or the Orianna, and a very aggressive jungler. We might even see a Lee Sin come out, maybe even that Kindred.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screens right now, Imperial Esports have just been steamrolling
domination
this tournament. Yeah, 0 losses, not even in the best of series. They've 2-0'd every single team they've faced, including, as mentioned on stage, the Oxford Owls.
Yeah, really difficult for them to try and do it. The Oxford Owls did also lose against Dylan's D-Gens beforehand in stage 1, but they were clearly the second best team, coming 25th and 24th last year, and then this was the first time that they've been able to get themselves towards those finals. And this is generally super impressive from a university which we weren't really expecting much from.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's very, very, very important to say that Imperial College, they've been here before, and they won, and they were here before that, and they won. So they've, I mean, maybe experience of, you know, playing on stage for the occasion, even just as little as staying in the hotel. I mean, it's quite a long journey from Oxford to Manchester, from London to Manchester. So it's going to be interesting to see, will that experience come into play?
It definitely has to when I think about it. Of course, having a fantastic time over there in NSC as we will be getting ourselves over towards those pick and bans. We talked about the Lee Sin, Poppy, an amazing counter towards that. And as I've been doing a little bit more research about the teams, a lot of them like to have that flexibility in that first pickup. So maybe picking up a Tristana, any of these AD carries, most likely in the first position.
Yeah, interesting to see as well. We've got Imperial on the blue side. So obviously they'll have their first pick. And Owls on the red side, so they'll have a bit more chances to counter pick. We'll have to see what they do, especially on 1-2. I think very important. Red side 1-2 has become kind of the make or break of these League of Legends drafts recently. Obviously, with Fearless being in play, I'm not sure if it's in play this game. We'll have to see. I guess we'll find out when we get into the second game whether or not they'll be able to play the same champs. But Ash and Karma picked up on that R1, R2. The Kindred first pick.
I was about to say, Beres, you're looking at the wrong hand of your side. Kindred is the one I'm most excited for. Something that, of course, their jungler, Kung Bao, has played a lot. Something that we were expecting to come out. They like to pair this up with mostly an AD towards the mid lane. There's a lot that people can be expecting, but instead looking like the AP side, as they've gone for two very different styles. One that's focusing to get their mid jungle combo straight away, while the others just want high priority in the bot lane with that Karma and Ash, as there's no real champions that can get prio into it, except for maybe a Sivir.
Yeah, true. It's going to be interesting to see the support counter pick. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Normally, if you pick jungle first on blue side, you kind of want to respond with ADC and jungle. Because they responded with ADC and support, it opens up that support counter pick option a little bit more. But what I think we will see here is obviously that Kindred jungle, he needs CC to pull off his early game. That's why the Syndra's been picked. That's why I think top lane champions, in terms of what Landstar can play, is a lot of these heavy CC top laners that can provide that lockdown in the early game.
And more importantly, you need a tank for this team. You already have a Syndra, Melio, and that Kindred. If they have no front line, they just can't play this game. So it's very much a hard team fighting comp, waiting for a top lane to be picked. On the opposite side, it's all about finding those picks with those Ash arrows, poking them out with the Karma Qs, and even using that Ari charm in the late game to try to pick people off. So in this second ban phase, we see easily that Oxford College just want to get away those big top laners. On the opposite side, they're trying to stop anyone that can majorly hard engage onto them.
Yeah, Landstar being targeted here with the Aatrox ban, no surprise there. Very, very prolific on it in solo queue. Guessing he's been prolific on it throughout the whole tournament. A Cogmore ban. Obviously, Cogmore Milio, very, very strong. Hyper-scaling bot lane is extremely scary once you get to 2 items. So it's going to be interesting to see what the final ban of Game 1 will be. I'm so excited for this. I mean, the Owls came out with some fighting talk. They said that they've changed. They've got some picks that they've got in their bag. They're going to really take it to Imperial. Imperial just was so laid back. They were like, hey.
Yeah, we've been here before. We've done it again. Who cares? We're just going to pick our champions and succeed amazingly. And I absolutely love this Melio pick for B3. The main reason for it is when Ash or Ari does actually try and go in towards the backline and use their single forms of CC, Melio can instantly cleanse that, can get your Scare of the Week to get them out, Kindred to support with the ultimate as well. It's really cool to see how they've been pivoting themselves, Imperial College, to be disengaged. They come in, we get them out. I think Grago's top lane could be a major pick for them. They want to try and push them away even more, but more importantly, they just need a major tank here.
Yeah, let's see what Jane Yi will be locking in for Imperial. It's going to be the Lucian Milio, obviously very, very powerful bot lane. Quite lane dominant as well. Obviously, Milio buffs the Lucian. He gets the buff. Massive damage. You would normally see a Lucian now, but Lucian Milio is still incredibly good, especially, as you said, Zapdos, into this single form CC. Very, very useful, very, very powerful. How will this draft end? It's an Imbessa top lane what's going to be the answer for the Owls?
There's plenty of different options here. Mordekaiser's one of the more popular ones, but you would be a little bit too AP heavy for the Oxford. So instead, they will be going for the Jags. Of course, incredibly good as well. And Zabessa, of course, doesn't have any mana. Needs to get those auto attacks off to get herself more of her mana that she needs. Energy. So then she's able to win out on those 1v1. So really nice counter pick up there. And as we look at both of these teams, I think they're both going to be happy. Oxford get themselves a very hard engaged composition, really good side lane 1-3-1 with the Arya Jax. On the opposite side, it's very much disengaged, but my problem is they don't have that major tank. Bessa sure can tank a bit, but it's not the same as like a Sion or a Cho'Gath up there.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I think the Jax pick also really works well because it's a Kindred. So obviously a lot of auto attacks there, and obviously a Lucian. Jax can sort of like follow the Lucian E with the counter strike if he plays it well enough. So it's going to be really interesting to see, as we will do a 3-minute delay with obviously, you know, that we need to let them get in, and there's a 3-minute delay. We're not playing on the tournament patch, unfortunately, but it means we get extra time to talk to you lovely lot about everything. As you can see, I got my lovely 3 Pringles back here.
Okay.
And I haven't started, and the person to the right of me doesn't have his Pringles.
Yeah, I
see a
wanted to
Death
talk
Star,
about that because, yeah, Death Star is absolutely amazing up here. But I was meant to get the Pringle cans. I got the little DM before from NSE saying, hey, do you want some? I said yes. Problem is, you're up north, I'm down south, and mine is still in the mail. So hopefully you can present them enough for me, as we will be seeing some lovely university students in front of us. And I'm super excited to really see how this early game's going to be going, because Oxford, of course, has lost 2-0 beforehand to Imperial this split. And with their team composition of the Ashe and Karma in the bot lane, it has really high priority. So I'd love to see some early game aggression coming from them, because I'm a little concerned against the Kindred plus Emilio Lucian late game. There's big opportunities where they just get outscaled.
Yeah, we're going to see firsthand as well, people, here, is whether or not being on stage is going to put a lot of pressure on you to, you know, are you going to be a little bit nervous? Are you going to take the game a bit slow? We might not see a kill for a while. Hopefully that's not the case, and we get loads of action, loads of fight scenes as well, and loads of excitement. Otherwise, we're just going to see the typical 0 kills. They're playing for objectives, and it's just a macro game.
So for me, I love it. Colorcaster here always wants to see the small intricacies. Well, Bennis, of course, play-by-play. You just want all the damage. You want everyone to hit each other all the time. And honestly, I think that's more entertaining. So hopefully these people after.
Yeah, definitely, and you know they're already actually playing the game. You can see them clicking around on the screen, but obviously we can't see what they're doing yet. So it's gonna be interesting to see, especially because, right, if one of them, you know, gets out of their chair, throws the headset down before we've seen, you know, what's going on. Bit of a spoiler, you might say.
I thought you were doing it out of anger. Like a play went wrong. They got their headset, slammed it to the ground. You know, university students very much not known for being as relaxed, as positive. I remember when I played on my university team, something went wrong and I got so mad. Maybe a reason I didn't get towards that university finals, huh?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is why we're all here, you know, all of us university students or alumni, and you know, a lot of us have played in this tournament, and it was always a dream, and in the far distance of what if we reached the finals, what if we got to play on the stage, what if we got our hotels booked and catering arranged? How sick is that? This, guys, is a reality for these players on stage. And obviously Imperial have had it a couple of times, as we mentioned. Oxford, it's their first, but it's going to just be so exciting to see what sort of gameplay we get, what the level's at with these teams, as obviously Imperial have yet to drop a game. So it would be interesting to see if they dropped this game.
That would be the first one.
Then that would be the first game they've ever dropped in this tournament. I wonder if like that would maybe cause a 2-0 on the Oxford side, or I don't know, would they be able to bounce back? Have they ever had to bounce back before?
That's a really interesting question, because there's 2 ways it can go. One, that they absolutely fumble after the first game and they just can't bring themselves back up. But there's a lot of teams where they have been so good for such a long amount of time. Once one loss comes through, they actually get themselves more into it, and they're like, okay guys, we're inting right now, let's lock in, let's get ready for that 3rd game. Fortunately, they aren't there yet. They are still very much the ones to
but we're in the game! Oh, we're in the game! Zapdos, this is it, the final of the NSE Spring Esports Championship. Imperial College, Oxford Owls reformed. It's gonna be a banger. I've already got that feeling in my stomach. Everyone watching there, everyone watching at home. You might be, you know, eating eat some food, eating whatever. Sit down, buckle up. It's going to be a blinding series.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic one at that. Oxford Owls going to be the underdogs coming in here, but they have built a team comp for the early game. High prio in mid, high prio in the bot lane. And we can see the jungler exactly going for that root sign up towards the top lane. The jungler's named Ori. And we'll see if he can get anything going earlier on. Well, for Imperial Esports, whenever you have a Kindred on your team, very weak, but if you can scale for the first couple of levels, maybe get yourself a few stacks, you're really going to get the ball rolling and have a great lane.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, we're going to see these junglers starting their clears. Very tame early game so far. No one wanted to do any level 1 shenanigans. No one wanted to do any invades. Both junglers starting at their raptor camps, and all laners giving some minor trades here and there. And we'll have to see who comes out on the better side, worse for wear.
Yeah, I think both teams are going to be really happy. Just scale until at least level 3 for both of these junglers. As Xing Zhao, he needs to have that EQ before he can actually make a gank kind of work. And when you look at both of these bot lanes, and even mid lane, you can poke sure, but they both have teleport. Bot lane has so much healing from the Melio and the shields from the Karma. There's no major expectations for any fights to be happening until maybe the Void Grubs, or especially the Dragons that a lot of these teams have been heavily focusing around.
Yeah, for sure. And as we can probably see on the bot lane, the Lucian Melio getting that early push. Some pings going down, fighting for that tri-push ward early on, because they probably know that Xin Zhao is here. And I've just seen a ping there from Kindred, Kindred that he wants to maybe try to invade here or something. So maybe shenanigans going on bot lane, we're not too sure. I think that's an invade on the blue, on the minimap, as you can see. He's pinging towards it. His bot lane's got priority. What are we going to see? Mid lane trading a little bit as well. Here we go. Xin Zhao, the Kindred team. Who can get there first? Flash already burnt, and I think we're going to see first blood here come through. But who's going to get it first? It's the Lucian. It's Jane Yi. But it's a return kill from Latra 17. And now it's just the chase. Jane Yi looks in trouble. But Gig's already fallen. And now it's just a complete brawl in the bot side. Everyone's getting involved except for the top laners. And it's looking good. It's looking really good for Imperial College. They find 4.
And they get themselves everything they need and more. And it was read so well by Oxford College. They were so close to coming out on top. They placed double wards in the river, so if Kindred ever wanted to come, they would know. And even with the priority, they just didn't have the damage they needed.
Yeah, and complete and utter annihilation. You saw just how good Lucian and Melio can be in those extended fights. Get those low cooldowns, get that Lucian passive. Must have been so much bonus damage. We might see the top lane, a cheeky little kill picks up under the tower, and Bangarang will fall. It's already 5 kills in just under 4 minutes for the NSC's favors.
And that's 3 kills over towards the Lucian, 1 kill to the Kindred, but more importantly, 2 stacks at this point. With a champion like Kindred, once you get up towards those 4 stacks, you get more range, you get more damage, and most importantly, you get yourself online. As they've really been able to pivot themselves from being weak in this early game, but being able to use their pressure from the damage of Lucian, as there's no AD carry at the level 2 or the level 3 mark that can try and compete with that damage mark, and that's the reason they won in that bot lane trade.
Yeah, and I think the game now is kind of going to maybe spiral a little bit out of control. We'll have to see when these first objectives come up. Obviously, Drake comes up a little bit before Grubs, so we'll see maybe if they want to try and get both objectives, Imperial, if they're feeling confident after that first fight. They're already 2k up.
And we talked about the game plan for Oxford. They wanted Prio in mid and Prio in bot lane to invade the enemy jungle, get this Kindred behind. But when you have 3 kills on the Lucian, you're not getting Prio in bot lane, even though you're in a good matchup. So now they have to try and pivot their style to maybe looking for picks with the level 6 on the Ari, as we see again a really nice trade on mid lane.
Yeah, and these mid lane trades have been so interesting. You know, Ari Syndra, a matchup where it's all about baiting out abilities and reading your opponents, and it's such a mind game to be played, but it's so entertaining to watch because you just see a complete mental battle between both mid laners. As a little bit of calmness now, but a lot of vision for Owls on this Drake in that river.
Yeah, they're trying to play around these dragons, you can really tell, but only difficult thing is Syndra in the early game has been slightly better at those trades. So Legend of Gig already used that TP, going for his second reset, while for Zoid it's your first one. Got yourself the Lost Chapter, and with that power spike, there is a big opportunity to try and stop this dragon, but instead, a really good trade up towards the top side. You can just get the trade for Imperial College to take the Rift Herald, or sorry, the Void Grubs, while you get the Dragon on Oxford Owls.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see the Drake started up. Looks like it's going to be a cross map, which I'm not really sure if you're happy with that. I mean, Drake stacking has become so popular, I think, for a lot of teams. As you heard, the famous Lost for Tones, Cage was saying the 3 Ds. One of those Ds was Drakes, stacking Drakes.
What were the other 2 Ds? That's the real question.
Well, one of them was Discipline.
Okay, and then the other one was Disappointment when they didn't do exactly what he wanted.
Probably, yeah. I can't actually remember what the other D was.
I mean, you have the boss on your team. Of course, it's going to get a little funky on that side. But in my personal opinion, Oxford Owls, when you have 8-3-0 Lucian on the enemy team and you can sneak away Dragon, you're going to be very happy with this early game. Well, for Imperial, top lane.
Yeah, the Drake's top lane has been so much in Landstar's favor. You just see he's constantly having priority in his lane, using Ambessa to a full potential, getting those really good early trades, those very good, like, obviously Q1, Q2, then using the massive shield that Ambessa has on that W to just win short trades.
I can just smell the tower dive from a mile away. Kindred's already up here, but Zingzao will sort it out.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what's going on, but mid lane has currently got the attention of the observers because Zoid and Gig, it's a solo lane for solo kill for Zoid with the unleashed power. I think Gig getting a little bit too confident. Obviously, if you go quite low on HP, 20%, that's complete Syndra ultimate territory, and it's a solo kill for Imperial. They're going to be feeling really good about that.
Yeah, and Zoid is just outplaying in this 1v1, getting Legend of Gig to go for a reset slightly earlier with no teleport available, poking him out more, and finally winning out in that 1v1. The bot lane, again, there's just more congestion, but Imperial Esports very much focused towards this top side, trying to support this Ambessa and trying to support their mid laner as well. And they did make the dive happen because of a great counter gank by the Zingzao. Imperial Esports 2k up, very happy with this early game.
Yeah, I think they're going to be really confident going into this, you know, as the lanes are starting to calm down. There's no objectives coming up for a few minutes as they traded 1-for-1 on those, as mentioned. It'll be interesting to see what Drake's soul it will be, and whether or not Imperial will try and go for the second Drake as we get into a replay.
Yeah, this replay is really just abusing these timers, understanding that you do have more damage than mid laners. We come straight back into live, there's just more fighting.
Yeah, and I think the big thing really is, you know, the trading between the solo laners and how it's been punished. I think Imperial are doing a lot better job of punishing winning trades, where if they get their opposition down to about 30%, 40%, can they call in their jungler? Can they use their execute ultimate? Can they finish those off? Whereas on Oxford Owls, you know, they're getting them maybe to 50%, but they're not really punishing that.
And their team comp isn't built to go for these 1v1s. Top lane, sure, jacks into Ambessa, but the mid lane, Ari just wants to push out, try and wait for it afterwards. As yet again, Kindred's bullying in the enemy jungle, and this is all because of Syndra doing such an amazing job in that 1v1, and they're just trying to keep pushing this forward, and Zingzao, the one that was trying to get away these counts before, is now the one getting stolen from.
Yeah, and you can just see the power of Milio Lucian here, but Ash and Karma feel a little bit confident. Maybe it's overconfidence, because Jane Yee's going to force out a flash from Mr. Oops. And that really was a little bit of an oops, as jungle, meanwhile, is kind of being invaded, and it looks like Kiso actually got that. He's going to try and go for the kill, and he's going to bind it onto Auri. It's another kill picked up for Imperial. It might be another kill picked up for Imperial. It's going to be another bit. It's 2 kills for Imperial. Not sure what happened there. It looks completely illegal. They've just waltzed in to Owl's jungle and taken the mid laner and jungle.
Oh, that's exactly what happened with Pryor in mid lane. Top lane and Bessel winning out against the Jacks as well. They just can't move.
I think this might be a solo kill. I think Bangarang is finally going to taste... No, not quite flash for flash. That auto grasp was just not enough. I think it literally came down to maybe 20, 30. If that, Bangarang, very, very fortunate there. But Imperial, they're playing the map, and that gold lead, Zath, is only getting bigger.
And it's also with the CS lead as well. When they're winning out these trades, forcing the resets from Oxford's mid laner and top laner, they're down 20 CS. So even though there's no kills up top lane, that's 200 gold. And it keeps just building more and more. And that's the problem with volatile lanes. If they ever get themselves behind, like the Syndra into the Ari, whoever wins out is just going to keep winning harder and harder. So Oxford need to try and stop the bleeding, find a way back into the game. But how do you do it when both your bot lane and your mid lane is so far behind?
Yeah, I think really all three lanes are kind of struggling. I mean, you kind of saw Mr. Roops and Latris getting a little bit, you know, can we maybe go for a 2v2 kill here? Give some sort of life back into the Owls, but Imperial, Jane Yi, Weeby using that 2v2 potential so well. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was the Milio E buff shield passive thing with the little burn on the culling, and like all of it hit straight onto Mr. Oops. He went from like 60%, 70% HP down to like 30. Was like, oh no. And had to flash.
The hardest part is, you're saying it was the Melio E-burn that did it. Melio is only helping with one part of that auto attack. It doesn't do for most of that. Oh, that is just pure Lucian damage. Getting a little buff a couple patches ago. He's absolutely insane in his recent meta as well.
Yeah, I think Kitto might have found another kill. No, it's Zoid onto Mr. Oops, and it's just getting... It's just going worse and worse for the Owls. They're trying to contest the Drake. They're trying to stack the Drake. The Drakes, you know, the only thing they really had was that first Chemtech Drake. If they could have gotten that Cloud, it would have looked, you know, it would have looked pretty good. You know, if you have at the back of your mind, you can play for a soul. Even if you're down in gold, that's really, really helpful. But they're not going to get that, as Imperial will pick up the Cloud Drake.
And it was a high-risk, high-reward play. Oxford knew that if they could sneak away this Dragon, they'd be in a good position to scale into the game, pick up 2 more and maybe win. As you see Lucian on your screen, absolutely dominant, finishing his first item. Same with the mid and same with the top lane. At this point into the game, Oxford physically can't contest anything until they finish that item, as they're all 3,000, 4,000 gold behind, or sorry, 3,400.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, very interesting to see actually that Jane Yi has got the Victorious skin, but has the gold chroma on. It's clearly come a long way since then. Well, I don't know. Maybe he was gold when he had it. I mean, I doubt it, but fair enough. I mean, maybe it's a mental game. He's trying to make Mr. Oops think that he's gold.
Yeah, but then, like, wouldn't you go iron, or is iron just too fake? It's too low down. Gold's kind of in the middle.
I don't think that was out when that one came out, I'm pretty sure. I think they only did those for the recent ones.
Yeah, super impressive though, coming out from him to try and play those mind games outside of it, and it's clearly working.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, you can
I love that you said it was impressive. Impressive, yes. Yes, good job. I mean, when we do the review of this game, we're going to go straight to, yes, Jane Yi, great choice in the skin selection specifically. You really had them going.
Trash talk before it. That was definitely, when they were in those rooms waiting for the LAN final, they were definitely thinking, what skin will most affect the enemies? Like the bot lane for Oxford Owls, the combination of colors is beautiful.
It may be beautiful, but it's not winning them the lane. And I think they'd rather have the latter. Does it matter? I don't know. But yeah, top lane. I mean, Bangarang has been playing this game in the same place for the last, like, well, for as long as this laning phase has gone on for. And I don't think I've actually seen the wave go on to Landstar's side.
Yeah, he was meant to actually do what his name does, of like bounce back and forth, but it has only just been under his tower. Even though that this has been the case, I have to really give commendations to how Bangarang has played it, because he's had 3 ganks from the Kindred already, and he's only died once, really holding out for the rest of his team. So hopefully they're able to find something on the opposite side with how much pressure he's soaking up. It's just a bit hard when, you know, Syndra's 1.5 items, 3 kills, and same with the Lucian in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is the big thing now. You know, Oxford don't want to fight. They've not got, you know, well, they're starting to get first items now, very important. So maybe they kind of do want to fight. But before, you know, you had your Ari on, you know, a couple of components. Ash was on her wind tower, but was struggling before that. That Jackson needs to get Trinity a Saporino, because it just makes the world of difference to whether or not you have that first big item. As there was a small invade from Auri. Not sure it's a great idea to invade when you're, you know, 6k down. I respected the
attempt,
the gaucho, the attempt, but it was snuffed out by Jane Yi, and we saw the ult, but no kill. As the ult's in the top side, does Landstar have the damage for this Bangarang? Flashes, has no mana. Landstar's going to give up, but Very though, flash to dodge the stun of the counter strike, right? But
Yeah, so the reason that Bangarang went for that play, and it may have seemed a little weird for him to flash there, his whole goal was trying to push in the wave when Landstar went in towards his jungle. So he did exactly that. Doesn't have to force the TP if he doesn't want to, does opt into it, and now with the full HP bar, still hasn't got that first item, but in a much more comfortable position. And that's what happened. That's what's happening is Oxford takes more time as they get to scale into the game. They will start feeling more comfortable. As we saw full item power spikes compared to none on Oxford. Now they finally have that first item. Youngtown on their Ashe having a mid lane item as well, and even the Sundered Sky in the jungle. Yes, they won't be winning out in these 5v5s, but this gives themselves an opportunity to maybe win if they have those numbers advantage. And how Imperial have been playing, they want to play topside, they want to keep pushing the pace of the game. I think they just try and dive this bot lane, maybe get this Lucian gold. That might be the way back into the game.
It's going to be something like that. In my esteemed professional opinion, I think that Imperial outscale. You know, Syndra's scaling is incredible. Kindred stack scaling is incredible. Lucian scaling isn't great, but when you've got Emilio, that damage is just insane. It got buffed the scaling, to be fair, Lucian. He's not as early game heavy as he was before obviously changes.
Still has
but
that
still
mid
is
game,
incredible.
of course, as they are doing exactly what we talked about, trying to dive this bot lane. The problem is with the Lucian Melio, you still have heal available, you still have the barrier, so many different ways.
Zoid, I think, has found a pick on 2 Gig, and he has. The ult over the wall is not enough. The unleashed power follows. It's another kill going over to the Syndra. 4-0-4. Looking like he's going on for a Rabadonian's death cap, but at 17 minutes, that's very scary, Zapdos.
And Gig being dead as well, they will be able to pick up this mid lane tower. Thank you, Shelly, for the help. Have an opportunity to grab the second one if they want to. But just look at this gold lead. It's almost 10,000 at this point. There's really nothing they can do as bot lane. Was actually a tower dive attempt. Didn't work out, surprisingly, but did get the bounty on the Lucian.
Well, they traded 1 for 1. Oh, no, well, no, sorry.
No, it was 2 for 1. It's not great.
It was 2 for 1. It's not great. I originally thought it was just Mr. Oops who had died, and I was like, no, what? 1 for 1's not bad.
They lost 50
but
gold.
2 for 1.
So they gave over 600 gold for 2 kills. The bounty on the Lucian was 250. So at least it wasn't as bad as you expect, but they lose the dragon, lose themselves this bot lane tower as well. But I'm really impressed that Oxford aren't laying down. They keep going for these attempts, and that's the only way they're getting back into this game.
Yeah, well, they've not really got any other choice, you know. It's
well,
when you go down like your other choice is to lay down and to, you know, be the prey. But an owl's always been a predator, you know. Owls have always been predators. They're not prey. They're not the Oxford mice, you know. So seeing them
but you're
fight
saying
back,
that like you have an Imperial Guard versus an owl. I know which one's winning.
Yeah, true. It's a good point. But what if the owl was a supernatural owl? Is their top lane getting into a 1v1? Bangarang, I'm not sure if you win this, but you've got your jungler on your way to help out. It's a good flash from Landstar in the end. If they'd found that pick onto Landstar, maybe the tables would have turned slightly. But as you can see, if that had continued to have been a 1v1, that Ambessa, that power, that value from Eclipse is probably already shielded like 1.5k, I wouldn't be surprised.
And I was questioning this pick at the start of the game with how Imperial wanted to play with having a big frontline double ADC composition with an Enchanter and support. They needed a tank, but with how Ambessa has played this early game, if they finished the game off before ever having to worry about any of that, this Ambessa may have been the best pick for them.
Yeah, definitely, and really Owls, it's just how are you going to fight back, you know? Are you going to try and, you know, lay it all out in this first game, try and close that gold gap, try and do the unthinkable, not only beat a team that has not dropped a game in this tournament, but beat a team who has not dropped a game in this tournament whilst also being 10k up.
And let me add to that as well, they haven't lost this tournament, they didn't lose tournament before, or the tournament before that. So, very difficult to try and beat this team for sure.
But if they do it, then it'll go down in history with, you know, that Liverpool Champions League final, as Kato will find another kill onto Mr. Oops. It'll go down, you know, I'm not sure why I'm using Liverpool example specifically, but when Liverpool pulled it back against Barcelona and drew 4-4 in the Champions League semi-final, and then won. I'm trying to think of more great sporting comebacks that were impossible, as we just see Imperial shred up the Owls. That Xin Zhao ult is good, it blocks a lot of damage, but Imperial are just waltzing around in the enemy jungle, trying to find picks, trying to find kills. You can see once they got those towers down, the map has just opened up so much They're trying to dive under tier 2, Zapdos.
Oh, they're just doing everything they want as Syndra. Give them a break.
Yeah, oh, it's a good Ashel, but there's no follow-up available. That is such a shame because that could have been. I mean, that's really what they're looking for. They're looking for a big Ashel that Weeby can't respond with a Milio ult to on one of these carries, on the Kindred, on the Syndra. You've got to think that's the only chance they've really got of finding one of these big shutdowns and maybe just getting an inch back into this game.
And that's the problem. They need to find an Ashel or the Ari Charm, but they never can. The way that Imperial Esports have been playing this is, instead of going for the usual 1-2-1 they could have done with their composition, they've all been in one lane whenever they can. You see Syndra pushing up this mid, having it in Bessa push up the top lane, and they're always together. As on the screen, all 4 members together as Zoid. I think that Syndra ultimate has killed literally everybody on this map.
Yeah, and it all started with him finding that ultimate onto Gig in that first mid 1v1. I think Gig was feeling really good in that mid lane, you know, taking on his laner. He was winning some trades as Atakan's picked up, but then that unleashed power just came in. And I think the biggest thing when you're playing on a stage like this against the team that is so decorated for the Owls is how that first fight goes, how that big first scrimmage goes. And they lost it, and they lost it pretty bad. I think from that moment, they just never really seem to get anything. I mean, they've only pulled off 2 kills so far. One of those kills was in that first fight. The second kill, Zapdos, your memory might be better than mine. Where did that second kill come from?
I think the second kill was exactly towards that mid lane as they are just getting fully collapsed on. Oxford trying to make a play towards his bot lane, finding those picks that we talked about with the Ari Charm. So we have to see if they will get out to safety as Imperial Esports. They just sniff out everything.
Gig, you can't be there, Gig. He goes down. I think that's his 5th death of the game, 0-5-0. It's not really a KDA you want to show to your parents and pin up on the fridge. But as Gitto trying to find Auri, that Zinjawul has been very, very valuable, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The Ashel's good, though. I don't think the follow-up's there. The damage isn't there because Jane Yi is doing a full wham-bam culling onto Mr. Oops. And that's just not enough. It's 17-2. It's an 11k gold lead. It's Imperial College looking like they're going to take game 1 of the NSC Spring Finals.
Yeah, and it's just too little too late. They made a great play towards the mid lane, and if they weren't 10,000 gold behind, if that first play went slightly different for Oxford Owls, we would be a lot closer in this game. But of course it isn't. People finally trying to respawn, trying to defend this mid lane tower. But really, what more can you ask from the Owls except for to just keep attempting to find a way back into this?
Yeah, and I'd love to try and cast it if this is some sort of impartial, there's maybe a way back for the Owls. But with 2 kills on the board, you've got a Drake, you've not got a tower yet. I mean, they've barely even damaged these tier 1 towers.
I see that bot lane.
The bot lane one's kind of, yeah, there's something, a little bit of damage there, but they're not really playing any split pushes. We get into a replay of what just happened in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see the exact play they were looking for, finding the pick on towards Kindred, thinking that they were just overextended, but yet again, Imperial College playing as a 4-man unit like they're meant to, and they're just giving no place for the Oxford Owls to win.
Bangarang trying to find Landstar. I mean, Bangarang, really, what do you have to lose? Not much. It's not going to result in a kill yet, but we will see the jungler mid laners kind of make their way over, but Bangarang, I think, doesn't really need them. And yeah, he will fall solo to Landstar. It's a good attempt from Bangarang. He's really been, you know, struggling, but he's been putting up a fight. Only dying once during that whole lane phase is pretty impressive. As, listen, you've not got any tier 1 towers, you've not got any tier 2 towers, there's no safety to be had. You've got nowhere to go. And now he's going to fall as well. It's 19-2 in 24.5 minutes. Imperial College have undefeated in the last 3 tournaments, and it's clear to see why.
Yeah, absolute domination coming from them. Jungler down for the next 20 seconds. That's the exact time that this Baron will be spawning. So maybe Imperial College just want to pick that up, use that to end the game. And that might be the way for Oxford Owls to get in. Maybe if they can find the Baron, still find anything really, as this gold lead just keeps growing and growing. And we mentioned before, Imperial Esports, this team outscales, and they have this big of a lead.
I've just actually heard in my ear that Zoid has got a 6:30 booking for Nando's for the entire team. So he's really just trying to speed this up so that they can make that appointment and it doesn't get passed on to, I heard, Yes, Deborah has got a reserve on that table if Imperial Esports don't make it in time. So they're really just trying to make this a quick one. And I've heard as well, yeah, that's 3 confirmed orders of the butterfly chicken as well. As, yeah, well, Harry's going to fall again. But yeah, so they've got places to be, Imperial Esports. They're not lying around.
Yeah, they got things to do. Somebody who used to work at Nando's myself, I'm not happy with that order. You get yourself the Sunset Burger instead.
True. Very tasty.
As,
Bangarang. Ooh, have they found Zoid? Zoid no flash. Come on, get a pick. Not quite the culling. I'll tell you what, JD with this culling has been, it's been Saving Private Zoid. And you know, Zoid is Matt Damon and Tom Hanks is JD on the culling. He's just been there every single time.
Yeah, every single time. As somebody who's always out of position, it seems, Gig on the side lane trying to look for a pick. You're just so far behind. You ever come in the vicinity of Zoid, you are just going to get taken out as 5 members do collapse here.
Yeah, Scat of the Week's gonna cancel that that leap strike from the Jacks, but maybe our Imperial, you're being very, very ballsy here, and I very much appreciate it. I think some kills are going to start going over to Oxford, surely. There's so much tower damage being dished down. It's bloodbaths everywhere. It's a fight in the Owl's base at 26 minutes, but it looks so good for Imperial. They don't lose anyone, and it's a clean ace for the defending champions. They've taken down the Owls in game 1, and Owls, you're meant to be your predator. You're looking like the prey.
Hey man, super impressive, honestly. Imperials, I knew that they were a good team. We came before and like, okay, most likely going to win, but I wasn't expecting that domination. That Nando's booking, trust me, I don't think they're missing it. They got themselves over an hour to get there. They might even have a bit of time to do a bit of shopping beforehand if the Owls in this next game can't step up.
Yeah, I mean, I want to confirm that the Nando's, you know, is a fictitious. Didn't actually hear that in my ear, but it just goes to show how much they're not lying around these players. You know, Imperial so clean in the way they've done, not giving up anything. I mean, they did a dive under 2 tier 3 towers in 27 minutes and didn't lose any members.
Okay.
And they just, it's incredible.
We got to defend the Owls. We got to defend the Owls, and I'm going to defend the Owls because this team coming into this were the underdogs, 100%. But they kept going, kept fighting. And if that first fight didn't go so badly for them and give a triple kill over towards that Lucian, that first bot lane tower dive would have worked and it would have been better.
Yeah, we're going to go to a break. We're going to get into game 2 after this, so don't go anywhere. Will the Owls put up a fight or will Imperial lift the trophy once again?
Monster Black!
That right there, Monster plays of the week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series supported by Monster Energy.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
Whoopsie daisy.
Pringles, mind popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
We're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race. To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to reality, the truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Hello, welcome back to Game 2 of your League of Legends NSC Spring Finals. Obviously in Game 1 we saw Imperial take down the Oxford Owls. Not just take down the Oxford Owls, they took off one wing, took off the other wing, and wanted the head for dessert. They absolutely mauled that owl to death, the poor thing. It was like watching some sort of disturbing nature documentary. It got that brutal. Once they were under those tier 3 towers, I mean, it was just like a horror show. But hopefully there is some optimism, and the Owls have gone back. You know, they've taken what's happened. This is not the first game on stage now. First stage game jitters are out. It's the second game now. How are you going to respond? How are you going to bounce back? Zapdos, what do you think of this game 2?
Well, they have a lot to change. We can say that. They were absolutely slaughtered in that last game. But fortunately, Owls are more of a nighttime creature. We're getting towards the later stages of this series. Maybe they're just ramping up. They're building. We're going to bring in some
but I don't think the sun's gone down yet, though. I'm trying to
I know
check.
the
It's not
sunset.
quite nighttime.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the sunset, so if we finish quick enough, I might be able to watch it. But it's not about me, it's about the Owls. And the exact way that I think they can come back into it is bin off doing early game. Honestly, what we saw from the Imperials was an absolute masterclass on how to counter them. Try and ban away the Kindred, because that seemed like something that isn't easily dealt with, as if you try and engage in it, you have the ultimate. Ban away that, and just get yourself scaling. Get the Jinxes across your mid. Get yourself the Syndra in the mid lane for yourself. Do what they did to you, Gig, towards mid. But don't. Scaling is the aim of the game in my eyes.
I totally agree. You tried the early game, didn't work. Let's maybe try and go for an LEC special, where we go big front line, big back line. We play safe, we get maybe an objective here and there, but we're not too fussed. But when it comes to that late game, we switch it on, we just go bap, 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 and we win the game. Getting into this draft, Akshan banned away, Lee Sin banned away on the other side. I don't know if it's fearless. I really should have checked if it was, because it's very important information if 10 champions are out. But we'll have to see. Kindred go. So I'm guessing it's not fearless.
It can't be
Kindred.
fearless, 100%.
It can't. Right. So it's not fearless. Right. Okay. Poppy gone again. Interesting. I mean, Poppy. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. It is regular draft, not fearless. Shame that I do love a little bit of fearless draft, but Unfortunately not today, but Poppy going again, very high priority pick for these teams.
And you know why Poppy goes away? It allows you to go for some of these more dashy champions, even the Jax we saw in the top lane or the Embessa. You pick Poppy into it, you can't play the game at all. So with that taken off, all of these dash champions, because it's not fearless as well, will get picked up. With all these bans coming through you see on your screens, these are mostly picks because people are very popular on it. Like Gig is a massive Shan player, of course, on the side of Oxford, their jungler, loves the Lee Sin and the Nidalee, and the Kindred, very much focusing on one player. So now Bangarang, what are you going to pick for your team? You're going to pick up a hyper AD carry, start building towards that composition, or instead do you want to pick up the mid lane? As I think Gig saw what ZOFK did, and he just wants to do the same to him.
Yeah, but this is very interesting from Owls, and I like it a lot. They've target banned jungle, 3 bans on the jungle. This is what I was saying to Zaftos before. If you've lost to a team in a series, and by drafting, your normal way, and you're still losing, throwing them off guard, targeting one champion pool specifically, and we're seeing, oh wow, the mirror matchup from first game is going to be the other way round in the second game. So obviously you can already think in the heads of Owls. They wanted, right, we're going to target jungle, boom, 3 bans there, then we're going to first pick mid, and we're going to take that pick from the mid lane we just played against, and then we're just going to see our response. And I think there's a little bit of mind games, a little bit of, okay, anything you can do, I can do better.
We'll have to see. Gig did lose in the mirror matchup last time, of course, he was playing that Ahri, so if he loses again here on Syndra, you have a lot of dragon rights as the Imperial mid laner, but they are able to pick up Devel, going to be countering that Lulu by picking a bit of hard engage. And we talk about these compositions. I wanted a little bit more scaling. They're going to have maybe an enchanter towards the jungle, like the Ivan, to get them towards there, but instead, very much focus on trying to poke out the enemies, burst them out that Syndra ultimate. I like the comp, but I'm not sure if this is the way to beat Imperials.
Oh, it's a Jinx Lulu. We were speaking about scaling. We were speaking about, Oxford getting the scaling. But it looks like Imperial. I mean, that Jinx Lulu, you don't really get any more scalier than that. Is that going to be a lock? I'm not sure.
I mean, it's a hyper carry, no matter what. Even if it isn't Jinx, it will always be a hyper carry paired up with that Lulu. And this is super interesting from Imperials because we understand how they like to play. They like to dominate early game somehow with a full scaling comp, and that's the reason that Lulu got taken away so early, is it doesn't give the opportunity for the Wolves, or sorry, for the Owls, to win out later into the game. So in the second ban phase, very much both teams are in very different positions. Imperials want to stop hard engage into them, that's why Neferi's banned away. While on the opposite side, they need to stop people from stopping their engages. That Poppy ban is really helpful for them.
Yeah, Wolves and Owls. Bit of a strange mix-up. What put Wolves in your mind?
It's because you got Owls, OW, and then I was thinking Wolves, WO. I don't know, confusion.
Okay. No, I see it.
Hear me out,
very
right?
similar.
They're as aggressive as wolves. They hunt in packs, and that's what their team does.
Well, they didn't do it in the first game. They didn't do very well in the first game. If they did it in the first game, I wasn't in that game.
Yeah, they had to rebrand.
2 kills on them all.
We'll say that. They have to rebrand. Second
but
ban.
It's going to be interesting to see second phase bans. The Neferi going, obviously, the changes to Neferi, meaning that she can change the focus of a tower shot.
Yeah.
If she dives and does that, I mean, it's with the ultimate. Incredible, very, very broken. So a lot of bans in Neferi. That's been quite a recent thing. I've also seen so many ranked games I get into, and it's just ban Neferi. I'm not sure if you empathise with that.
No,
as we finalise with the last bans.
Yeah, the team I was able to help coach, we can first pick Neferi. Flexible towards mid, towards top lane, of course, isn't going to be picked up this game. And the way the Imperials have been drafting, I think Xing Zhao or any of these sort of bruisery frontline champions could really combo well with the rest of the team. Even a Vine. Get yourself on towards the Syndra a bit easier, get on towards that Ezreal as well. The question is, do they want to pick that up or give themselves counterpick towards the top lane as well? As instead, they will be hovering another champion. Lily is something they have played a lot. I would much prefer just picking up your tank here.
Sorry, yeah, I was typing because I was trying to figure out what an owl is prey to. And I've got here buzzards and Ghost sharks?
If you can't tell, we did not do zoology at university.
No. I'm gonna go with Buzzards. I like that though. The Imperial London Buzzards, because they're preying on the Owls. Or they did in the first game. We'll have to see if they become the mouse or the Buzzard.
So they're upgrading or they're downgrading, depending. I'm not sure the Imperial Mouse really sounds that great. Maybe go towards the Rats, be like Los Ratones, as the Lilia was locked in for the jungle. Great combination, of course, with the Lulu, having it where you can have a bit more damage and a lot more movement speed. I don't love it. I really think just a major tank jungler could have been better for them, but of course that isn't their playstyle, so it's going to have that Lilia locked in. And now the J4, big fan of this. Of course, can put the Jinx in towards that Cataclysm, Ezreal damage plus that Veil. Big opportunity to find themselves the picks, and the way the Owls have drafted isn't for the late game again. It's very much to get this early game lead, and they're sticking to their guns.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I was expecting the Renekton pick. They needed CC in the early game. They lacked it. They lacked guaranteed CC. So that Renekton pick, obviously the empowered W is like, is it 1.5 seconds of point and click CC? Pretty insane. Great setup for your Lilia. Great setup for your Charm as well. And it's interesting drafts, you know. I think we're surprised. I mean, we're not so surprised to see the Lilia. It is one of you know, Imperial Jungler's most played champions. His only actually big AP champion that he plays. And the Jarvan obviously kind of counters Lilia because, you know, she can run around a lot, but if you get Cataclysm, you can't run out of Cataclysm. That's a big ass stone wall. You know, thing. I think you can leap out of it with the E.
Yeah, so it is the W, possibilities to jump out. But if your team has the Syndra, has the Ezreal, and they're locked up for even just a little bit, one Syndra ult on top of it, Lilia is absolutely dead. So plenty of outplay potential for the Owls. And the biggest thing that we need to hope for is that the Owls don't have a really bad early game like last time, because we could have had a close game in the first one. But when you give a triple kill over towards the Lucian, having a bad mid lane matchup and a bad top lane matchup as well, you just kind of get steamrolled.
Yeah, I don't think that was maybe their plan going into this.
No, losing, I don't think it was.
Wasn't on the plan, giving a triple kill to Lucian in the first big fight. But how are they going to bounce back? How are they going to react? Are they going to roll over? Are they going to go for something different? What are the comms sounding like? You know, the worst thing you can hear in League of Legends comms is silence. I mean, because that's when everyone is just so tilted. Well, obviously, you know, there is worse things you can hear, but
I see mouse moving. I think they're yapping.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Argument's great, but the second worst thing is silence. Because it just means that everyone's just sort of festering in their own tilt. And that's the big thing, tilt. Will they tilt? Or have they got some sort of idea going into game 2? Obviously, we're waiting for the delay. We'll obviously get back in it as soon as possible. Because I'm just ready for more League of Legends, you know, feasting on this. It's going to be so good. I'm just hoping for a bit of a more even game. More than 2 kills for the Owls is what I want to see. They did great to get that first Drake. I'd like to see them maybe stack Drakes again. Bot lane on Imperial are a bit more scaly. They shouldn't have as much kill pressure on the Lucian Milio as they now do on this Jinx Lulu. So hopefully bot lane will be a little bit calmer. Top lane, we'll just have to see. Mid lane, we'll just have to see. But it's going to be very interesting Zapdos.
Yeah, plenty of different things for both of these teams to get themselves winning out. Imperials very much towards the late game. Their bot lane, Jinx, Lulu, you talked about, really amazing in these long trades, but they're not very good at these short bursts. And the more I've been thinking about their composition, it's very much trying to find a reset for the Jinx to carry the game later on. And if you ever put something to sleep, Ari Charm after that, get yourself the Lulu knock-up, they are going to die in one fell swoop. And I think that's the big opportunity, honestly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And listen, this game is match point. It is match point for Imperial. They win this, they are the champions. Owls, if you're able to drag this out, maybe the sun will set and we'll start getting into prime Owl territory, and we can see a bounce back. But I didn't really see much of a spark in that first game. It's gonna have to be different this game. But it's just a testament of your character as a person, you know. But can you respond? And both of these drafts are very, very cool, very interesting. Obviously not fearless, so those same picks had to be acknowledged from that first game of what worked, what didn't work. And I liked that they had more of an idea of, right, we've seen you jungle, we're targeting you, here's 3 bans, have that, see what you do with that. And now he's on a Lilia pick, and when we go back to that draft and what we were talking about, it was probably the Lilia pick that you disliked the most, Zampos, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I dislike it the most, but then when you say Imperial's on it, it makes a lot of sense. Kito is known for all 3 of the champions banned away. He's known for his Lee Sin, he's known, of course, for the jungler we saw last game of the Kindred, and he's known for his Lilia. So if the other 2 are banned away, you pick up the Lilia. They are a little heavy on the AP scaling because of having an AP mid and an AP jungler, but into game, we're going to have to see.
We're into game, it's game 2, it's a best of 3, there's no game 5, there's no silver scrapes, so well, maybe there will be for the Owls if they can take down Imperial. Will we get a game 3, or will it be another blowout for Imperial? As Owls are on the blue side, Imperial on the red side, what are we going to see level 1? Is it going to be the same? There wasn't much happening the first game. Doesn't look like there's much happening in the second game either.
Yeah, both mid and top lane will still be volatile for these teams. Lilia's a champion that just wants the hard scale, so for the first 2 clears to around about 4 or 5 minutes, Lilia won't really be impacting to the game. While for the J4, you can gank as easy as level 2, so we have to see if there will be any shenanigans early on of him maybe trying to split the map bot side and just keep focusing down this Jinx Lulu. So I really think that's the biggest opportunity the Oxford Owls have of trying to win this game.
And they've pretty much played switcheroo this game. I know that's the name of Jinx's Q. That wasn't the pun that I was intending. It actually meant on how Bangarang is now playing the Ambessa, which Landstar played in the first game. Gig is playing Syndra, which Zoid played in the first game. So not only did they ban 3 champions, they picked 2 champions of the other team. 1 trounced them by with. So I think definitely the highlight matchup will be those solo lanes, because they've really got a point to prove.
Yeah, especially Gig in the mid lane, because you said that Zoid picked up the Syndra or picked up the Ahri from Gig. Gig picked up the Syndra from him as well. So last time Gig got absolutely dominated that 1-on-1, was 3 or 0-3 at that point into the game. So we'll have to see if he can get something done early, as you can see how hard it is for Ahri.
Yeah.
Your biggest goal is to clear, get yourself towards that 1200 gold at around 4:35 minutes. Pick up the Lost Chapter, push out that wave, and try to roam to help your bot lane. The problem is, last game, they tried that. You had a 3-0 Lucian.
Oh, don't do that again, Owls. Don't do it again. Come on, we're learning from mistakes. We're learning from mistakes. No, but just to say, like, Zoid is losing these trades. I mean, he has got a little bit more mana, but Ori's half HP. And, you know, it'd be great to see if Owls can, you know, maybe try and punish that.
It's going to be hard because you've got the J4s, you can minimum get that flash out, but you have to do it before the level 6 mark. After that, Ahri's not ever really gankable. And with Gig already being towards half HP, or sorry, half of his mana, I think you're pretty comfortable in the lane so far for Zoid, as the main lane that has been super aggressive. Top lane.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see what does Jungler of Owls want to do here. It looks like he's going to go for top lane. I think Zoid is a little less gankable. His mid lane is low on mana, but there is a ward from Landstar, so he will snuff it out.
Yeah, Bangarang trying to go for a freeze themselves, seeing if they can get the Renekton to overstep, but with the E and the flash available, it's just so difficult to make plays in the early game. It's the exact same things for Imperial.
Top lane. Here we go, Bangarang. Owls, what can you do? Can you find that first blood? Can you put up more of a fight in the second game? Yes, they can. It's first blood going over to the Owls, going over to Ahri. What a play.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Landstar thinking that the enemy jungler of the J4 went for a reset. Instead, he just hid in the bush for an extra 20 seconds, got himself the kill, and with that first kill going towards the J4, he's going to be really strong at trying to make these ganks happen again and again, as that pickaxe has already been brought, already got himself a longsword as well, so that's an extra 45 AD on top of his base kit, which may give themselves the opportunity to burst people out of the trades. As towards the mid lane, 1 TP coming out from Zoid, well, no TP from Gig. Let's see if they could use that advantage and maybe make a play with it.
And it's all kind of coming down to poor. Well, there might be a fight in the bot lane as Latras is going to kind of all in, but he does miss the stun. Traps won't quite connect as the delay is a little bit too much. But yeah, what I was going to say was Landstar, a little bit of lacking of tracking the jungler. He wasn't able to get out of his lane state quick enough to the point where, you know, his jungler was bot side and the enemy jungler was top side. He was just stuck under Bangarang's tower on this awkward wave state. And he did that all in the first game and didn't get punished for it. Second game, I'm pretty sure second game, Bangarang's gone, hey, listen, yo, Auri, my jungle, he's perma-pushing, ganked my lane, he's killable. And he's done that, and it's already a kill. Going over to the Owls, but Hitso is going to pick up that first trade, it seems.
I think that's exactly how he sounds like, honestly. I think Auri sounds exactly like you just said, but the top lane, the reason it was so difficult is just because he was frozen on. But back to live Imperial Esports, getting themselves the first dragon towards the bot lane. They have the team that scales. The dragons is the way to scale into the game. So even though they lose that kill towards the top side and are 600 gold behind, they're still in a very comfortable position as they're actually pivoting the first dragon in towards trying to contest these void grubs. So of course, dragon spawns in 5 minutes. These void grubs don't start till 6.
Oh, there was a... Wait, Latris is dead. Huh? I'm not sure what happened, but bot lane has picked up a kill, and it's on the Jinx of all people. That is the last person you want to give a kill to. And now, Imperial, Owls, the fight for the grubs. The flash will only find Landstar, but he will fall. Zoid, the next target. 3 members of Owls are here. The Cataclysm comes down, but Zoid is going to Spirit Rush out of that. And it looks pretty good for Owls. They're going to pick up the rest of these grubs. They get all 3. And although bot lane picked up a 2v2 kill, they respond on the top side of the map.
Yeah, both flashes getting used by the J4 and Imbessa towards the top side, and we can see how strong this 3 versus 3 truly is. You have J4 finds that first engage, then you will have the burst damage from Gig with that ultimate, and he didn't even have to use it because of Bangarang finding a great ultimate himself. So with these Void Grubs going over to the Oxford Owls, they can try to use these Void Grubs to start pushing this game a little bit more. I want to see J4 looking for these ganks. But more importantly, after the gank goes through, look for some tower plays and just get yourself the gold lead, especially when we know the Owls is getting outscaled.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you could hear on my microphone my dog barking. He actually saw an owl flying by because that's how much presence the Owls have got in this game as we go to the replay.
Yeah, it was with the replays, the exact thing we talked about. Having Prio up towards the top lane and the mid lane really helped out here. And crucially as well, J4 finding that Cataclysm after killing one of the Void Grubs gave himself enough XP to force out the ultimate from Zoid, so no ultimate for Ahri for the next 30 seconds. Just gives Gig a ton of lane pressure to try and push it out. And so far, Gig has done a really good job of bouncing back from him being on the Ahri to now have the Bear matchup on the Syndra and being able to push him out and have a 16 CS lead.
Yeah, totally. And lane's kind of calming down a little bit. Obviously, this little mellow state of the first objectives have both been taken. So lanes are resuming, and Landstar in this push, is he going to try and find a big trade here? Uses the Dominus, and he's trying to go all in. Bangarang is going to W out, and that shield's so powerful. Landstar using the ult, though.
Now, I'm trying to think about, was there a bigger play to do with that? Landstar just trying to make sure that wave goes in, to uses the Dominus, it's only a minute cooldown for it. As a lot of people do trades like that, not to deal damage to the enemy player, it's just to get the wave in. So a nice little reset from him. And as we're looking at all of these items, Lost Chapter finally completed from Gigging towards the mid lane. Should be able to contest this prior for now, but once level 9 hits for the Ahri, that's when I'm really expecting them to try and roam around the map, try to make these plays, especially with their bot lane doing fine in the matchup. Be much happy if this Jinx had a few kills.
Yeah, totally. I think top lane, you know, props to Bangarang. He's faring quite well into Landstar. I mean, Landstar's Imbessa was just so oppressive. Seems like doesn't like facing it so much. As mid lane as well, it's kind of the same thing with Zoid. Caught by the Scatter of the Weak, stun does connect, and it's a big burst of damage. And I was just about to say, Gig is got a little bit of CS lead there in the mid lane, and these switcheroo matchups might be working out for the Owls as sleepy time for Gig. The charm is laid upon, but good job. It's a good job Ahri's there, because that could have been very bad for the Owls. But it's just going to be a Lilia ult spent, and everyone's going to go their separate ways, it seems. Although, maybe, no, they're not going to fight for that skull. They're going to give it to Lilia.
Yeah, just going to give it over. Landstar towards the top lane with the amount of prior he's had in towards this Imbessa. He tried to roam towards the mid lane as well and tried to do a 3-man collapse. But fortunately, Oxford Owls sniffing this out. And this is what they did in that last game, but they were just so far behind, they never could answer what Imperial Esports is doing. And yes, this is good that Oxford Owls are answering everything Imperial's doing, but they need to be the aggressors. They need to find ways to get them towards the enemy team and start bullying out them more and more. And we saw how strong their top 3 versus 3 was. Maybe the opportunity could be to give up this Dragon bot side, focus towards top lane instead, and try to make a lead there.
Yeah, maybe Bangarang and Landstar, but I think Bangarang's going to be happy with that trade as mid lane. Zoid, caught out by the Sky Week again, will stun. He's finding them onto the Ari. Very well from Gig. As the ball comes through, hits actually Latris, which will reveal him, so at least a little bit of value there. Obviously, leaving an Ezreal alone in the lane is pretty safe most of the time, especially into quite a scaling bot lane. He should be pretty fine to survive, as these grubs are on the menu for the Owls.
Yeah, Keto looking to see if he can find a quick gank towards the top lane and get themselves a numbers advantage, but nothing going to happen. So the grubs will be going over towards the Oxford Owls, and they've done really well. 6 grubs all in towards their pocket. Would have liked if Imperial tried to trade it for the Dragon. With a Jinx Rocket coming in.
Latris. He knew. He knew. There's no other possible explanation. He knew that was going to happen. No, but the thing is, if you're a fan of the Owls, or if you're just a fan of League of Legends and you're a neutral, you're going to be happy to see that the Owls are doing a little bit better in the second game, because we all want that game 2, it's game 2, that game 3, where it's all on the line and it all comes down to one game. As this Drake is an Infernal Drake, how will this go? Will Owls try and pick this up, or will they allow the stack to happen for Imperial?
With the teleport towards the top lane, there's a big opportunity for Bangarang to run towards this objective and contest it. But teleport towards Syndra in the mid lane, I think we will have a 4 versus 4 contest. The question really comes down to, can J4 and especially the side lanes push out before this objective is taken? But you see how quickly they can with the Jinx and Lilia combination. I think it's just down before they can come.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to give it. So it's going to be 2 Drakes to Imperial, which on a Jinx Lulu, if you get an early soul, that just makes it even scarier. Will be mounted as well, very important for that, because obviously you get that big shield. But Gig's gonna find a solo kill. I wish we saw it. He also finds the feat of strength. Solo kill Zoid under his own tower. Must have been a scatter of the week that maybe followed, I'm not too sure, but Gig, fair play, you turn the tables, you're 30 CS up, 35 CS up, and a solo kill up.
And the reason that that solo kill went through is first item completed from Gig, finally having that damage to get the one shot onto Zoid. And we can really just see the amount of pressure this one champion has.
Could be in trouble here as Latris has roamed up. The CC's connecting, the Ignite's connecting, but is it enough damage? Landstar flashing away, thinks he's going to be safe, he will. But a flash burnt there, so I think they'll be happy with that. As bot lane, meanwhile, Kitto's going to pop the sleep, and they've not got as many members, Owl, because obviously the Rel is currently topside. Can Imperial get anything? I don't think they can, or if they do, they're going to have to try and get that wave under the tower. Looks like they're going to back off. So a play on opposite sides of the map, but no kills.
And that's the disorganization from the Owls. They needed to have the jungler and the support combo together, then that top play would have happened. Or maybe they could have turned around that bot lane play instead. The most important thing is they just need to combo a little bit more. Otherwise, the Imperials, yes, they're 2 kills down, but it's only 1.2k. Sure, mid lane has a kill, but Jinx, first kill on the team, has that Young Tower completed, has both of those dragons, which minimum gives them another 10 minutes to hold on for the soul to go up towards the enemy team. They're even getting
tower. Yeah, I mean, they've been whacking this tower all game. They just had the push, and they're going to get first tower before plates even drop off. And bearing in mind, they had 0 grubs and still got that. So even more impressive. Just shows how able they were able to get the push with those Jinx rockets, and obviously Lulu range advantage over a Rel. As I think they'll be happy with that, as the last feats of strength will come down to, I'm pretty sure they've got 2 objectives each, so it's all going to come down to the next objective, right?
Yeah, it's going to be that sole point. There's a nice little ward from Landstar. Will spot out the J4 when he passes towards the top side if he wants to. And quick question, Bennis, why do we take Void Grubs?
We take Void Groups to push, Zapdos.
And to take objective. This is a big reason why a lot of teams have been opting towards those dragons. Because if you give over the Void Grubs like you see on the side of the Owls, you've given up all 5 tower plates towards the enemy AD carry, and this being a Jinx here today, already has that first eye completed, has the boots as well, and is actually the most fed member in this game, or at least on this team, just because of the enemy team going for Void Grubs.
I think the only person on Owls who benefited off that was Gig, because if you look at the tower HP on the minimaps, as you can see the little icons, they're all really healthy, so I don't even think they really got many plates from those grubs, which just, you know, makes your point even truer. As this next objective is going to be the Scatter of the Weak misses. Gig is caught out, is rooted from the traps. Will he fall? Eyes on Gig. He goes sleepy, but he's got no flash. Meanwhile, on that top side, Kitso's getting jumped on, but Flash is out, and Gig falls. He went way too deep. And Imperial looking to be the victors. They've got 3. They want more. Oops has done an oops. He's not going to be able to find, I don't think, what he's looking for, and he falls to the charm. Down goes Oops. Imperial find 4 again. Is that the fight that decides the series? Is that the fight that decides where this spring trophy is going to go in 2025?
And this game has just been completely blown wide open. 3 kills going over towards the mid laner after that. Another kill going over towards the Jinx, and they get themselves to Rift Herald. As hopefully we get to see a replay of that, as there were so many small things that happened.
It was all about Gig. It was all about Gig. He walked up, he missed the E onto Jinx, but then he kept trying to do it. He thought he found an angle. And he's just missed it again, and, you know, Imperial will pick up the Herald as well. As we get to the instant replay, you'll see here Gig overextending.
Yeah, it's the whole entire play for the Owls. They're trying to burst out one member, so they use everything into JG and Zoid on the side lane, being able to capitalize beautifully, picking up a double kill with nothing left in the tank. The side has absolutely just dominated here, and with those kills going over, 1.5 items on towards Azari, and even though we saw that 1 kill in the mid lane from Gig, it's now become a whole lot more difficult.
The game's not gone yet. It's not gone yet for Owls. They've still got a chance, you know? Like, yes, you lost a big fight. You're down 2 Drakes. But if you get that 3rd Drake, it doesn't look too bad. It's just how are they going to set up? Because it is coming up soon. And, yeah, I mean... Sorry?
They have first move for this, so they have a really good opportunity. Flash as well, not available for Weeby and J&G, so plenty of opportunities to put them in that Cataclysm and look for that burst out. So that really is the aim of the game for the Owls.
Yeah, and, you know, big props to Zoid. He was losing that lane, it's fair to say, but he did really well in that fight, as this Drake is very, very important. If Imperial get this, they go to Soul Point. If Owls get this, they're kind of back in the game and they can stall it. Gig has he been caught again. He's not got Flash, remember, but the stun, the damage has been returned onto Kitso, but I don't think it's enough. It's bad, it's gone bad to worse for Owls. It was a better showing in the second game, but they've been cleaned out. Only Bangarang on the top lane is going to live. The rest all fall, as well as the Drake. It's 3 Drakes for Imperial. It's 9-3 in kills. That gold gap's going to increase, and have the Owls just lost the fight?
Yeah, Lancer to teleport as well, just winning out in that 4 versus 4. Mid lane towers falling, bot lane towers falling as well, and you're going against the scaling team. They needed to go for that trade, but most importantly, they looked onto the Lilia instead of the main damage source of the Jinx. Free firing in that whole fight means the Imperials win out, and now with this gold lead, with these towers, it's so difficult for the Owls to get back into this.
Yeah, and again, it was all about Gig. It was all about where is Gig. He didn't have Flash that time, and it showed. He got blown up before the fight really even started. They tried, and it was literally the exact same thing. Gig gets caught for overstepping or mispositioning. They try and return it onto the Lilia. Now, that time, Lilia also didn't have Flash, but they just didn't really have the damage to get the return kills. We'll see in this replay, Gig is just walking up, and they try to get on the Lilia who doesn't have Flash. He's not got the damage!
So difficult, and because they use everything on the Lilia, like I said before, Jinx is able to free fire into the back line, and now the main cause that they're going to have to deal with is the Owls, is they haven't just lost that objective, they have given Soul Point over to Imperial Esports. One more, this Dragon in 3 minutes is really going to dictate if they can even have a chance in this game, because with that Mountain Soul, it's the best one to have against the team that's trying to burst you.
Completely, and you know, Imperial looking more and more like the Buzzards. The Buzzards, I don't quite know. I don't know animals very well. So we'll just have to see. They don't really look like mice right now, though. And it was a shame. It's a big shame because Owls looked really good for that first 10 minutes. They got first blood.
They were flying high.
They were punishing Landstar. They were flying high. They were punishing Landstar for, you know, being very heavy up in his lane. And now, you know, a couple of misplays, a couple of missed positions from Gig, who had such a good laning phase, but he's just kind of let it slip as the game's progressed. And now you'll see, if you can go to red side vision of that top, it is absolutely lit up.
Yeah, and the hardest thing for the Owls to hunt is when there's light outside and there definitely isn't any darkness. They're trying to sweep out a bit now, trying to give themselves an opportunity to find this burst. It's all about using Gig. We should have completed that item, as with this gold lead over an item difference in towards that bot lane, got the Young Tao, got themselves the Runan's Hurricane. Jane Yi, flash available for the next fight as well. It's as strong as possible. The Owls have to find a way onto him, get the flash out and keep looking.
Mr. Oops, please don't do another Oops, or you will not live to tell the tale. No, I don't think they're going to commit to that. I was thinking maybe Kitso was going to ult, but he didn't have it.
It's a great name, though. For whenever you make a mistake, you're just like, oops, wasn't me.
It's in the name. No, you just say, listen, guys, I'm literally named after me making mistakes.
Yeah, so, you know, you allow me to be on this team, is what you expect.
Oh, please, come on. Gig, yes, he's found a pick onto Zoid. That's big. It's something. Fair play to Gig. It's a good stun. It's a good scatter of the week. That's what he needs. But he needs it on the Jinx. That's the biggest shutdown. Can he find that? If he gets that big shutdown onto Jinx, maybe this game has a little bit more to it than meets the eyes. The Atakan, the next point of interest for both teams.
Yeah, they deal a lot less damage to it. There's an opportunity to start it up, but they have no scatter the week available onto Gig. No major ultimate to burst somebody. It's Imperial Esports, they just hold on. I don't think they can actually do this.
Yeah, I mean, do they want to try and take on a 5v4? Not really, because Oops is half HP and Auri's kind of half HP, and like you said, there's no ultimate on the Syndra, so it looks like although they found a pick, they're not able to translate that into anything as they all reset and Zoid gets back on the map.
Yeah, that's the most important part. They don't have good burst damage with a Syndra and Ezreal being their main damage sources. You'd rather have a Jinx. You'd rather have maybe a Zeri on the team or something like that. So Oxford Owls doing the smart call, not starting up that Atakan, but they still need to keep pressuring the map. Dragon in 40 seconds. That will be the major decider. If the side of Imperial Esports pick up this next objective, it's almost going to be impossible for the Owls to try and burst somebody.
It will, and this Drake's the next one called up. It is Soul Point and his Mountain Soul. And if you let a Jinx get Mountain Soul, and you're trying to make a pick with a you know, well, with a Syndra, that extra shield could be huge. It could be the difference. So this is really important. Owls don't want to give it. Imperial wants it. They're facing off. What is going to happen? You've got Oops on the top lane, but he's actually got TP.
Yeah, just trying to get as much as he can. The biggest goal for the Oxford Owls is actually to hold on for a little bit. Give a chance for that to get pushed out first before looking for some of these major plays. As yet again, Imperial's pushing out this mid wave, trying to get themselves any control of this objective.
Yeah, and they're finding little spells hitting here and there. Zoid obviously found, oh, big flash, spin over the wall and the sleep in return. This is the fight that will decide the game most likely, and it's looking good for the Buzzards. For Imperial. The Imperial War Museum is not too far away, and they're really showing that they maybe have studied the likes of the Gods of War as they take down one, but they've only found one, and that was big tools used. Now, Gig has still got the ultimate. This is the big thing. Can Gig find a stun? He's on the top side, but he's spotted out by a good ward from Weeby. And this Drake, it's the Soul Point, it's a big engage, it's a stun over the wall, but they don't have the damage. And it's going to be the Soul picks up for Imperial. Mr. Roots, I think, is going to fall as well if he isn't too careful. No, I think if Jane had actually, you know, maybe ran out really fast with the passing.
I mean, he had flash as well. He definitely could have killed the AD carry, Mr. Oops, if he wanted to. But he understands he needs it up.
He feels bad. He feels bad. His name's Mr. Oops, after all.
It's like one of the Mr. Men series. You could just see his name in it. But overall, fantastic fight from Imperial Esports. They did a really good job of splitting the map for the Owls, because the Owls' biggest goal is to get towards the back line and allow the Syndra to at least hit the ultimate. The problem is, when you have to flash, into them as a J4, that definitely means that your Syndra isn't going to be anywhere near it. So because that split map, no kill on the Jinx, no way of playing those team fights, and that's all because of this Lilia. Understand that if I'm the one to engage, they have to quickly try and stop me, otherwise we will just win that team fight. So Seoul over to the side of Imperial Esports, very dominant in their control. Gold lead at around that 7,000 gold mark. Atakan available, it's so hard.
It's so difficult. I mean, you just saw Kisso just causing absolute carnage with that flash over. It was a good engage from Latris afterwards, but you've already lost some members of your team. It was just too little too late. And props to Kisso for having the confidence to be able to do that, just to flash in and, you know, do the sleep and cause people to flash, cause people to panic. As Landstar and Bangarang, the 1v1 we saw in first game, Landstar had the upper hand. Can Bangarang find one of his own? The Ezreal's going to help him out a bit, but I don't think they're going to get a kill, unfortunately, as obviously the Atakan is up. It seems like Imperial have got the priority. And, you know, 4 kills. They've doubled the amount of kills, Owls, to be fair to them, that they had in the first game. I don't know if it's enough. Imperial, they look pretty unstoppable now with that 6k lead.
The game's been a lot closer, though. That's the biggest improvement we've seen from the Owls. They didn't give up the 3 kills early on. They were able to get themselves 6 those 40 grubs, but they weren't able to push it further. And if you're not able to push it further, the Jinx and Lulu will slowly be creeping up on you. Same with the Lilia, and that's what's been happening in this game. That's why that gold lead is at that 5,000 and 2k in the jungle. Mid lane's at least ahead. Well done, Gig. The rest of the team, little hard.
Oh, Bangarang is going to fall in the solo bolo. Oh, sorry, is that Bowser solo bolo to Landstar? Did you like my Bowser impression?
That one needs a bit more work. When you're talking about top laners before, it was good.
Yeah, but the point is that Landstar has solo killed Bangarang. That's his first death of the game, by the way, as well. So that, yeah, bit of a mental, hopefully, isn't too gone after that.
There's one thing we need to discuss. When we had interviews at the start of this, both team managers for both of these teams came up to stage. What the Imperial player said was, oh, we're going to win in 2-0. We'll be quick. And so far, 26 minutes, about 26 minutes for the last game. I think they were scheduled for that.
Well, like I said, they've got a Nando's appointment and they're going to get there. Otherwise, it's going to go to Deborah and Book Club. Deborah and her Book Club are going to get that table and they can't have that. I mean, you know, Landstar is determined.
You're having some issues. I feel like there's so many better places to go than Nando's for your book club. But one place that is great to be, the Atakan.
It is, yeah. I mean, listen, Deborah's Book Club, we don't judge. I heard they're doing the Lord of the Rings series right now. So it's going to be a long one as well. And I think they'll kick themselves if they don't make the appointment, Imperial. As I said, they will find the sleep. Gig, he's been caught out once or twice already. He's going to make it 3. And Imperial have done so well to punish the positioning of, you'd probably argue, Owls is, you know, best performer in this game. Gig, who won lane but couldn't really translate that into too much. Found 1 pick, but has been picked out twice as the Baron has started. Bangarang, you might be able to get a tower. You might actually be able to finally use those 6 grubs that you put so much effort into getting, but you will lose the Baron for it.
I actually think this is the first time they're using the grubs towards the bot lane. They just haven't had any opportunity to get towards these towers. And with Renekton here, I don't think they're going to have any more opportunities unless they win themselves a team fight. But Mr. Oops, proving me wrong again, getting himself that mid lane towers. The Oxford Owls at least fighting back, giving themselves a bit more gold as the Atakan goes down. It's going to be that ferocious one, so having those GAs, so if they ever die, they only give over 200 gold and they get right back onto the map.
Yeah, and you know, there's that popular Matrix meme of, you want the blue pill, the red pill. Now, the blue pill was Atakan and Baron, or the red pill was, you know, 2 tier 1 towers.
These pills don't seem fair.
I think they're going to go with the blue pill. Although it's a little bit of a goal, you know, obviously the towers do have bounties on them, but still, you're probably a lot happier for Imperial. That was just collateral damage.
Yeah, they have to give up something to gain something else. As in the game, very well scaling on Imperial Esports. As you can see all the gold below your screens, but there should be 2.5 items from all of these major players. As Imperial Esports, the only chance they have of maybe losing this game is Elder Dragon. Chance that they don't start for it properly, they find a pick, the Oxford Owls steal that away, get themselves in towards the game again. As you can see how much they want to try and find this pick. Lortrus being in that way for so long, or in his jungle, seeing if anyone will walk past.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to come down to. Can they find just a pick before this Elder spawns and somehow do the unthinkable and, you know, get that massive, you know, game-changing buff? And it really is a game-changing buff, but I'm not sure if they're even going to really get a sniff at it, as a fight could brew. But if they find a fight, and it's even if it's good for the Owls, on the off chance, it's going to be to respawning enemies with that Atakan.
Yep, Atakan up and available for them. Dragon as well. We can actually see Renekton on the side lane here, seeing if he can find a flank on towards the Oxford Owls. They haven't been spotted on the ward just yet. There could be an opportunity here.
Oh, Bangarang. Auri, you're a little bit deep there, guys. Can you walk it out? I'm not too sure. Flash over the wall for the Jarvan. Bangarang kind of going in. Gig, what's his positioning? He's kind of been trapped in his own team's Cataclysm. It's not good. Buzzards. The Imperial Buzzards taking over. They're going to find 2. They're going to probably find Bangarang as well. And like I said before, they're not even going to get a sniff at the Elder. I don't even think that they need to start the Elder. I think they might just be able to run this down bot lane. They've got the wave, and Owls are without their Legend of Gig.
Yeah, really difficult, as finally going to get those trades towards the top lane. Ari finding the kill as Zoidus. They're just looking for the end here.
Yeah, and, you know, we came into this game, the defending champions, the crown. Heavy? I don't think so. They've walked this. It seems pretty light to me, as Lantras is going to make a final attempt, but it's not going to be enough. Mr. Oops, you've made a few oopses today, but it's going to be Imperial picking up their 3rd trophy in a row at NSC as they take down the Owls.
Side, wasn't it? From the start till the finish, they were able to do everything they needed, winning in 26 minutes and 25 assault. Exactly what we were expecting.
I think I want to ask you, Zafdos, MVP for both teams. In fairness to Owls, you know, you didn't show up, but you did do a little bit better in that second game. I want MVPs for both teams, Mr. Zaffy Waffy.
You said from the start you were going to finally use it, and I'm proud you did, man. As the top laner for Oxford, I think I would have to give it to Bangarang, and the main reason for that is for how many times they tried to tower dive him. It's been over 10, I swear, in both of these games. They only died a couple times to them, to be expected, but he held on strong, and if the rest of the team gets 3 kills over towards the Lucian, it's not your problem. Top diff, clearly. While on the opposite side, Imperial Esports, for me, I'm looking at all the players. I think all of them had an absolutely fantastic series, but I have to give it over towards their jungler Kitto. I think the way they played Kindred in the first game and in the second one as well, not just countering what the J4 wanted to do, but on the Lilia actually being the aggressor, something we really don't see, and that was a big part of why Imperial was able to win here today.
Yeah, totally, I would have to agree. I think, obviously, my main would have gone to Gig, just for that second game, but it just got caught too many times. And we're seeing here some of the highlights, obviously, from the first game, as you just, this was complete annihilation from Imperial. The second game was a lot more even, especially that first 15 minutes. But fair play to both teams. They played through the entire tournament from the comfort of, hey, maybe they were playing in an esports lab, maybe they were playing in their own homes, maybe some of them were playing on scuffed laptops. You just don't know these uni setups. So fair play to both teams, winning through their rounds, getting to the final, getting to play on a stage in front of people to play this game, League of Legends. You know, you see it on the stages of the LEC, the LCS World. You dream of doing it yourself, and the NSC make it possible to do that in real life.
And it doesn't even matter that the Owls lost here today. They had that opportunity. It's something that they'll always remember. And this was their first ever time, not just for them, but for the university to get towards the grand finals. And the only reason they did that is because they got some really talented rookies on their roster. So they have lost here today, but maybe they can be the next Imperials, be the ones to go again and again towards this grand finals. But so far, the Imperials coming to next split, I think they can maybe do it again.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, you did kind of compare them to T1 at one point, which I don't mind. I don't mind. Okay, maybe
well, it depends. What
little
split are we talking about? Because T1 now they're 4th place. They're still amazing guys. I'm not saying that. Absolute lovely Faker. Wish I could beat you one day.
Don't upset the T1 fans.
Yeah. Don't want to do that. I did that in one of my videos at like 80% dislike rate, but really entertaining games for both the teams. And honestly, they should be proud of what they've done because they put on an entertaining show and they did it on a live stage. Maybe get that Nando's later on. Don't think they
Nando's is on. Deborah, book club's gonna have to wait, love. Or you're gonna have to reschedule, you gotta find another place. I've heard they've settled. Yeah, I've heard they've settled for McDonald's. I mean, there you go. There you go. I mean, just shows. So yeah, they're gonna make the Nando's. That's all that matters. But I'm not sure how much time we have here with you, lovely lot. All you people watching in Manchester, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. And obviously, everyone watching at home, thank you so much. Whether you're watching on Twitch or whatever you're watching on, thank you. You know, you guys have been sexy. I've been sexy. Zapdos has been very sexy. Stay sexy, guys. Here's a break, and we'll see you goodbye. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Benis the Menace. Thank you, Zapdos. They did indeed make it in time for Nando's. We have only really got time for, we've sent everyone home as well. The Manchester crew has gone because we went over that one. But if I could get Zoyed back on the main stage just for a second for some closing words as part of the winning team. They're still on the pack down as always. But yes, thank you for staying on the Twitch for us. Thank you for watching all the finals. We're back again tomorrow, same time, same place, right here at Depot in Mayfield with the NSC British University Esports finals and things. I don't think I'm going to get time to even get the interview with them because they're still on the pack down and sorting that out. But yeah, hope you've had a fantastic time. We'll be here again tomorrow, same time, same place. Get home safe for those who are here. They've gone. Make sure you have a great evening on top, and I shall see you tomorrow. Bye.
Let's go! Monster Blade!
Nice. Monster Blade!
That right there, Monster Plays of the Week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series supported by Monster Energy.
SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We'd take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion!
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to reality. The truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?